He does
That is
have
crazy.
a tome coming out right now too. So Curse is a little. If it was faster, he might have been able to try and set up here.
That vision line was so close when he went by there. Wow, I cannot believe he survived. Unfortunately, he didn't leech that much XP, but you know, every little bit counts when you're not getting the tome. He just got the tome. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. You might have been able to set something up there if they were waiting a little bit longer. And Mira already having 6 means that, you know, both supports kind of online now.
Yeah, and you can't really go wrong stealing from Queen of Pain. I mean, sure, getting Dagger is like a little bit lame, but, you know, Blink or Scream or Ulti, you're going to be very happy. Poshka, not very happy. Has the Curse.
He was hoping to get a TP in, but without any extra duration on there, it's just going to die.
Yeah. Definitely something that, I don't know, personally, I've seen the Wyvern players that, Wyvern's becoming more popular thanks to people trying to like, play mid, play core and stuff. If you only stun one person with nothing attacking them, it's only 2.5 seconds. It is a reduced duration. You lose a full 2 seconds on that curse just at level 1. So make sure you're getting multiple enemies.
Well, mid lane is where people might be going next. You see Maposhka come back in. Avalanche connect onto both of them. GPK will manage to blink out of there before the danger comes on in. And it's going to be a rune spawning up top. So that's DD there. Claim for Toronto Tokyo. Kind of waiting to see if Collapse wants to make a move with this Spirit Vessel to kill the Timber, but he's waiting all the way for Blink, it looks like.
Yeah, I think he's pretty happy with just like the general area he's farming up. He's like Beastmaster Dodo right now.
Yeah.
Hanging out, getting some gold. He's got a Midas Razor, you know.
That's fair.
Mira's holding the dead lane. I would say that this has gone very well for outsiders. Like, not that Team Spirit are necessarily, you know, wasting time by farming up like this, but I do think outsiders are probably a little relieved, considering with how some of their heroes started, that they sort of needed this breathing room. Particularly Ramses, of course. He's really showing the prowess of Templar Assassin's farming capabilities to be the top hero on the team despite having died 4 times, and also above everyone on Team Spirit except for the Enigma.
It's what they need from him. Definitely is to play a little bit of that catch up now. Do they catch Hakoda here? Maposhka does have a Winner's Curse, but that again reduced duration, not going to set up for anything there. So splitting up the map, continuing to let Mira farm down here bottom is super nice for Team Spirit. And we'll just have to wait to see if with these Blink daggers coming out soon, they try and make a move. Collapse now, a couple hundred gold away from it.
How does Yamich get Blink right now? That would be my question.
He gets 1,300 more gold, I think. That's the way.
Oh, is that how you do it? Yeah, okay. Because, like, they've had Hakoda up top of the lane trying to farm up a Force Staff. Trying to, like, buy a little space away from, like, just the Wyvern. And because the initiation overall is kind of weak until they have Blink. So maybe Force Staff's enough to save you. Mind you, that Blink's also about to be there for Collapse. So this is where Yamich wants to be. He wants to be up top farming here, but I think he's scared he's just going to die.
I think he's right about that if he's not careful. Dude needs to be on the edge.
One creep.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that feels bad. He's got a keen optic, though, right? He's ready. He needs a Blink dagger.
Yeah. This is why Earthshaker doesn't work right now. Because this is exactly what Earthshaker tries to do from like 13 to 17 minutes when you play position 4. But at least Tiny has so many more capabilities before the Blink dagger with Ava and Toss and like tossing into towers and stuff. And like Fisher needs a lot of help to get kills for an Earthshaker. And then you're even more reliant on the Blink dagger than a Tiny is. So kind of understandable why you don't get to see the glorious hero himself. You know, yeah, but you can't miss last hits. Come on, buddy.
I mean,
oh no,
this
he
is
missed
what's
2.
like,
No. Oh god. Oh, don't look, Yosin. Look, go away, quick. Yeah, we can't.
And I mean, compare this to what Mira's been able to do, right? Like stealing this Timber Chain, and he's just staying down bottom. They're gonna try and hunt him here. Hakoda, they find him. GPK with the Orchid, TP out, Sonic Wave. It's enough. So they do manage to take down Mira, but not before he like finished his Aether Lens, pretty much.
Yeah, and I think that was a like, you won't do it, you know? Go ahead and ult me if you want. That's a 2-minute cooldown, and now my team's going to come fight you, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're smoking up with the Blink dagger on the Enigma. And now that that's gone...
Oh, goodbye, Ramses.
This black hole is not easy for them, by the way.
Goodbye, Ramses.
Well,
wait, what? Oh, the Orchid!
Yeah.
Oh, that part's a little easier. I still get the kill.
Yeah.
Hakoda, slowed down. And Yadaro right on top of them. They have a way to break that TP and will eventually bring down the Dazzle. So 2 quick kills. Not bad.
He didn't let me finish my sentence, but I was going to say, except the Orchid, you see.
Yeah, right.
He just showed up. And then,
Avalanche. Toss. Dead on Yadaro.
Oh, buddy.
So they make
That's
the
Blink
move.
Gold right there.
That's important. Very, very good. I mean, they still managed to get the kill that they wanted. And now, dude, this Orchid is putting in so much work. Although Toronto Tokyo, he punches very hard. Not hard enough. Do they have a way to kill off GPK? I don't think so. Collapse now also in trouble with the winner's curse. Maposhka hoping to make something happen here. Avalanche barely off the mark. Blink away from Collapse. He gets up to the north and is able to escape.
His brain is so big. All right. Well, first off, I'll let you watch Maposhka die. Because he's dying in the triangle. I mean, sorry. Almost watched. He gets hunned down with the DD. All right, so when he was running there, he microed his Eidolons into the Roche pit. Otherwise, he was going to get tossed on and get his blink canceled from his own Eidolons. And I would have been in like such a panic mode. Is that Enigma? There's no way I'm doing that. So, like, if anything, you're trying to body block, right? Versus most heroes, that's what you do with the Eidolons. But he had that foresight of just like, oh, right, Tiny. You know, oh, that's so good, actually, to survive. And now he gets some Eidolons out on the map while he's up here before he even TP's out. And he definitely won't die, right?
No, not going to happen.
That would be ridiculous. GBK not going to hunt him. All right, he's good.
At the same time, it is in the brand like macro sense. This Orchid paying off in such huge fashion. They get the Aegis on the TA, now a 3,000 gold lead. But Team Spirit, you know, they need to sort of come up with some answers to this one. I mean, obviously, like, the BKBs are going to be the big thing that they look for.
Kind of for both sides, too. I think that Team Spirit are sort of just going to do their typical thing where they look like they're losing and then they just win.
Right.
You know, they started early with this Midas on the Razor where they're just like comfortable going late. They want to keep things sort of even. They know they have the end-all be-all of the Enigma later on into this game, too. They don't have any way to cancel the BKB Black Hole either until there's like Meld Hit Bash, right?
Yeah.
So that's pretty sick.
Also see this like spam of the waves that Mira has with Chakram ready and then also a Fade Bolt. I mean, he could maybe even just kill Yemich here if he's not careful. Or maybe instead it's going to be Mira that goes down. It throws out the Avalanche. TP's out, doesn't manage to make the escape. It was close.
I mean, you get a TP when you die anyway, right? So you might as well these days as support.
Fair. Jump away. Toronto Tokyo. Looking fine.
Radiant's middle tower is under
But
attack.
tier 1 tower, not so much. Outsiders wanting to hit a really strong timing here, and they're doing it.
This puts so much pressure on Team Spirit on like the tier 2 defenses. I mean, they have a Wyvern and they have an Enigma, so it is kind of frightening for outsiders. They do need to be cautious, particularly when they don't have the Aegis, because you really don't want to just get blown up from a single counter initiation play, which is very, very likely. But their high ground is pretty solid, right? They can kind of like hang back a little bit, and if they try and poke Ramses when he's hitting towers, you always have to worry about like a blink toss play, and then you have to account for the grave.
Toss back. They find him. Yadaro gets eviscerated as Ramses finds another pickoff here. Tries to TP out. Yemich. Nothing off cooldown. Manages to escape.
Back to pushing the waves. Did finish the BKB at the very least before he died. He bought the recipes, so that did combine when he got back home. So he didn't lose out on too much as the Razor. Just the time spent being dead right now. So now, all right, this is where Dota gets into a bit of a funny situation, I would say. Because for outsiders, like, after this Aegis, I think there's pretty much no point pushing an objective till the next Aegis. Like, I wouldn't even... maybe I'll approach a tier 2 if we smoke and get a kill or something behind the towers. But the fights and the towers themselves are going to be the opportunities for Team Spirit to get back in this game, you know?
Right.
And so you have to sort of temper yourself and be like, guys, aggression is a problem, all right? Like, we can't throw this game. Just keep farming. We're ahead. You know, just play defensive, play reactive. And then I think they'll be okay. But that can be really hard when you're winning a game of Dota. I think we all know that. You all know when you're not supposed to go high ground, but you do it anyway.
That's a tough one. I mean, that's going to be the thing to watch for here is like in the next couple of minutes, when this Aegis expires in particular, thing could start to get pretty scary. They're smoked up now with the Quap and the Tiny, and they're actually running into the area where Miposhka is already set up. We'll see if they find him here. Now it's going to be a blink back towards mid. They call off the charge in their own jungle.
They got the read, and this will be great for them too because I think they still have like what 50 seconds. They could push this tier 2 bottom.
Radiant's middle tower.
This is actually the tier 2 in the mid lane also taking quite a bit of damage, so they can do a little bit of a double push here. And Team Spirit maybe just thinking a trade is fine, as a little 2-for-1.
Right.
Dire's structures are
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, it's really hard to fight into this lineup with another, how long now on the Aegis? I guess only 30 seconds. But no, it looks like they are sort of committed to sitting behind Yadoro and saying, come back and deal with us. They're glyphing the wave to kill off the catapult towards mid. And they're getting some good pressure on. So a tier 2 tower trade for at least one.
Middle tower is under attack.
See what Team Spirit's call is here. Mid goes down, and it looks like bottom is also gonna drop.
I actually think this was kind of good for Team Spirit. That was a pretty legit play, I think. Like, again, you do not want to fight in that Aegis. I don't think that benefits you at all. This at least gets you some space, lets you perhaps find some lingering vision that you can leave here that won't get dewarded. They go for a bit of a sneakier ward down by the camp there, as you can see on the right-hand side. Something that's a little less likely to get dewarded and might lead to an opportunity later on, as you do need to find one of those kills. And my only disappointment is, when is Toronto Tokyo going to get an Aghanims? Because right now he's playing that more like close-in build with the Kaya Sanj, which is pretty cool and stuff, and lets you abuse the shard a bit more because you get off more right clicks, which is pretty hype. But the eggs, I feel like it's just like where you turn a game around for Zeus these days.
That's true. I mean, we have definitely seen that become like so impactful, even just for breaking TPs and stuff, considering they don't have that many like stuns on their lineup. But for now, I guess prioritizing some of that survivability is queuing up the Aghanim Scepter, or excuse me, the Yule Scepter. So that might be what he finishes off first beforehand. We'll see. Thunder God's Wrath scouts out the smoke. Sees where everybody is.
Miposhka still choosing to sit up here, though. Is he going to just pop the smoke and try and fly away?
Yeah,
a little unnecessary. Is he just like, if I move, I'm dead?
Hello.
Oh my God,
Goodbye. Oh my God, dude, the jukes. Miposhka, what a god. That was sick.
Why though?
Because he can.
Why is he flexing so hard? It's like, you know, I have an Aegis, right? I want a TI. I don't know if you heard.
Oh. Next, Roche is likely going to be that next point of big contention. We're going to see Enigma by that time should have the full BKB completed. Just 200 gold away from finishing off that recipe now. And another big power spike will be coming in with the Heaven's Halberd completed for Yadoro. This is going to be a really good answer for the TA, who won't have the BKB yet.
Don't mind if I do.
Ooh, how good's our shard gonna be though? Pretty damn good, huh? Like, Rubik has no answer to the silence from the Templar Assassin. Zeus before the Yules could get in trouble from that as well.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Wyvern. Yeah, so that could really throw off their team fight. Like, these little traps, like right now they're running over, you know? Yeah. That is something that, you know, when you're casting and you're observing a game, you don't really see. But, like, right now, these traps are just spotting everything. They saw all three heroes. They have a big range that they spot around them. It's huge.
Yeah.
All right, so they know that they're all up in the triangle right now. They've seen 4 heroes standing up here.
I believe
and
they
maybe
spotted
Tokyo
that.
not zapping enough. Not thinking about these right now.
Smoke up afterwards, and we're seeing Yemich maintaining the role that the Wyvern did previously as well. So this is going to be an interesting one to watch, because they have Thunder God's Wrath back up in 10 seconds. So if they get that off to start, as soon as smoke breaks on Yemich, he'll die since he doesn't have a blink to get out afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
But there's not really that other target. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
true. That's
Especially
a relatively long
late
spawn.
Roche. Yeah.
Well, watch and see. What do you think about this timber saw rushing the pipe first, by the way, having that one done already?
I'm a pipe believer. Items very good.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's I mean, just because there's Zeus, like it's just so ridiculous how beneficial it is. And Midnight Pulse being magical too, it's pretty huge.
Yeah, a RAZER plasma field even pretty annoying. Can be an interesting one. We'll see how it goes. GPK, BKB done, going into the Sanj and Kaya himself. Looks like Hakoda's going in for that Glimmer Cape, and of course BKB for Ramses eventually. But the big be-all end-all in these ones is going to be that collapsed black hole with the BKB ready to go.
Oh, he's going for the shard too.
Nice.
Possibly the most annoying shard to play against. I think it might be more annoying than Wind Rangers. Like just the whole movement thing. Both of them so frustrating in that regard. But the black hole one, it feels like when it's going, like you can't even turn. Like I'm concerned if I'm gonna get my spell off. Sometimes I'll like have somebody that cancel the black hole, and I'm like, if I start turning here, am I gonna get pulled into this vortex in that time frame?
Yeah. No,
Gotta get those spider legs.
It's super annoying. I hate it. All right. Well, a 9K gold lead has been built up by Outsiders over the last couple of minutes. It's just been all their game after that Aegis. And we will see if they go right on in and try and finish the smoke, or if it's going to be a dodge out for a little bit.
If I had to put odds on this, right now we got Dota Plus giving the old 20-80.
Really?
20% for Team Spirit. I think that's pretty fair. They do need to execute. Like, theoretically, this should be easier for Outsiders, but going high ground against this lineup, again, is very scary. Particularly, I'll tell you what, if the game is, like, still a 10K-ish difference when the Agnums comes out for Toronto Tokyo, then I'll be a Team Spirit believer.
Okay. All right. I dig it.
It's pretty good.
You said
Also,
the
Ramsey
Agnum
still doesn't have a
Scepter
BKB, and he might not have it for the Roche fight. That could be impactful.
That's true. Definitely. I mean, even if you do have it, like to a certain extent, I mean, you're still just going to kind of get wrecked by Black Hole anyways. Although they don't, like, I don't know. The right click damage is a little bit weird. I guess even potentially, if Ramses gets Black Hold and he has Refraction BKB up, they might not even be able to burn through like all the Refraction instances. You know what I mean? Like,
well, the problem is, you're always going to be stacking with the curse, usually.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's like, it's kind of like when you're playing Wyvern or something, or Enigma, and you have the Tide on your team, and you just get a follow-up after Ravage, and it makes your hero so much better. They just they were smoked?
I am not sure. That was not the way to do it. Uh-oh. Well, a quick blink away, and suddenly all these movements are just countered. They're up on the top lane with 5 heroes, and there's no tower to take even. Meanwhile, look at Outsiders. This split across the whole map. They're just outplaying Team Spirit right now.
Yeah, taking advantage of how they're forcing Team Spirit to play. Team Spirit know they need the one big team fight, and Outsiders are just like, single pickoffs don't really matter until it's an actual Roche timing. Now, mind you, they have to at least be aware of that at the moment, since the Roche could be coming up any second. So they have to be thinking like, okay, guys, don't get picked off. So I don't want to give up this Roche. It's not like this game's like kind of even, and then they farm up to the Zeus eggs and we lose. Because that's a very real scenario that can happen. If you are Outsiders, let's check their vision again here. They still have those CA traps in the Ancients, which is absolutely massive.
Yeah.
Need a sentry here, guys, because that's where you're going to want to be playing for this Roche. And, like, they just saw the Enigma go up and around there, too.
Dire's middle tower
So,
is under
you just
attack.
need vision around the pit right now for your Outsiders.
DM steps forward, and that trap scouts out. Hey, there was vision there as well. Trap on the high ground, sentry ward to boot. They have great vision still around this pit.
Hakoda wants to do a loop-de-loop and take over the Radiant Agents. He wants to smoke and run all the way around
Dire's
up to the
top
Agents. I don't know.
tower
We'll
is
see,
under
though.
attack.
He drew it on the map, but the team's not quite in the right position for it.
The benefit is that they've already taken that tier 2 mid, so they have so much more like free room to run around here. And yeah, they're taking over high ground. Mira caught. Ghost Scepter tries to live in some trouble. Chakram's gonna come back out, and the soul burn is enough to kill the Rubik. And now, I mean, 17 seconds till Roche is up. They got to be super careful here. Dude, did they just run up on him? Outsiders walk forward. Maposhka caught. They get the Orchid. Abatos collapse, going for the black hole. Connects onto one, but Ramses just kills them in the duration of it. Oh no, now the chase, Yadaro. Trying to survive through this, but another Abatos, and Outsiders just spank Team Spirit.
I love that Yamich was just holding these obs, and this is a big part of Templar Assassin that you don't really talk about, but and so they're gonna no stuns left. So basically what happened was that because they had these sweet traps around and they were able to maneuver themselves in these positions, Yamish was just holding wards, right? So like they actually scan near the pit, he blinks forward and drops his observer sentry combo right below the Roach pit. So that let him see that the Rubik was there. They initiate on the Rubik, they get the kill. Then he just runs high ground and he plants the wards up on the pillar because he doesn't need like the in-between wards. He's just dropping wards for team fights.
Yeah.
And that's what leads to this whole victory. Is because like he doesn't care. Like even if he had died, it wouldn't have mattered. Because he's just breaking up the combo that they're gonna have and ensure that like they don't get this perfect initiation onto his team. Very well played from Outsiders.
And now you've got a shard not only on Ramses, but also on this Queen of Pain. So the need to dispel these silences becomes that much more intense. And they don't really have like that many great answers. I mean, BKB is going to be the big one, obviously, but you've got that right now on Enigma and Razor. Game is looking tough, Trent. Game is looking very tough.
You know, they are in their domain now, though. If they want to push in and they want to go high ground, that is where the fear will be. Big AoE spells. Pretty good at clearing waves as well, so you can't get too aggressive from Outsiders without being a bit cautious.
DM is here.
And the winning play is to play lame. Just don't engage first.
Sounds like you and Melee. Perfect
that's right,
performance. Outsiders are gonna try and run them down here. They find Mira. No avalanche. Not able to get it in time. But Team Spirit, God, wait a minute. Have they overextended? They don't have black hole. There's no way.
It's all right.
Yeah,
They're
they
on
just
the low
can't
ground.
do anything.
You're allowed to
Fair.
poke them on the low ground.
Dire's middle tower is under
Jeez.
attack. Dire's
Yeah, this
structures are
is looking rougher and rougher. Outsiders getting what they need here. 30 minutes in and 17,000 gold lead. Thunder God's Wrath just to scout things out.
I wonder if he was scared to clear this wave by that tower, and he wondered if they were just like smoked up nearby.
That could be, yeah.
That's a possibility, right? With the Tiny being there, they could try and just set up a cheeky play like that. He has Force Staff, so this is the funnest way to play Tiny when you're trying to siege high ground, and you just you blink, toss someone, and force yourself out.
Yeah, for sure.
Discount Pudge.
So strong.
Pudge for when you can't aim. Just point and click blinking adventure.
Dire's
That was
middle tower
perfect.
is under
I like
attack.
that.
Radiant's
This
top tower is under
Coda
attack.
Dazzle too has been pretty fun to watch. It's the Shadow Wave heal now. Oh my god. What an insane person Ramses is. Force Staff gets him away though. Toss in one. Yamich still hanging on to that avalanche. Tosses it out. DM there for the follow-up if they need to. Ramses ready to go back in for another round of this now. But instead, they're just going to take
Radiant's
down this
top
tower, it looks
is
like.
under attack.
Nobody wanting to overextend from either side here. Team Spirit
Radiant's
wants that
top
perfect
tower
play.
has fallen.
Oh, is there anything worse than trying to sync up the perfect ultis? I hate this kind of situation with Spirit. I mean, it feels so good when you hit it, right? Like,
Oh, yeah.
But now after all of this tension and this buildup, I feel like we're going to see a curse and a black hole overlaid on top of each other. I can feel it, you know?
Well, and I mean, beyond that, you've just got like these ranged heroes that don't really stick together that often. It's a tough
They
one.
do when you pull them in with the gravitational
See.
black hole
I
shard.
like it. This is the way. They got to do it. Jeez. And also, I mean, TA is about to have 25. Ooh. Wait a minute. Mira just
Mira.
gets blown up. Okay. And Yamich is 3-1 and 11. Yikes.
He's had a pretty quiet game. You know, running around, waiting, and then it exploded. But for the first 15 minutes, he was, you know, kind of just hanging out.
True.
He's a late game
Sheepstick
force,
done.
this guy.
Ramses, still a minute left on this Aegis. Pops Refraction, has BKB in the backpack. And it looks like we'll try to bring down the tower. Dude, they're playing it so safe.
Yeah, this is perfect. This is exactly how you need to play versus this Team Spirit lineup. I'm very pleased by how Outsiders are doing this. Because so many teams would just throw themselves into this and give an opportunity for them to come back. And that's what Team Spirit have been relying on in some of these games where they've looked weaker. And I'm sure that Outsiders have seen these situations where they're like, they should not be 8-0. These guys should have lost matches by now.
Right.
But they're always able to clutch it out. And this would be the true clutch factor here. Oh, the stolen traps, though. That is pretty huge. Unfortunately, it didn't result in a kill. Would have been nice.
Well, they, like you said, back out of there. Can't find these heroes for the kill. A data list completed now for Ramses. And he's going to TP over to the other side of the map and try to finish off that level 25, assuming for the meld hit bash. And now, at that point, you're going to have so many potential answers for this. Well, I guess just the one answer for BKB Enigma besides kill him.
But at least it's one. So
I
many
mean, that's
more.
a pretty good one. It's fair. I mean, to be honest, he might just get, like, side-bladed to death. Like, depending upon the angle.
Oh, yeah. No, they got to hit everybody. Like, he basically needs to go for a black hole on the Queen of Pain, and then Maposhka will just be looking to curse the TA, because Ramsey still doesn't have a Lincoln's.
Yeah.
Actually, that'd be pretty hype if DM bought a Lincoln's. I feel like that's actually the item. But BKB is also understandable.
Oh, yeah. So much of the damage is magical. It's hard to do anything else against it. They catch another wave here. What about the RAZER? He's getting closer, is about to finish off AC, but also doesn't have a way to get it easily. Might need to send that courier on a little bit of expedition.
I feel like Yadaro's had a pretty boring game. 2-4-2, you know? Playing RAZER with no real fights. So just, I mean, at least he bought a Midas. He's like, yeah, nice. I mean, in hindsight, maybe if you didn't buy Midas, maybe you could have been more active or something. But, you know, we don't talk about that. You're in a late game, you have a Midas. You just be happy.
I couldn't tell if that was a double smoke again or not. But Radiant scanning ahead of them.
Oh, look at this.
Looking for a jump.
Radiant's top
GPK.
Dude,
Gonna
he
get
jumps
jumped.
Dude.
Malefist, black hole, everything dropped, and he's
pull-in.
gonna die.
It
And
worked.
also Ramses, yeah, he got pulled into that one. Couldn't get the meld hit bash, but they do still find the kill. Yadaro running in, gets the AC delivered to him. Thinking about going with the link onto Ramses. Silence. Oh no, the silence, the BKB were out. Yadaro has to run out of there. Pushka able to get the blink back, but with the buyback coming from the Tiny, they got their eyes set on Mira next, who Ghost Scepters tries to TP out. Does manage to escape.
Dude, Maposhka's insane. I cannot believe he survived that fight. He distracted DM. I mean, I say distracted. DM did the right thing. He just chased the Wyvern the whole time. That's what you're supposed to do to make sure that your other heroes don't get cursed. That's your role at this point.
Right.
And he somehow managed to blink away from him. Absolutely insane. But they did get the break here, right? They got Yadaro. Now they're moving forward. Queen's dead, but I think you're okay to poke this high ground.
Yeah, they're chilling here waiting. And again, I mean, they did use the black hole, but they're able to get the bring down at least one time. Winner's Curse afterwards, not quite enough. The follow-up's not looking like it's there. They don't have the damage. Avalanche that was stolen and thrown out from Mira, trying to kill off Yemich. He is going to get brought down low, but not enough for the finish. So for now, at least, they keep a hold of their racks.
Yeah. Keep poking and prodding here on the Ramses. Has BKB back in a couple seconds. Keep the range on that. Whoa, careful now.
Avalanche, lift up. Oh my god, collapse. Almost just got one shot there by the side blades. He's still 70 seconds away from Black Hole. They need a little bit more time as Toronto Tokyo going to pause the game here, but we do have Avalanche and Lift Up again soon, also TPing in right away on the RAZER. Has Halberd ready.
Toronto Tokyo also has an A on this finish. The courier is just returning back with it. He's sending on a long mission to the secret shop.
Okay.
So he will have the disassemble available there. Or rather the assemble available, I should say. For that perfect situation, and now he'll go back for the Aghanims.
He's getting close to it. I mean,
So how,
it's still it's tough, but there's chances.
How about that courier bait though? That was kind of cool because it's a very common
Yeah.
situation to try and like get your courier to the secret shop, and they smoke behind it like that, actually led to that initial kill on the Queen of Pain. I don't really think the GBK was expecting that one.
No, that's good. I mean, that's what they need to do. You gotta do whatever you can to make these types of plays.
Dude, how many Aeon discs are we getting here? We got Dazzle's building one. Tiny has one ready to assemble as well.
Yeah.
Anybody else want to get an Aeon disc?
Quap, yeah.
What an item. Oh yeah, she's even popped hers yet.
Well, 37 minutes. This is next round of neutrals coming out. Unfortunately for Team Spirit, they don't even have tier 3 done yet. God, they need to get out of their base.
That
no
hurts.
No tier 3 neutrals
They
for
don't
Team
have
Spirit.
any? Not even
No.
one?
Nope.
Wow, that is painful.
Yeah. And they're gonna smoke out now. I think that they're gonna go try and get some, maybe. Or I'm not sure, but they really need to, because holy moly.
Yeah, I mean, you start seeing things like Spell Prism, Stormcraft, you're like, yeah, that'd be really good.
Dire scanning. They miss on the scan, though. Oh, and they're in the pit. This is the moment. Maposhka gets right on top of him. Lift there onto one. Tries to find the kill, but no. The Hex is out afterwards. They find Collapse. He does survive through that initial initiation. Oh, that was the moment. That was supposed to be it. Aghanim Blessing still on the ground. They find any more afterwards. They got to get out. Yeah, Team Spirit just need to run. There's no way this fight ends up well for them. So they're all TPing away. And Toronto Tokyo jumps up to the high ground. No TP available for him. So they will bring down the Zeus as well. He had finished his Aghanim Scepter, which means no buyback.
Did you see who they gave it to?
Yeah.
Hakoda takes it. So
I love
now
it.
he has the good juju and he can refresh. He just refreshed everything on the Queen of Pain.
Oh my god, that's devastating.
That is actually so sick with Aeon Disc.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Dude, what if GPK goes refresher? Does that work? Am I crazy?
No. Pretty sure it's
okay.
the same rules as always.
Okay. Cooldowns by 50% and becomes an active ability can cast an allied user to refresh all item cooldowns. Man. Well, 34,000 gold. They jump in, they hex, they find him. But won't go for any extra follow-up right now. Ramses disarmed, but backs away. And they're just going to wait this one out. Now, that does mean that there's going to be Zeus available, but you got to get through 2 rounds of this here. This is a rough one.
The positioning as well, again, from outsiders here.
So good. Ramses, Sonic Wave, stolen, turns onto him, tries to kill him, but the Grave comes out in time. Rubik barely going to survive through it. The DOT coming out. They do get the winner's curse, but there is no follow-up.
He was halberded.
They can't do it. Oh, it hurts.
Andy
They
synergy.
buy back. They're trying so hard to make this work, but it is not going to happen, at least for now. We'll see if they can do anything else to mount a defense, but another Rax is down. Gonna head mid and then probably top to close this one out, as outsiders have just looked so impeccable. 40k gold lead at 40 minutes.
Yeah, this was a surgical game, and they needed it, right? They're just cutting out those little pieces of Spirit one by one, breaking apart the machine.
Comes on in again. The Hex is there. Yemich, Abba tossed back right on top of Ramses. Turns. He does have BKB Black Hole afterwards, but it was never going to happen. They bring down that Enigma. Yemich chased, trying to get away. He manages to leave. One last round, though. The Thunder God's Wrath ends his life. Buyback now from Enigma. Wants to chase down Ramses, but force staffed away. And they can't get onto anybody.
All right, Dota Plus says 0%. This is where the comeback begins. It's go time. It's what they were waiting for.
Oh my god. Dude, they still don't have tier 3 items. Dude, this is so sad. Oh,
I don't think I've ever seen that.
no.
Like, to be 41 minutes in and have no tier 3 items? That is crazy.
It hurts. Toronto Tokyo, he just wants to make anything happen here, but they can't do it. Stolen Chakram won't make a difference. Outsiders just going to let them sit and think about it a little bit while they finish this off, and they get a leveler. So this is end game scenario here.
Yo, someone go, please. Who is buyback?
Yeah, literally.
Someone go farmers neutrals. No one has buyback. Can't go.
Oh, Collapse is ready. He just wants to black hole somebody. Coda.
I think the Iron Branch is what'll really get it for him.
Okay. Lift, pull, back in, chakra him out. Heal is there. Grave is good. Ramses tickling on down, but lives through in the end. So much committed, so little gained. And Ramses is unconcerned. Meanwhile, the wraparound. Yemich looking for a target. Who does he find? Ready for the jump. Mira is the one that's there. Poor old Rubik going to be pulled back in and killed off. Ramses in the meantime
DM is trying to sell this thing used next game. He still hasn't used his BKB. It's still at 9 seconds.
Radiant's top tower has
and they move on in. Take the last reign of Rax. A smoke up. One last gasp here. Collapse. Wanting to make something happen, but you can see just DM right in front of everybody. The wall stopping initiations in their tracks.
Radiant's top tower.
And the jump forward. Ramses finds around Tokyo. He does manage to jump away. Hex afterwards onto the Razor. Maposhka dying in the Ancient. Sonic Wave out, not quite enough. Collapse waiting for his moment, but his moment will not come in time as they lose the Razor and look to be going out with a whimper.
Horn Toss was a lot less stressful than this black hole.
Oh, they got Yamich. They got him. What a win. GG out.
GG.
They got the one guy they wanted. Gives them the tip afterwards. And game number one convincingly going the way of Outsiders.
That was clean. Very impressive stuff. It looked like just like strong leadership from Outsiders that game. Like whoever was making the calls, or if it was the whole team together, whatever. I don't get to exit. Hi, there I am.
Hey,
Not
it's you
actually
again.
the results screen. Yeah, whoever, and maybe it was the whole team, just felt like they were on the same page, very disciplined, which is exactly what you need when you play versus a bunch of team fight, right?
Yeah.
You do not want to just get caught by Black Hole and Winter's Curse and lose the game. That's a terrible way to lose. And I'm just really, really impressed. I thought for sure they would give up a couple bad pushes, but they were extremely chill.
That's true. And, recognizing the strength that they had at various points, I think that if there's anything we could learn from today, it's just that, Razor, not a good hero. Very sad hero. This is 2 games in a row now, I think, where we had Razor Zeus as like a core combo together. And it just feels bad. Lightning Boys,
They're both zappy.
they don't go together.
Okay.
All right. Well, we'll see. Maybe they'll come up with something else in the next game. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break. When we get back, the panel's going to break down the action. We'll see you then.
this series might not be going the way we all expect, as this game 1 goes to Outsiders. And I know you guys didn't really like the draft for Spirit, but something you guys praised them a lot was their ability to be able to still really stay in a game, to be able to pull it back even if they don't do so well in the laning phase. But with this one, they weren't able to get it done. I'll say it again, Outsiders did take game 1 off of Team Spirit. What do you guys want to talk about? Do you want to talk about the game first or the draft? I'll let you guys decide.
I mean,
Every game starts with a draft.
that's true.
Okay, all right, all right. Fear, you can start then with
Take it away, Fear.
the downfall of Spirit's draft.
Well, I don't know if there's a downfall. We'll go with that. So like, it just was missing certain elements if you compare it to like Outsiders draft. Like, it's not a very complete draft. Like, they have like 4 range intelligence heroes. Very squishy draft along with the RAZER. It just felt like even if the game like went well for them, there's always a point where like, you know, Timber or Tiny could jump on a hero and install his TA and instantly like delete them. They're missing initiation as well. They really have to hit these curses on top of black holes. It was too much of one thing, you know. They went all in on like the magic damage and like the team fight ultimates, and they didn't really have much of that like skirmish potential. They didn't really have like that initiation like you have with the Tiny or the Timber going in creating the chaos. It was really hard for, you know, Collapse to get these black holes, because who's gonna go in first in these fights to like make space for, you know, these team fight ultimates to be available.
Did you find that there was anything impressive still about Spirit and the way they played Sheep with that lineup?
I mean, I think they used their early timing, or they tried to make their early timings work well. There was a lot of good timings in this game. Like Rubik forcing the Quap ult bot, and then they instantly have that like Enigma blink. They smoke up with it. They get the kill on Ramsey's mid on his TA. Like, these things are all very nice. Like, this is still a team that knows when they can fight. I think at one point they had Aegis on Outsiders, and Spirit still smoked up because they wanted to take a good fight. Like, I still feel a lot of confidence when I watch Spirit play. Even when they're behind, when they're losing, they don't look lost. Like, they have ideas and know how they want to play. But yeah, like, on the opposite side, Queen of Pain, GPK, he got his Orchid timing. He absolutely popped off. I know he was hiding top for a bit, waiting to see if someone would push there. Instantly TP's bot. You know, goes for a kill there, rotates back instantly to mid, gets more kills with his Orchid. Like, he was having so much impact with this.
Was there a hero that really stood out for you on Outsiders? Because, you know, I know you guys didn't like the Dazzle. Did it have an impact that you liked in the laning phase? Was it that Tiny? Was it the TA? Did you see, you know, that Quap? We didn't really pick it, even though we talked a lot about it needing to be mobility for their last pick. Did they kind of all hit what they needed to hit and have those movements together as a team?
Well, I definitely really like TA, like the vision that he gave with his traps. Team Spirit just did not de-ward those 2 traps in their triangle, and that gave away a lot. It was like one time they tried to smoke to top, looking for a kill, and they had all walked over the TA traps, which meant that you know, Outsiders know that they were all grouped up, which likely meant they were going to smoke, so that just got broken by Tiny, and the move just failed completely. Like, that was like very, very good.
So as heroes, I mean, I must say, like, the TA ended up going like 0 and 4 in lane, so I'm not sure if that was Dazzle had much lane impact there. I mean, he did have some.
I'm just giving you the floor to really drive home the Dazzle point.
He had some nice graves later on in saves. He ended up saving a lot of people. I mean, maybe it's impossible for me to be impressed by this Dazzle hero just because of how the hero like plays out, right? Nothing too flashy. You'll see a grave save every once in a while, but I have not been impressed so far with the laning stage of the Dazzle. However, they did pick the Enigma to like not get poison touched, right? So they did counter pick him. So you could say in a way that Dazzle made Spirit draft him the way they did to have like an incomplete lineup. So
Didn't he die to the Dazzle? Didn't Enigma die in lane?
I mean, I just remember watching TA die like 4 times in lane, so
Yeah,
I
I mean,
think that
that's
overshadowed everything else.
I remember seeing Dazzle slay the Enigma. Just
And the
really...
Enigma came back and slayed TA.
Okay, and?
No, that was it.
Yeah.
Alright.
And that's what happened.
Yeah, that was the only thing that mattered, was just that little play out in the lane. Nothing else for that game.
Nothing.
Absolutely
Didn't
nothing.
care about the rest of it.
Didn't even watch. Wasn't worth it.
Wasn't
real.
worth it, just that one interaction. What is going to be worth it, though, is a game 2. It's going to be happening very soon, and I'm hoping that Team Spirit can come back and force us to a game 3.
I told you every single time, don't you worry. You would always call me at the wrong time, so you can know what I was up to. Oh, don't you get that it's just stupid? Hey, just hear me out. It's been a while since we were good, so why we dragging out when we've been doing everything we could? I don't wanna feel so lonely tonight. Every time we spend time, I wanna do this for the last time. I don't need it, no, I don't need it, no, don't need you here to feel alright. It's crazy how we started off so good. Every single hour with you vanished just like that. But now it feels like I've been trapped, and I can't believe how you don't see it.
Welcome back, guys. We are going to be jumping into game 2 between Outsiders and Team Spirit very soon. I got to fix this posture. Oh, it's just...
That's right. Sit up straight. You're tall.
Is there-
I'm relaxing.
You're just like slouching in this chair, embracing the posture.
This chair's great.
I don't like that
I
chair.
don't know why. It's like great. It's
Fear
like,
sleeper.
you go all the way
incoming.
back. Yeah, see?
Go.
Ah,
He's
Relax.
getting settled.
I might fall asleep if I sit here too much longer. I gotta
We're
wake up.
all
See ya.
getting comfy, getting ready for this game 2. It'll be happening very, very soon. Hopefully the series does go to a game 3. But if we want it to make it the distance, what is Spirit going to have to change up? Yes, Fear over there.
I think Clap should play one of his signature initiators. 1 second. And
Oh,
I
you're
just
not
think
the teacher. Yes, Sheep, go.
no,
No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Yes. Finish your point, Fear.
no. I just want to see a more well balanced like lineup from Team Spirit. Like the carry choice is fine. I don't hate Razor. I think the heroes that were left in the pool were quite limited to deal
Yeah.
with like the Timber Saw. But like really wanted to see like something more from Collapse. Like he had a great game over on the Enigma, but like he couldn't get the big black holes off because they didn't have any melee heroes, so I could get in there and like they jump on and then the black hole come after. You don't initiate with black hole, you counter initiate. And yes, sheep.
Oh my god, thank you. And also, you know, like when he did black hole, TA just kind of 3-shot him while he was black hole. If he didn't catch the TA, he would just die.
Yeah.
So it wasn't even like a need of stuns. He just just got killed straight up. It feels bad.
That is a
Maybe
really
just
feels bad.
Ban the timber saw so you don't feel like holding your
First
draft.
phase?
Like, huh?
You
Yeah,
could, I
just
guess.
ban it. It's like if it's comfort for them, if they're gonna first phase it, if it's gonna limit your ability to draft that much, ban it, and then pick your comfort.
Do you think the Timber is a hero though that should be limiting their draft in this way, or have Spirit potentially gotten in their own heads about the Timber?
I mean, at least
It wasn't the
this
timber,
patch,
right?
they've
It
been-
was the dazzle, right?
The Dazzle.
The dazzle made them draft the way they did. The
For
timber
sure.
was
Yeah, they're
just
like, oh,
an
no axe.
afterthought.
like,
Don't know
oh,
what I'm gonna pick.
like, oh god, I need to pick axe, and then like they just panicked afterwards. Yeah,
It's like, what do I pick versus dazzle? This hero is too OP.
let's pick a big team fight ult that can be
And
countered
so
by
they picked
Grave.
5 heroes that were not melee, so they couldn't get poison touched. That's
So smart.
it. Was all the dazzle really.
Yeah.
This is why Fear won TI for real. It's because he was able to
Get
ban
in.
dazzle in the moments that count.
Every
No,
game.
he got in the head of his opponents who were in the head of him. So really, he was just back in his head after passing through the head of the
What the-
opponents.
Who was in my head?
You won, bro. That's all that matters. You won. You won, bro. But we're also all winners as a Game 2 draft is coming our way.
Wow.
Yeah, we all
Okay.
get to win because at the end of the day, we got our friendship.
Okay. I was wondering where that was going. Really had to think about that one.
It's the power of friendship that really wins out here. And
True.
also guessing some bands and picks.
Hmm.
Oh, look.
Are you
I
sure?
already looked, so
Are you sure we're friends? Because
There's only
I
one.
actually remember reading a Reddit comment that said that due to like a eyebrow twitch from Fear once during a panel, he actually hated us and thought we were stupid
Do you
when
hate
we were
us?
speaking. So I just need to confirm: is that
Oh, there's the Twitch! There's the Twitch! He hates us!
He hates us.
no, I don't hate you. It's always a
Oh,
wonderful
no.
experience
Oh,
talking
thank
about
you.
Dota 2.
Thank
Oh,
you.
thank
with
you.
guys. Yes.
Thank you. I was gonna see if you was gonna add on the end with you guys. Oh,
Oh,
hey,
whoa.
look at those statistics. Our friendship stats are higher than
Are we
that.
tiny to
Yeah.
find the draft here?
Yeah, we
we
were.
got
Did
it? Viper's banned
5 seconds
as
remaining.
as expected. DM, you know, if there's anything more scary than his Timbersaurus, it's his Viper.
Toxic
So true.
player.
Apart from that time he fed on it, but you know what can you do?
Part of the day had a really bad showing.
That's just the ways of Viper.
Sometimes you play good, sometimes you play like trash.
Yeah.
I wonder
Oh.
if they're gonna ban the Timber now because they did ban Monkey, which is one of the more popular heroes versus the Timber Saw. If they want to fill
Dire
cornering it,
team
otherwise the Dazzle. Oh no,
Oh.
they both got through.
Alright, during that whole kerfuffle, I lost my in-air, so I'm gonna find it.
Alright,
Okay,
that's
alright.
Thank
fine.
you.
We'll all be quiet and watch.
No, please don't. Don't
So
draw
is
more
Team
attention to it.
Spirit gonna deny
she's good.
pick the Dazzle first pick here? Block pick
10
rather. Sorry.
seconds
Sorry,
remaining.
block the Dazzle, did you just say?
Yeah, is Team Spirit gonna first
No.
pick Dazzle?
Yeah, they
to
should.
block
No.
it?
Yes, yes, yes.
No, they're not.
They should
And force
first-
outsiders into an uncomfortable and miserable drafting situation as Team Spirit was in Game 1.
No.
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 Okay, they're gonna. You know what they should do?
What?
They should just dual pick on 5. Like they should pick Dazzle and Timbersaw right now. And that way outsiders
But they're gonna
can't have
steal
either.
Dazzle. Right
No,
now.
no, they should pick both heroes right now.
They only have one pick right now.
Well, they can
10
just pick both.
seconds remaining.
We'll break the game
Good
and pick
talk.
both.
This
Dire
we're really
team
analyzing this one.
Yeah, Park, that one was banned last time.
Okay.
So Spirit pick it up.
I love Puck. Puck's good against Dazzle and it's good against Timber. So.
Weasel its way in.
Puck is entering territory
Dire
of Void
team
Spirit for me.
Yeah,
It's
as
like
in
very-
bored of it.
Yeah, I'm super bored.
Okay. I think I really like this response though. Something that locks down the puck and also does damage. Like in the past, we've seen DK Skywrath together. I think Zeus is a little bit more in the meta right now than Sky. So
And I
That's a
feel
good
like Void
preference.
Spirit's
10
more in the meta
seconds
than
remaining.
DK.
yeah, but the DK can still go off lane.
5 seconds
It's not locked
remaining.
into mid.
That's true, but
Void-
isn't Puck kind of locked into mid though? Like,
Yeah.
what's the point of
Team
flexing a
Spirit's
DK?
turn to
Well,
ban.
Maybe they
like-
potentially want to win mid lane really hard with like some cheesy matchup and just have their stun in the game for the off lane.
Mm.
Well, I can build a case for it if you want.
Yeah, sell us on it.
Okay.
Sure, I'd love it.
Okay, so what they could do here is you need a stun for Puck regardless, and
Okay.
DK is a good stun, and he can flex either to the off lane or to the mid, but he doesn't really win super hard versus Puck mid. They could pick something better in the mid matchup versus Puck, which I'm not sure what that would be. Maybe a Kunkka. That one hurts, but he can't catch the Puck, so if they do both those, they could win the mid lane really hard while still having the stun to catch him later on in the game.
Okay, I'm sold.
Man's been drinking mate. It's the speed he's talking. Holy. I'm just-
This is rapid fire.
All right, my case has been built, or his case has been built. I agree with it. The handshakes all around. Very good.
I'm gonna point out something super interesting and super
Okay.
cool.
Okay.
Is that in game 1, Outsiders bans were Puck and Dawnbreaker, and wouldn't ya have it? That's a big yawn. Team Spirit pick up Puck and Dawnbreaker in first phase.
Yeah.
Here in game 2.
Feels kind of bad for outsiders because when they give away Puck, like, you don't want to take that Dawnbreaker because it doesn't have the lockdown for Puck. I mean, it's still a strong hero, but they've chosen rather to just like try and straight up address the Puck, and Dawn doesn't do that, so it does end up giving it away. Hero's giga strong though.
I love playing
Keep going.
Dawnbreaker with these Void Spirit Puck heroes that have like invulnerability in a way that can just get into the middle of the fight. It makes it like super easy to get your ultimate off because like Puck can go in, drop the coil, get in the middle of everything, and then also not die. And you can also save them too with the heal, right? These heroes like can get caught off guard without like their save ability up, and the heal will be enough to just like get them out of dangerous situations. But also adds to the team fight quite a lot, so it's a pretty good combination.
Can I ask you about interaction? Because I was playing Dawnbreaker with a Void Spirit on my team, and when he used his, you know, when he like sinks into the ground,
Yeah.
and I tried to ult on that, and it did not work. Does the same thing happen with phase shift?
Yeah, he's probably not on the map, but you
Okay.
use it like before
Okay.
he does that.
I mean, yeah, it's
So,
walk aroundable, but yeah, it's very annoying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Yeah, so can we get that
So
fixed?
even-
Thank you.
yeah. So if Dragonite
I mean, they're not
doesn't Puck at all this
untargetable,
game,
so,
you know,
like, why
Dawn's
would
there
you
to
be able
ult
to
anyway.
target
It's all
them?
good. What? Why would you want to
Yeah, no,
target
he's
the
right.
Puck?
No, if they're technically untargetable.
Yeah.
That's why you can't target them to put your ult on him.
Well, yeah, but I'm an ally. I should be allowed to. I should have their like.
Break the rules for me.
I should have a tracker on them, you know, GPS all the time, so I can get that all off.
Wow, so you stalk your allies with GPS?
Yeah.
Yeah, she put
In the
Uh,
field of battle,
I don't-
yeah.
She put Find My iPhone on her phone
I don't know
so
if we
she
can be
hunt me
allies,
down
sorry.
every day.
So, Fear, I have to question, like, why were you at Target on Sunday at 9 p.m.?
9 p.m.?
Super sus, bro.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been. Is it even open at 9 p.m.?
Yeah, it's open till 10 p.m.
Oh, I see.
I
was
just
just getting,
made that up.
I
I
was
have no
getting some
idea.
last minute shopping in.
You never know for those last minute nighttime necessities.
All right, wonderful, guys.
Like picking up an ogre.
Tanky boy.
Some last minute made in vodka. Get me through my nighttime pubs.
He really is maximizing his day and night out there.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, ogre, do you guys want to talk about it? Do you not want to talk about it?
He's got 2 heads.
You do.
He's slightly
That's-
overweight.
Holy shit, I said talk about it, not fucking roast him. Oh my god.
Now said the swear word again. She's on her
Oh
like
my
8th F word
god,
of
you
the
guys
week.
have been dropping swear words today. Thank you very much. Just because mine has more weight to it.
Fear, if you were to be an
A
ogre
swear
magi,
word? Which one would it be?
I could quite literally tell you every reason why Ogre's good this game, if you want.
Why would it?
Yes.
Or
Yeah,
would you
but what
rather
head
meme?
would you rather be if you had to be one? The
I mean, I would be like the bigger one. The small one looks really funny.
yeah.
Sounds about right.
I mean, the other one, like the big head looks dumb. The other one just looks disfigured.
Oh my god. I'd be the small head then. I'd be the small head.
Okay. Alright, so let's balance that out. Give us one reason why Ogre Magi is good.
I'll
this
give you
game.
2.
Damn.
In lane for Dawnbreaker, she starts channeling her Starbreaker, her Q. You can cancel that with your Fire Blast,
That's
so
true.
you stay patient. Number
Hell
2,
yeah.
first Puck, also the Fire Blast, very good versus heroes. It's not instant cast, but it is still a fairly fast stun
10
and
seconds
decent
remaining.
lockdown. And plus Ogre, he's big and beefy, we talked about, which means
5
he doesn't go
seconds
down
remaining.
easily to Puck's like 1-2 nuke combination. It'll take a lot of items for Puck to be able to kill this Ogre before he gets his Fire Blast off. And that is it.
Damn.
2 points for 2 heroes.
Thank you. You actually answered my follow-up question, which was, why Ogre over a hero like Lion or Shaman, which have instant hexes. But thank you. That was very
Yeah,
insightful.
no problem. I mean, if Puck has vision, you can instant kill both those heroes.
So true.
So it's
true.
really comes like a battle of positioning, which both those heroes are still good. I mean, Lions just completely fell off the planet, but
That's not
I could
true. Boom
be
were playing it.
A little bit
Right?
blind, by the way.
I'm sure they lost.
Yes, they did
10
play it.
seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
I don't think they actually lost with it. But the thing I was going to say about Ogre, and I could be a little bit blind, but I actually think this is the first time we're seeing it in Div 1 Eastern Europe for this tour.
I have no idea.
No,
They're not fact checking
I've
on
definitely seen
I
this
am
hero.
looking at the facts,
that. Okay.
and I am almost
Don't remember if it's Eastern Europe.
100% positive this is the first time we're seeing it in Div 1 Eastern Europe.
But
Can I,
Geforce
can I
also
challenge that?
Yeah.
No, okay, sure.
All right, I'm just gonna challenge that.
Okay, well, here you go. Here.
No.
Here are the facts. Not in the list, buddy, so I'm pretty sure you're wrong.
I can't see from here.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, while
he's
there's two
wrong.
blind people are looking at lists of heroes, Team Spirit Juggernaut is pretty hype. This is like a hero that we've seen lose quite often. I know Fear's very not sold on the hero as a carry, but Team Spirit have won with it, have looked dominating with it. I
Lone
think
Druid.
they like to buy, if I'm thinking correctly, Yatoro buys like Mjolnir into like Basher. And yeah, they win, they dominate with it. It looks good. I'm hyped to see him play it again.
Yeah, he's gonna buy Mjolnir Shard, like every Juggernaut does. Maybe a Manta if he needs it.
Yeah,
He's gonna spin around.
yeah.
Team Spirits turn to battle.
Now he's gonna get linked. We're gonna see Razor. If history repeats itself, we're gonna go to
Okay.
game 3.
Yeah. Well, what I really like about this Jug pick, at the very least, despite the link, is that there is no real, like, breaking of the Omni Slash. We've seen so many Omni Slashes get, like, Faceless Void, like, jumps
10
it off,
seconds
so-and-so, like, phase shift, people just leave. Like, at least this DK, Ogre, and stuff, they should just die to it, hopefully. There is
Unless
high
there's a
armor on
Lotus Orb.
DK, but...
Then you can never.
Yeah, if there's a Lotus, that would be a problem. But maybe he can just Omni Slash someone next to the Lotus, bro.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how this Jug does. I mean, I would have just instant picked Lone Druid if I was on Outsiders, but that's just me.
That's just
Or
you.
a special breed of
Yeah.
Lone Druid players.
Entire
You're
team
playing versus
battle.
Puck, you're playing versus Clock, or you're playing versus Jug. It's actually the freest game ever. It's
Team
pretty good versus
Spirits
Stormbreaker too,
turn
but
to ban.
Okay.
not everyone wants free wins, and I respect that. Sometimes you want to grind for that win.
I think something tells me Fear like did not like drink his milk today. He's just really grouchy on edge. Like he's really flaming a lot of people.
Maybe he had some sour milk or something.
Yeah,
It's a little bit off. It's because he missed his 9 PM Target trip. That's why. That's why he didn't pick up his milk from Target. That was the issue. That's why he's a bit grouchy. He didn't have any milk. It was all off.
It's true.
Entire team battle.
Well,
I can't deny that.
Okay, well it's all good. So something else that Jug does really nicely is that when he picks up his Mjolnir, he does a lot of AOE damage because when you're Omni
does.
slashing, all of the procs are going off. So during this whole idea is that they're gonna coil, they're gonna Omni slash. Like everyone inside the coil is gonna take a lot of damage. That's what
10
Jug's gonna
seconds
do.
remaining.
So just nice, and obviously like they do have a
5
lot of magic
seconds
damage on
remaining.
Outsiders that he's gonna be able to spin off.
Slardar?
Do not
So-
pick Slardar.
I mean, Night Stalker and Enigma are banned. Both really good heroes versus Juggernaut.
Yeah.
Night Stalker, you have that ground silence, and Juggernaut doesn't want to buy BKB. It's one of the few carries that does not enjoy going that item because you have that built-in magic immunity. But you kind of
Team
have to versus Night
Spirits
Stalker, so they
turn to
removed
pick.
it. So what's left? Like
What if
Axe,
Outsiders
Kappa?
just put? Oh, we're talking for Spirit right now.
Kappa.
They could put the Dawn
Entire
off lane.
team pick.
I mean,
Darkseer!
Oh my god.
That's great. That's great.
Lyrical's
That is
probably
great.
jumping up and down. He's probably
No,
popping off.
Nat, stop talking. I want to talk about Darkseer. All right, this is so exciting. Okay, they have
I know,
multiple.
I'm gonna cut
they
you
have
off the
multiple
moment
melee.
Outsiders
Shut up,
picks.
Fear. They have multiple melee heroes to put this Iron Shell on, like the Jug, the Clock, the Dawn. All are going to be able to get in the middle of the enemy heroes and do lots of damage with it. If he goes Ags, it's going to be like extra effective. You also have obviously like the vacuum into the coil, into everything. It's like so much damage, so good. I'm super excited. The wall's gonna be fantastic. Like these are Outsiders heroes right now. A lot of them want to be like on the front line. The Razor, the DK, the Ogre. It's gonna like lead to a lot of grouping up that Darkseer's gonna be super effective against. I just think like right now Spirit are hitting this super early timing where they can just output so much damage in like this 20-minute mark and just take amazing team fights into Roche, into like objective taking. Is very scary for Outsiders to defend against.
all right, that's cool and all, but now they're gonna move DK to position 4.
Okay.
Zeus mid, pick Faceless Void carry,
Yeah,
and then that's it. They're gonna win the game.
that's just so not true.
What do you mean? They'll have Zeus plus Void.
Yeah.
Razor DK will be
Okay,
versus
they
the
might
Jug.
do it, but I don't think it'll be good.
Why not?
Because you can just die. Oh, like bro. Alright.
Lycan got through.
So Lycan, it's a good choice. Like it's kind of like he doesn't play lone druid offlane. Clearly, like not many people do. But it's like the same
Shame.
idea.
This is
You're
not
picking
TI3.
a zoo type of hero that will absorb the Omni Slash and just run at the Juggernaut. It's pretty good, and he's gonna spin. He's gonna do some stuff. But I think this Lycan is a mediocre pick. It's not bad by any means. He has a lot of work to do in this game for sure to pull it off.
Awesome. Well, you got to have your words about Darkseer, but I know there's a special
Yeah.
someone out there who has some special words about Darkseer.
Oh,
Let's go,
yeah,
Pablo!
I'm so
Alright.
happy.
Yes, Lyrical, please. You get the whole spiel now of Darkseer. You get to repeat whatever Sheep said.
It seems pretty cool. I don't know. I'm just excited. It's gonna be cool. That's all I got.
Dude, it was actually a
He's
plus
speechless.
4 DK, guys.
The Virgin
Wait, it
Analyst
is
versus the
40K.
Chad Doxer Enjoyer.
Damn.
Exactly.
Well, there you go.
That's it.
All right. Well, we got our pop-off from Lyrical about Darkseer. We got Fear predicting something else again with no pop-off. Classic. And so the only other reliable thing here is Trent giving us so much insight very quickly about this game.
Well, it's a 4DK. We haven't seen that really since like the quals last year, right? In NA, big shout out to 1437. He was popping off the DK pretty hard, and we had a little bit of a support DK meta. So we'll see if Yamich can just kind of do his thing. Very similar to Tiny in some ways, a little bit worse at it, but he's tanky. He'll stun people.
Okay.
Try and win the game.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how Outsiders and Team Spirit do play this out as we jump into Game 2.
I'm so excited, Trent. It's going to be awesome. Man, game number 2, and Team Spirit opt to go with a hero that is so dead that we don't even talk about him anymore, except for me. I'm literally the only person. Holy moly. But some cool stuff coming out. Do you like the last pick, Lycan?
Yes, yeah, busted hero, very very strong. So look, this is only like the 11th Darkseer, really, across all regions. That's crazy.
Dude, it's quite rough. It is very, very rough. And oh my goodness, a little bit of an action there. They do scout it out. I think this means that they're going to be able to find that ward up there too.
But I mean, yes. So for those not in the know, Lyrical's a bit of a Darkseer aficionado here. The man, you know, if any hero could carry Lyrical all the way up to the tops of Divine, it was Darkseer.
That's right.
Why am I not seeing him all the time? Give me the lowdown. Give me the skinny.
So a couple of issues that you run into. One, the heroes that he's good against, they're not that great right now. And if you look, like, Wall kind of meh this game, right? You're going to have a Razor in it. You're going to have, like, in the heyday, it was against Terrorblade. It was against Luna. When those heroes were killing it, it was awesome.
Like crazy agi stat carries?
Yes, those are the ones. Now, there is something that I'll say I really like in this game, which is that he has a puck. You love playing with puck. You get the coil down. You can vacuum break the coil. And then the other thing is that when you play with Juggernaut, who is currently getting beaten down, it can be really nice to do like spin Ion Shell. It's so much damage over time. 165 on the spin, and then of course you get up to 90. And if you get to the level 20 talent, you just start absolutely wrecking them. But they're swapping lanes because they want to have a better lane setup.
Oh well, Yamich is well figuring that one out. It's these high fives collapse. Catches him coming through the jungle. He's just delaying him.
Yeah, and he wanted to, I think, maybe get one Ion Shell off their collapse. Sometimes you you want to throw it early to have a double on the way, but he might not have been doing that anyways. Dude, this is terrible. They actually lost. Team Spirit, what are you doing? Yo, what happened?
All right, so Darkseer expert, what do you do now?
Cry. Oh God. Is that
So
really
he just
better
misses the
lane?
entire first wave.
Oh, geez. Dude, they're just going to full on tri-lane him here. I mean, Clockwork's one of the best that you can combo it together with, but like level 1 Ion Shell just does no damage.
All right, getting some XP now. The collapse is in there.
Dude, this is the other problem, is that it's so easy to bully the Darkseer at level 1 that, like, I mean, your lane is really important to, like, at least not go tragically bad, and that's what this has happened down bottom.
Yeah, he's also a bit of a passive offlaner, I would say, compared to the people who want to like make plays. Luckily, they have a puck, so that's not like, too huge of a deal.
Right.
He is someone who he plays more like your like Beastmaster style, right? Where like he kind of wants to, like occupy an area for a little bit, as opposed to like smoking up and doing stuff.
No, it's true.
But
and
they have Puck and Dawnbreaker, so they have a lot of like, we're gonna start a fight. Puck, Dawnbreaker, and Clockwork. So it is a really good Darkseer game in that sense. But like you said, he still needs a good start. He needs a decent lane, and this is one way to prevent that.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering if maybe even we see him just like at the early going here, you know, sacrifice all his farm, just get levels, and then try and fight with the team. Some like it's definitely not going to be like the big Aghanim Scepter or Refresher that you tend to see, and instead he's going to have to play a lot more around that Puck and like giving the Iron Shell to him and the Clockwork and the Dawn, and just trying to let them be the ones that make the plays.
4 DK is always pretty interesting, though.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, you pick it versus the Puck all the time for the stun, and when you're position 4, at least you'll still have that. But, like, obviously it's not quite the same in the support role. It could be a little bit rough, especially if they have a lot of damage.
Right.
Which they, I don't know, they have, like, damage over time, like you said, with the Iron Shell and the spin, and so, like, maybe there'll be opportunities for Yamish to get off a second stun in a fight, but I'm a little skeptical of this game. This feels like a they just really wanted the Lycan pick, right? That's essentially DK being sacrificed for Lycan.
Right. Yeah, that seems like it. And I'm not sure how much that's going to come back to bite him or not. I mean, at the very least, it's not going to be easy for them to kill this DK. There you go. Hey.
I mean, I'm a Lycan believer. Probably one of the best heroes of the patch, I think, especially when it's picked late. He's a game winner, you know. He can take over, run down the whole game, and even if you don't snowball or something, the hero still has a lot of value. Between like the vision, they don't have anything good versus the creep this game, other than battery assault. I guess is kind of okay. We've seen lately versus the Helm of the Dominator stuff. So I feel like their pressure of group up is going to be formidable.
Right. Well, and even like, you know, the thing that we talked about earlier of like the Juggernaut spin with Iron Shell, the damage isn't going to be coming out quick enough to deal with DM, I think. And DM can just like turn and fight and beat the crap out of you.
Or run away.
Yeah, or run away, right? Like either one, it's going to be tough no matter what. And right now they're just losing all 3 of their lanes. I guess Puck is having a pretty good time in the mid lane. So that's something. They need that to happen.
Yeah, Maboshka at least got the TP out as well, so it won't die. Just goes back to the tier 1 tower, able to hang around because he's the salve. But trading regen versus an ogre always feels terrible because you're never winning that battle.
Bounties traded off there, and Image comes back in trying to contest where this pull is going on. Ramses will catch the creep wave and link it back up again. So nothing free here. Being given for Team Spirit, and almost loses his courier. Gets away, just down there bottom.
All right, I have a question for you. Will this be the first good Juggernaut game that Fear has seen? Because I feel like every time he gets picked, I always hear Fear on the panel talk about he always wants his Juggernaut lose, and it seems to go that way. Is this a game? Do you think? Can Jug do it? Can Yaldero do it?
Oh God, I don't know, man.
He's hesitating. He doesn't like it.
I don't like
really,
it.
He just can't think because he's watching a Darkseer die.
Dude, it's just it
hurts
so
his
painful.
brain.
It's so painful. Oh, that was a nifty little play there, though. It's still gonna die. Okay, that happens. And Mira trying to get maybe a little bit of counterplay here onto Yamage. That's gonna be enough. Collapse gets the kill, so a nice little injection of gold there makes a difference.
Oh, that's the dream. You get the XP as the support, but you still get to at least pass the gold off to your core. Very well done there. Yeah, Clockwork and Darkseer are very interesting because like I always like playing Darkseer versus Clockwork because I like to vacuum an enemy team into their allies' cogs. I was thinking that's pretty funny. But on the same team, you can also do some pretty cheeky stuff like that where you have a lot of manipulation, right? They have the coil, and then you're going to have this vacuum. You're going to have the hot cogs pushing. So Outsiders, depending on how this game goes, might end up feeling a little bit like they're pinballs.
Yeah, I think it's my favorite combo to play together with it. You just do so much damage if you Iron Shell up the clock and let him run on in. Can absolutely destroy people in the mid game, but need to get those levels up. And in the other side of the lanes here, you can see that at least mid, Toronto Tokyo hits level 6. So does GPK. Have to watch out for any Thunder God's Wrath attempts.
Well, I know that you've been trying position 4 Darkseer, so it looks like collapses as well. You know, I mean, he's level 3.5. Mira's level 4.25.
Dude, yeah, it ain't no joke. This is a terrible lane for him. Bottom has not gone well, and it's actually going to get even worse here. If they can kill off Mira, ooh, just barely gets out of there, actually.
All right, he was basically suiciding to give space for Collapse to hit like 4 creeps there, and it worked. I'm so impressed he lived.
It's true. I mean, they need some. Oh, no, he didn't. Okay. That happens.
Well, you know, it happens.
Toronto Tokyo chasing through the jungle. Gives up on it there. Yeah. Pretty substantial lead in the laning stage, and Collapse in trouble again as they will find him and move on in for the kill. Mira can't do anything to salvage that. And this is a rough one down here. This Razer's getting out of control.
It's making the position 4 DK look good, but it's really not. Like, I mean,
No,
you know, it's just,
no.
But when you can walk up and Dragon Tail in these situations, because the laning setup is going so poorly for the Darkseer, and he has a Razor who benefits so much just from that 2-second stun, it's such a good way of making this viable for Yamich.
It's true. And, I mean, getting him off to a hot start, like, obviously only boots right now, but if you can get into a Blink Dagger on this DK, that game just feels really tough. Good stun, but the pullback afterwards, setting up for enough of a kill here, though. Yamich in some trouble. Will they have enough damage? Yes, they bring him down. Mira gonna pay the price afterwards, though.
Yeah, in the end, it's still just a trade, unfortunately. They just need a W down here, you know?
That ain't coming. Unless Puck's down here too, they're not going to get it. I don't think so.
I know what you mean
too.
Because we've just been looking at bottom players this whole time, because mid is just, you know, whatever. They're just sort of farming it up. Top, very similar situation. Hard for them to actually track down and kill DM. By the way, DM doing great. Has more last hits than Yadoro in what's mostly been a 1v2 lane. Hakoda was up here for a while, but between the manipulation of the wolves and moving the creeps and stuff, DM's just been doing so much work up here. Absolutely crushing it.
I mean, it does definitely feel like we've been mainly, well, actually, hold that thought. Jump forward, coil afterwards. Mira right on top of him. Cogs catches him in it. And now GPK in some trouble. Collapse making the move over, trying to finish it off, and they will get him. Toronto Tokyo turns now, vacuum board onto 2 of them. Razor makes the movement over, and they will kill off Mira. And afterwards, I think Collapse is going to go down again. Doesn't have Surge back up again for a second. Goes the Ion Shell there onto the small creep, which will give him one last hit, but loses his life afterwards.
He almost found an escape there with the help of that Centaur Stomp, but Yamich had been wisely holding the stun for so long at that point that it wasn't given an opportunity to TP out. And so who was the real winner in all that? Puck got some gold, some XP. I guess it was Puck, right? Got some gold, got an XP, didn't die. Pretty good. And, well, on Outsiders, it's Razor. He's got 410 gold and 357 XP on Ramses. That's a big injection. As someone who wants to, like, keep staying in the lane. Because, like, Collapse, again, he kind of has to be here. I don't think he's really ready to go jungle. I mean, you can with level 3 Ion Shell, but it's so much more valuable to be in lane. But you can't be here versus this Razor. Like, do not get walk off stun.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so sad to watch.
Does have the jump away, but Mira trying to save his life. Cogs pushback. Collapse still going to be under fire. Has a wall if he wants to drop it to try and get out. Mira, though, is going to be caught. Collapse goes down. Mira goes down. And it's been only these two pretty much that feel like they have just been catching the brunt of the Outsiders draft.
No, it is them, dude.
Yeah.
They're 4 and 4 of the kills.
Yeah, that hurts. I mean...
This is when you're playing your pub and you're like, what's going on down there, man? I'm winning my lane. What are you guys doing?
I mean, this is just the lot that they're leading in life. It's,
top didn't call missing. Lycan's bottom.
Yeah, I like that. It's good. Well, 2K gold lead. Mira comes back in. He's getting close to level 6, but with no transformation.
You know who else is?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mitch is almost there, bud. He's almost ready. He's gonna have that range stun pretty soon.
Dire's top tower
Jeez.
is under
Yeah, that's
attack.
crazy. And he's what going? Is he going to go for the full Soul Ring first? He might.
He's just playing tiny. He's just doing the same thing. He's
Yeah.
gonna go Soul Ring Blake.
Oh, Mira has
Dire's
hook shot
top
available.
tower is
Wants to
under
save it,
attack.
but will just go for it in the end. And afterwards, they bring on in Collapse, and it'll be more than enough to bring him down. Also, getting that Helm of the Dominator creep, much needed.
That was a lot of gold. That was his
Yeah.
entire army from DM because he's like, oh,
Dire's
maybe I can
top
save
tower
him.
has fallen.
But then with the Dawnbreaker coming through, there wasn't really much hope. And Miposhka will be 6 now, just off this mid wave. So time to smoke up with the next hook shot, I reckon. Go for another kill. Bring the puck
Yeah.
this time.
Yeah, I mean that actually is huge for him.
Dire's top tower
Like
is under
now a decent window here for Team Spirit. They throw another Ion Shell on, and if they stick around too long on DM or shows himself, can definitely die to the combo here. Mid lane, Toronto Tokyo pushing in the wave. Couple of TP rotations to deal with that aggression, but it's Collapse and Mira playing together. Hook shot back up in 3, but they do get scouted. Surge forward, find Hakoda. Ready to pull him back in here. Meanwhile, Puck works the rotation too. They find the Razor. Hook shot, wall on top. They find him and get the kill. Toronto Tokyo in trouble. DM is there as well. And Collapse is eventually going to get ran down. Can't drop any trees to stop the pressure. But they might have gone a bit too far on Team Spirit there, trying to finish off Hakoda. Not going to get him. So it was looking good for a moment. Only ends up in getting the Razor kill and losing 3 in turn.
And he actually just straight up died to support DK stun.
Yeah.
He just got stunned into Zeus ulti, heavenly jump, all the bursts. They threw it all on top of him for the kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
Tough
structures
stuff
are
indeed.
fortified.
Toronto Tokyo trying to stop the push from coming in. But it is so much pressure with the DK form and having that Helm of the Dominator creep already there. They do kill it. So that's something. Much needed.
Stacking his creeps all this. Mira has a hook shot. Will hit.
All right. Ready to keep it going. DM. Slow. Chase. Running in. Finding a chance for a kill. And DM is dead. Can they get any more afterwards? Meanwhile, Starbreaker
Nice.
Collapse makes the escape.
Dire's middle tower is under
And
attack.
another kill going their way.
Oh, a delayed TP there, but I guess his coil, well, it must have been like a second on CD or something.
Yeah.
No, not able to stop him.
Very interesting.
Collapse, by the way, finally getting that space. He's looking at a Wraith Pact.
Yeah.
Darkseer, you know, in the past, what, Mechs, Greaves, and Eggs have been like the big staples of the hero. And he hasn't really been that popular since Wraith Pact was really much of an item.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's recognizing that this game is not about him. It's all about Yadoro here, who did finish off the Battle Fury. So making him stronger, giving him Surge, giving his team Ion Shell, and setting up for kills does sort of give him now a kind of back seat going for this
Radiant's
Wraith Pack
middle
build.
tower is under attack.
Well, the
Yeah,
other
Mitch.
big buffer in this game, Hakoda has maxed the Bloodlust.
Oh,
Oh, the Wolf, dude.
yeah. Catches him there. Although, Dawnbreaker running in. Yamage getting burned by the Ion Shell does go down. They lose 1, and, well, they're going to lose 2, it looks like, as Miposhka eventually dies.
Look at Ramses. Level 4 Bloodlust right now. This is pretty frightening.
Radiant's middle
Like,
Yeah,
he
you're not
even
wrong.
didn't take his multicast until right now. He just got to that level 8. He has just been maxing Bloodlust and following Ramses around while he's, like, farming the jungle and stuff. And we don't see that much Ogre, but Ramses on this Razor, he is going to abuse everything that you give from Bloodlust, right? It's just everything that a Razor wants.
True. Yeah, that's scary. The more you think about it, he's also going boots of travel next, so he could be in every fight. Oh, jeez. Scary. This is the good Razor. We've seen a lot of Razors run into some issues, but this one's looking very good.
Well, it's despite 4 kill leads, only a little bit of gold. Game still relatively even, as you were recently mentioning. Yadoro finished on the Battle Fury and starting to actually get into the bigger items. the gameplay items, not just the farming items.
Yeah.
How good of a game does he have here? He has spin TP, pretty much always. Like, what's ever gonna stop spin TP? Like a Lycan bash.
Yeah, something like that.
So pretty unlikely. So we're spin TPing for days. So that's always a good sign. So we have the delay possibilities between a Darkseer, a Puck, and free spin TPs. So if they don't want to fight, Spirit don't necessarily have to. And when they want to fight, they have Hookshot as well as the Solar Guardian. So what you can do is you create this scenario where it becomes like a cat and mouse game of outsiders like trying to chase you down. And then you don't know if you're like chasing someone who's about to TP or chasing someone who's about to have 4 heroes appear out of the fog, which can get a little bit dangerous. But they have wolves, they have the Zeus Lightning, and they also just have tower pressure because of this like support DK, but mostly the Lycan and the army. So I think that outsiders need to not fall into the trap of chasing mice and just chase the towers that don't actually run away from you.
Fair enough. I like that idea as well. And of course, the other big one's going to be Roche eventually, which shouldn't be too hard for them either. Again, the big problem is just going to be like if there is that big fight and they're grouped together, which you're going to be because of vacuum. Big old Omni Slash with Battle Fury that will rip them to shreds.
Ooh, I'd love to see that.
It's something to watch for. But for now, again, 1,000 gold lead. Mira heads on over. They have this nifty little ward, which is scouting Yadro and Mira simultaneously. Is collapsed down bottom, chasing with Miposhka onto Hakoda. Does manage to get a little bit of distance and runs away. Very quick with the surge.
Yeah, a couple of nice wards. They have another ward down bottom. I really like this one from the tier 2, but Hakoda, well, he's going to die. But because Collapse can be playing down here so often that you want to know when someone's there to back up Collapse on this lane and when it's just Collapse on the Darkseer.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of those moments if there is one. And Ramsey's realizing that danger is going to leave down bottom and up top. Yadro in the area of Yemich. They do have GPK nearby, but there's no way you can find a kill onto Yadro in this game right now. Still just trying to get gold for Yemich's Blink. Ooh, BKB. Force it out. Down bottom, Ramses. Thought about chasing. Gives up on that one, but DM, he's the one that's making the move instead.
Yeah. Toronto Tokyo wants in here, right? He wants to fight, doesn't he? Like, no BKB, but they don't have enough damage, I guess, left in the tank.
Well, it's too scary. Interesting.
And speaking of damage, the Mage Slayer this game. After the Witchblade. Pretty cool from Toronto Tokyo.
Yeah, that's really nice against Zeus. Just reduces 35%.
Yeah, Zeus Razor.
Oh, goodbye, Mira.
Well, you know.
Well, DM ended up getting that kill with the Ice Fire Bomb. And they keep this bottom lane pushed out. Yeah, right?
Well, we love to see the Ancient Ice Shaman doing work. You know?
So often underappreciated, man. And down bottom again. They find him. This time, DM in some trouble and gonna get killed off. The Ion Shell damage was enough as Hakoda chased a little bit. Yemich looking for the stun, but they're gonna let him go here. Still,
the boosted travel counterplay is very interesting from Ramses, right? Because like Miposhka kind of knows he's gonna die for these plays. I feel like he has maxed out hammer, which is a crazy amount of damage, but he doesn't have that much survivability after if there's gonna be numerous heroes left. He's just like, yeah, you coil them, I'll hammer them, I'll stun them if I can, and we'll hope they kind of die during the burn duration essentially. But if I fall after, that's sort of all right. And then Ramses is there trying to TP in and like mop and bucket it up.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is interesting. And that's where, again, as Toronto Tokyo jaunts, gets out, I think he's away. Blink not there for Yemich. Damn, dude. I can't believe he got out of that.
Yeah, it was the ward. Their smoke popped on the other side of those trees just as he was already waning rifting to try and kill the wave. And the instant counter smoke, coil up in 3 seconds. They're running at GPK. They drew a line to GPK.
Okay. Scan. Doesn't find anybody in the intermediary area.
Oh, they got him.
GPK
They got him
right there. And coil down, in some trouble. Can they chase it down? Hook shot off the mark. Oh my God, hasted GPK making the moves, and now RAZER moves on in. They immediately just have to get the heck out of here. Trying to run, trying to escape. Surges himself, Collapse escaping. Toronto Tokyo still out of there. And John not going to quite be there. So they take down Toronto and Mira.
Yeah, he preemptively ulted for this on DM because he knew they were going to Roche. Once they were on the run there, like, we're going Roche 100%, even if we don't get the puck kill. I think at this point. So, miscommunication by... Oh, he tips Mira on the missed hook shot. Not having the puck move out of the way for the hook shot follow-up, right?
Yeah.
Like, that was free. There's no way to miss that.
Meanwhile, though, Collapse. They move on in with one. Yadaro there. Maposhka trying to bring down anybody. They have Ramsey's BKB pop, but Yadaro in trouble and eventually going to die. So the wheels kind of falling off here over these last couple of minutes as Outsiders take it.
I thought maybe the collapse illusion could deny it.
Would have been big.
I like how they're just not killing it. Guys, it's right there. Punch it once. All right, fine.
It's 5 gold. It's so it's so sad.
Support players. I see that gold, you know.
I think GPK
This
is
is a
dead.
bold go. Is he?
Never mind. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
That was a rough one. I mean, yeah, Collapse needed to be there to help out, and instead, he's just going to end up falling as well. Oh, man. 4K gold lead gives him the tip. We're not anticipating the boots travel.
Okay. I got nothing on that one. I don't know. I guess he was thinking like you vacuum him and then I'll hit the hammer and then like they can't kill him. He is Kaya Sanj and Essence Ring. Those two heroes do not have the damage.
Yeah. I think that if there weren't TPs, they could bring him down, just like slowly whittling him to death. But it's one of those things where they were there too quickly.
Yeah. Well, Team Spirit's certainly looking out of sorts with plays like that. And Outsiders, complete opposite. They've been very clean game 1 and looking great in game 2 as well. Now a 10-kill lead, 4K gold. And they just want to keep up the aggression. They're going to find Toronto Tokyo.
Oh, he has blink.
Yeah. Not much you can do there.
And gets out of there. So a lot of couriers being sniped by Mira. They gotta get some type of kills in this game, that's for sure. Oh, spin, TP out. Yadaro living. Mira looking like he's gonna do the same.
And Toronto Tokyo feeling the pressure of his position this game, not even going to go for the Lincolns, despite how nice it would be versus some of these heroes. I think he knows he needs like Kaya Sanji, he just needs to push waves. He just needs to be out there and be a face.
Can I just say I'm loving this? This is all going in the notebook of, you know, why Darkseer needs to be buffed. For all you Valve folk out there, just keep it in mind. Just, you know, look at what's happening here. It's a hard game. Outsiders, they've got 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Let's see what they try and do with it. Yadaro, spin, does not have TP, is in some trouble. Hook shot comes in. Mira Force Staff afterwards, trying to escape, and Thunder God's Wrath Collapse gonna drop the totem behind him, but I think that just means it's more gold going the other direction. Throws the Iron Shell onto the illusion and tries to escape, but there's nowhere left to go. And on the other side, DM kills Maposhka too. They're all falling, Trent.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a massacre.
They're just running away. They're not hitting any creeps. At least Toronto, you got to the other side of the map, right?
There you go.
And he's pushing it out.
He's gonna have to spin TP again.
One of those games.
Oh, man. Difficult. Wow.
Hey, it's only 3K lead, you know. The lead's shrinking.
That's fair. It's a fair point. Where there's a will, there's a way.
And in another 4 minutes after this Aegis is gone, there'll be a shard. So.
There you go.
Maybe we'll see that. A blink up here. Oh, but wait, Mira actually living.
Hello,
Yo,
hello.
gamer?
Big
Okay,
gamer.
yeah, he was definitely giving the wave like you're dead, and he got out of there. So well done.
They're just trying to get some vision down now too. It looks like around the rest of the map. Maposhka's heading out on it. This game is looking super tough. Meanwhile,
Well, they know what they need to do.
what's that?
Push waves, baby.
There you go. Ramses has the refresher now too. He is so freaking farmed. They got Ags, Zeus, everything coming together for Outsiders. And in the meantime, we're going Pipe for Clock, Blink for Darkseer. You're going Kyle on Puck, and Jug in the meantime trying to get in towards the Lincolns.
The Wolves were gonna block the
Radiant's top
Ancients, and
tower
well,
is under
Maposhka's dead, and Yado's just like, bye, buddy.
Spin CP. The highlight of the game for Team Spirit right now.
I'm thinking about a
Toronto
Scythe on
Kyoto.
DM.
Okay. Sounds very cool. Rocket players scouting things out, and Roche is capable of responding in 3 minutes as the Aegis is going to be reclaimed.
Has been killed.
But to be honest with you, I don't even know if that's going to set them up to try and go for another like push. Did he just, yeah, he lost his
That was
Lincolns
his
too.
Lincolns. Yeah,
Yeah.
for 2 minutes.
Yeah, that one hurts. That one hurts a lot. All right, Blink done on Collapse. Let's see what they can do.
Does it change anything?
You could do some cool stuff with like Coil Break. It's going to be the main thing, I think. And then Omni Slash on top of it.
Are scattered.
But
Radiant's bottom
Yeah,
tower
that's
is
true.
under attack.
I actually like it
outs-
with the Omni Slash.
if Outsiders play it right, though, I don't think it matters. He needs
Well,
15.
we already saw last game. They were very good at dodging that idea of the group up and getting punished for it.
Right.
We have a Frenzy now. We have Bloodlust and Frenzy available on Ramses. Can I see this guy's attack speed here? Let me see. Juice him up.
Bottom tower is under
All right, if Outsiders get greedy, this could be the moment right here. Collapse just needs to not get his Blink broken right away, but this is potentially the moment.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh,
We'll
they are
see.
not bringing the other heroes, so
Never mind.
they've decided
not
this is
the
not
moment,
it
Trent.
yet. No. Yadro, you know what, guys? He's up top. He's got this little spell called Spin. He's got this item called TP. Oh, would you believe it?
Amazing. And he's out of it.
Yamich is dead in the river.
Okay. All right.
Yamich
Little
is super
things here
dead.
and there.
There we go.
Yeah, they got him. They got him. They got him. Wait a minute. Wait a minute now. Do they go for any more? Already Dawnbreaker dead. Mira dead. Just getting gobbled up by the old Wolfie, man. God, Team Spirit needs so much time. I mean, again, it's only that 6k gold lead like you're talking about, but it just feels so rough right now.
It is funny that they found themselves in the exact same situation again, though. Just like
Double blink.
Don't get hit by everything.
A chance. No, BKB! The answer! And in some trouble now. Yadaro dropping down lower and lower. Can he survive through it? He tries to take it up and get away. Barely able to escape on nothing.
How did he live? I thought that Nimbus was going to kill him for sure.
I think that there was a Wraith Pack still on the Zeus, maybe. I'm not sure.
Wow, that was wild.
God. What a rough one. This is painful, Trent. This
Now,
one
I mean,
hurts.
His Courier's alive, so he's Lincoln's now at the very least. That's good.
Let's go.
All right, the smoke
All right.
up.
Ooh, and it's a quick Roche spawn. I wonder.
Dun, 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 dun.
I wonder if they could sneak it. Are they crazy enough?
That we know the answer to. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think they can actually kill it that fast. Oh, not
That's,
Yamich. Anyone but Yamich. Okay, anyone but Yamich or Hakoda. They just gotta find a core. Do they have another smoke? This might be a re-smoke situation. You're in that desperate of a spot.
Radiant's middle
They're
tower
gonna
is
try.
under
We'll
attack.
see. Smoke's about to wear off as the creep is there. They run on in. Hello, Yamich. How are you? They see the creep and are gonna kill the creep. One last gasp here. There are wolves all around. Jump forward, stun onto the puck, but a little bit of a save. Oh no. He popped so quickly. He just came down and died.
Yeah, and Trent was alive anyway.
Oh, jumps on in, spin on top of one. Yadaro can't get your damage stolen, my friend. Takes over the centaur, vacuum wall, back onto two. Yamich is there with the stun afterwards. Mira can't do a thing, tries to find the catch onto Zeus. It won't matter. They're all dying, one by one, being picked apart with nowhere left to go. Oh, it hurts.
You just have Toronto Tokyo and Yadaro just hanging out by the wall like, no, no, come fight us here. Oh my god, they actually came.
They move on in on it. This is going to burn down Hakoda. Okay, a chance. They still have Omni, but Puck is already dead. And trying to get in a range, it's not going to be there. Oh, it hurts. Yemich will likely go down, but it comes at the cost of so many lives. Oh, man. But, I mean, they kind of salvaged it a little bit.
Hey, they had
buybacks.
Yeah, and they lost Gem at the very least. So
Okay.
they gave that over. Roche did not go to Outsiders. Yadaro didn't die. Toronto did die in the end. That was a bit rough. That E-Blade. Whew. He got zapped. He actually got hit by these for so much damage all in an instant.
It ain't no joke. Zeus does so much damage in these late game scenarios. Wow. I mean, it is a tough hill to climb right now for Team Spirit, and Outsiders just looking incredible. Men on a mission. Let's see though. I mean, I guess that for GPK, so after going into that E-Blade, he's going to going back now for Octarine with just a casual Sange in his inventory. That's pretty awesome.
It's a quality build. Yadaro just constantly up here though. That spin TP has his options.
Yeah, and he knows that, I mean, he's got to be the one to do it kind of in this game. Nobody else can survive. I mean, even Toronto Tokyo is dying.
Yo, Yamich TP's down here. Well, what's the plan here? I mean, he knows Puck's there.
I think
he's just taking a different angle.
I think almost anybody dies if he finds him solo. But they're heading into the pit. Do scout it with the clock.
All right, Hakoda, catch this hook.
They fight best when they're together. Killing off the wolf. Dropping down the healing ward, scouting out the area. They kill the healing ward with the wolf. Oh man.
That was petty.
Dude. The wolf vision is just so hard to deal with too. Yeah.
Look at this smart juice Wildwing Ripper. You see this thing down by the bottom rune? Look how huge he is.
Oh, he died.
Oh, this guy saw
He's
him.
gone.
Gone but not forgotten.
There it is. Team Spirit. Smoke up is 4. Gotta find
so
something.
Funny. He's tumbler toying to these high grounds. He's holding on to it to do this.
Yeah.
Over and over, and it's so good. Everyone does this lately. We're always popping smokes like this. Oh, there's one. There's
He sees
Maposka.
him. I mean, Pushka, if they want to jump on him, he might just die so quickly. Wait, but the wrap. Mira. Scouts it. Hook shot in. Finds one.
he
Not
jumped.
going to stay on target. The Heavenly jump away, although starting to burn him down. Do they have enough damage? No. No, no, no. They really don't. I can't emphasize enough how much they do not have the damage. Collapse will manage to TP out of there. And Yadaro, oh, Lincoln's has spin TP, trying to wait as long as possible, but eventually has to go for it.
Man. this is a painful one.
Yeah, dude.
It's like they're just trying everything they can think of to make this work, and it's always just the same answer. And it's 2 games straight of pretty much the exact same situation. The only thing better about this game is that they have better heroes for catching these waves and just like split pushing. That's really the only difference. Other than that, it's almost a total repeat performance here. And again, Outsiders, they're just playing so disciplined. They're doing a great job of getting the vision forward. They know when the smokes are coming. They're popping the smokes. They're getting their Aegis. They're playing aggressive only when they have the Aegis and the advantage. And it's just clean Dota.
Very, very clean Dota indeed, as they now claim that Aegis and even pick up the Aghanim Shard for RAZER of all heroes. He has a Scotty now done on Ramses. So freaking farmed. 15k gold lead. And I mean, if they want to, they can keep her slow rolling this. Take down the towers when they feel like they need to, but this game is looking good for them.
They're close to having all 3 cores ahead of the Juggernaut. I think DM is just a little bit behind right now.
That's why. Yeah, and it's just a bit of a tough game, Trent.
I mean, you see that. You just gotta feel a little bit bad at least.
Bit of a tough one. You're not wrong, dude. And Zeus is just holding on to the Philosopher's Stone too. GPK is like, well, I don't need anything else.
At least they're getting neutral items this time.
That's true. Silver linings. TP's on back home now. And Outsiders, they walk forward on Team Spirit. Ramses tries to do some damage. The silence there, full combo, gets demolished on Toronto Tokyo. Did not stand a chance. And he doesn't have buyback, Trent. That is
no, he went overwhelming blink.
That is a rough one.
Go Wraith Pact.
18k gold lead.
Delay.
As Ramses will just stand in front of him, say, come and deal with me. He just walks away afterwards. He's moving so fast. The image under control with the Force Staff afterwards. Mira hoping to escape. Second round BKB. Ramses going in a bit deep here. Stun afterwards. Yadaro
saving Omni Slash for next game.
True.
Doesn't want it to get Lotused. Has he Omni Slashed yet? I'm not even joking.
I have not seen one Omni Slash.
I haven't seen one.
Oh, and this always feels bad. Collapse, you can feel he just wants to make a move, surges himself forward, but can't get anything. Jump forward, says, let's go one time, make it happen. Is there a moment, a chance, a hope, a dream? Collapse, make it happen. No more vacuum, no more spin. Potentially no more game, as Outsiders just manhandling Team Spirit here. Running forward, they got anything? No.
They have 2 Lotuses as well, so he has to be really careful about the Omni.
Yeah.
Like, that's why he's not letting it rip, because Yamich is putting it on top of Ramses, and then it's just like a total bait that when it drops, he's just going to pop his own, right?
True.
It's very tricky.
Game is hard. God, and Ramsey's about to freaking... What is he even buying? Is he buying a butterfly? There's something coming.
He's working on some stuff. I mean, why don't we just why don't we just get like a Radiance, you know? Maybe a Rapier. Let's get a Rapier.
I like that.
I feel like that would help spice up this game a little bit, you know?
A chance. Ooh, Refresher. I like that on Zeus. Damn, dude. He's going to do so much damage. I think...
yeah. He can, like, solo kill anyone. Like, off of a Yamich stun, if he's in range, they're definitely dead. Even not in range, it's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
Ready, guys?
Yeah, Hakoda giving Collapse the tip. I mean, listen, buff Darkseer. That's all I got to say. Just make it happen. This hero's rough.
He has not progressed at all since he bought that blink.
No, it is. No, he got a shard. The normal punch, Trent.
Bad. Yes,
the normal punch.
What could be more frightening than a normal punch? Not a mega punch, a fire punch, a frost punch, a mighty punch, a fearsome punch, a powerful punch, but a normal punch. I mean,
Yador heard you. Yador heard you for a second. He had a rapier queued up, which is back for the Sange now, but there was dreams of a rapier there.
Oh, he's in rapier territory for sure.
Oh yeah. All right. Team Spirit, time to get together. We'll see what they decide to do. Maposhka ready to join the squad at a moment's notice with the old Solar Guardian. But can Team Spirit do it?
He's the neutral item farmer. I can global back in, guys.
Yadoro gives him the old spin down and then run away. But right on top, Collapse is dead. And Yadoro potentially soon to follow. A whole grip of damage gets dropped out there. As tier 2 tower is going to fall. They have buyback on the Darkseer. Can they do it? Can they hold? Zeus, refresher ready with absolutely everything up again. Hook shot in. Oh my god, there's so much damage coming out from the Zeus. Double round of lightning. So much lightning. Stop the lightning. Thor came out today in theaters now, and Zeus is giving us a first-class view of it as they normal punch Ramses. He can't handle the pressure of the normal punch, nor the wall, but actually he can, and they just back away again. Oh, man.
Yeah, he took 2,400 damage from Zeus on that puck. It was just everything. It was just all the spells. You can get E-bladed at least once, if not twice.
Collapse tries to stop it again. Not going to happen. Wall is going to expire, and they can't deal with the creeps, let alone the heroes. Hook shot again onto Ramses. Vacuum onto all with the Omni Slash. It was something, but it wasn't enough. Oh, jeez. And there's the jump forward. They find Collapse. Looking for more. Yamich getting burned. Okay. A couple of chances here, an opportunity. Yadoro trying to keep himself alive. But as the buildings fall, so do the chances for poor old Team Spirit here.
I would once again just like to praise Outsiders for how incredibly lame they played this game. I think that is the key to victory versus Team Spirit. Just lame them out. Go get items. Go get farm. Only commit to fights when you're really strong. Only fight like when you have to with these big items. It's perfect.
Doing everything they need to right now.
It's what we call optimal Dota, ladies and gentlemen. You might not like it, but it wins.
It's very, very clutch and clean execution.
You can't fight what they can't see.
Man. And they can get together again because they've got everything back up again just about. Satanic now done for the Razor. They're going to go check Roche. Not even capable of responding yet. Maybe they'll sit here for a whole minute. There's a chance.
It would fit the bill as to how this game's been played. And, well, Yadaro's like, you know what, guys? I got one Omni Slash off. I think it's time I buy Rapier. Because, like, the next one, it'll be good. It'll be real good.
That's all they can hope for.
All right, smoke time. Like you said, everything back up. 3, 2, 1. Zeus ulti back online. Here we go.
Bang, bang. Good spin. Yadoro living. Well done.
Soften him up a little bit. A little tenderizing there from the puck.
Kill the Wraith Pact. 100 gold. And Rack's starting to drop. Oh, they also have that Ogre Shard. Hook shot in from downtown. Tries to get the Cogs. Pushback will be there. BKB out from Ramses, though. In some trouble. They've already lost the clock. And now the jump in from Puck. Need to get an Omni Slash here. It's back off cooldown, but it's not going to be enough damage yet. The Rax is falling. Another round of Glyph here as they try and hold off on Team Spirit. But it is going to be Mega Creeps.
Where's the normal punch?
It's not there.
Punch them.
There's no normalcy about it. Maposhka does have Ag Solar Guardian, though. Got some evasion.
Boom.
Team Spirit, never give up, never surrender. They did not get the memo about the GG. That's right.
Yeah, they don't know.
Neutral items? They could still get tier 4s also.
Get out there, Maposhka. Do your duty.
Time is nigh.
Is a great conductor.
He's 1,000 gold away from rapier. It's the only thing they can help him now. Oh, interesting.
Level 25 talent, 500 health, pretty much. That's nice.
I'm a little surprised he didn't go for the extra Omni Slash duration.
Not a lot of value when you only use it once.
I guess that's true. Yeah, you're not wrong. He's using his health pool a lot.
I can't believe his courier's still sitting in those trees. I would be so scared. They just
God, he's
they
so
pinged
close.
it. Ogre pinged it.
Oh no. No. Dude, that's
they
crazy. They're aware. They want to give him a shot.
Yeah, that's true. They're like, you know what? Let's let him get the rapier, so then maybe we'll get it. All right, there it is. It's on the way home.
If
He
there
did
was
the
a way.
lock strat, at least.
Nice.
Pro tip. I'm sure many of you know this, but in case you're a carry player out there and you don't, and I need to save you, do this every time with your rapier, please. Lock it until it's home.
All right. Trent, you might think
Yeah.
I'm crazy.
I do.
You might think I'm crazy, but there is a way here that they could win this game.
I
on
love
Team
to, I love
Spirit.
to hear it. Okay, what is it?
You've got the vacuum. You've got the cogs.
You got the cogs.
You've got Maposhka coming in from downtown.
Yep.
And an Omni Slash with rapier. Where there's a will, there's a way. And that's the way.
Which
They've
who's
got
Will?
Collapse apparently is gonna have to be Will in this experience.
Okay. All right. So he's the Will. Gotcha. Okay.
Your shrine has fallen to
There's an Aegis. How does that factor into things?
Listen, they've got the Penta Edge sword. It's all coming together. It's all coming together. They're ready now. Look, Yadaro, he's laughing. He knows it's coming. The time is nigh. GPK is not aware of the strength that's about to be unleashed upon their faces. They almost are, what, 20 gold away from Pipe. It's all coming together. Collapse.
The item.
Pipe is out now. Outsiders. They're in some trouble. Yadaro drops it down. They don't find the kill. A lot used right there. An
All right, now,
opportunity for the
Outsiders,
turnaround.
run.
They're ready. They're ready. They're moving and grooving. Outsiders are not prepared for the danger that's about to be unleashed upon them. The hook shot completely off the mark. The Hex in some trouble. Yadaro goes on in for the spin. Collapse looking for the vacuum. Casts nothing. And I think that they are going to turn it now. Team Spirit ready for the turnaround. Omni Slash down. Big old ulti coming out, doing nothing. And GG is called. Outsiders are going to take it 2-0.
Outsiders. Oh
Man.
what a crushing series. They actually crushed them so hard. It's kind of brutal. I love to see the celebration right there too, because I mean this is a huge win. Absolutely massive. This is so much impact going towards the major. It is crazy.
Yeah.
Every other
No,
team
it's
in the top four is just like, oh no. Oh geez. we're doing that, huh?
Well, and I think the other big thing about this, right, is like thinking about this team getting first in this region matters so much because of those points. You know, the sort of struggle that they've had, they need to pick up a lot here. And I mean, if they can get on top of Eastern Europe, like they might actually have a shot to get in direct off of points from for TI. So a lot on the line in that one.
Man, that was two just complete clinical performances from Outsiders. Really not much more to say, honestly. They saw the win condition, and more importantly, they saw the win condition of Team Spirit both games. I think that was
Right.
even more important. You know, it's like where you have that evolution in your brain of watching the other person when you're playing a 1v1 fighting game. That was them. They, you know, their own game plan was important as Outsiders, but they were also paying attention to what Team Spirit needed. And they just ensured they never gave it to them in 2 games straight. And it made for some really slow, clinical, surgical, nice words for lame Dota.
Love it. Love to see it. And, you know, when you execute, it's what you got to do. Impressive stuff. We're going to hear more from Outsiders in just a little bit. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break, and then the panel is going to break down all that we saw right after this.
in an upset that not a lot of people would have seen coming is this Outsiders taking it 2-0 up against Team Spirit. This breaks Team Spirit's undefeated streak. Firstly,
Yeah.
actually, that's kind of the only really important thing. The other important things, though, that we can start talking about is this game too. We can start breaking it down a little bit. The first one being the lanes. I know that there were some lane swaps going on. Outsiders doing the absolute most that they possibly can to shut down what advantage Team Spirit may have had.
All right. Darkseer had a little bit of a rough one.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. I felt really bad for him. He just was getting like run down by this Razor like constantly. He died a bunch of times. They were taking unfavorable trades like Darkseers and like Clock would die to kill the support in the lane and feed the Razor. Like he just came out so far ahead on the Razor. It was so hard for Darkseer to do anything. Then like DM rotates bot as well and like chases him down the lane, takes the tower. Like this dude got no space at the start.
Why did he have a bad lane?
I was leaving that open for you to explain because
okay,
you
so
seemed so excited about it.
I am super excited about
Yeah,
this. All
yeah.
right, but anyway, so basically what I suggested with the Razor with DK Pos 4 is they sort of did it. They put their carry though in the off lane, and they didn't want this DK Razor lane against their Juggernaut, so they decided to lane swap. But they were a bit late in realizing the lanes were being swapped by Outsiders. So Darkseer not only missed like the first 2 waves going bottom lane, they also Lycan had a free lane at top for starters, and then they try lane bottom for a little bit. So Darkseer, yes, he had a really rough game. I don't blame him too much, but he didn't have like any like creeps to work with like the first 4 waves, and then at that point you just have no chance of winning your lane.
Yeah.
So already Team Spirit playing a little bit of an uphill battle that when it did get to that mid to late game, did you feel that Team Spirit had a potential way in? Were there team fights they could have taken, initiations or pickoffs that could have played out better in their favor?
I feel like they tried. Like Tron Tokyo tried to go in and get the Donald on top of it, but like they're just really far behind, and it feels like the Zeus is a pretty good counterplay to like the support Dawnbreaker, because she like ultied in every fight into like a Nimbus, and like Zeus ult and just like disappeared
Yeah.
every single fight. It was like it was really sad to watch for the most part.
Also, like a really key part of why they couldn't come back into the game was the boost of travel. They had 2. They had one on Razor and one on Zeus, and it just meant that whenever they tried to go on someone, like I remember seeing someone get gone on top by Dawn, and then you just see the Razor TP in, and like the Darkshare's like, well, I ain't going on that, and he like runs away. The Dawn feeds, like it just completely like nullified their attempts.
Do you think Jug is a carry that would have been able to come online if you know, the Dawn maybe didn't die as often? Is he a hero that could have had that potential?
I don't think you can pick Jug in a game where the enemy has 2 counter picks personally. Like he ended up playing versus the Razor, which was very difficult, but on top of that, like what was their other counter pick to him? I forgot. Lycan, yeah, the Lycan. Okay, so they end up having 2 counter picks to him, and this is honestly how most of these early pick Jug games have gone. You saw 1 Omni Slash this game. Oh, 2, sorry, at the end. In the Rapier you got a second one, but it took him 40 minutes to press Omni Slash this game. And that's kind of like sad, you know, for the Jug player, because like it's really hard to like find these openings to get your ulti off when you pick this hero really early on in the draft. I agree Jug can be a good hero, but save it for your last picks.
Yeah, he was like playing. He was just playing to avoid the Outsiders the entire time. Like he was constantly going to Outsiders' own triangle because his was unsafe to farm, and then Outsiders would find him there and then chase him out, force him to spin TP. Then we see Outsiders smoke up and instantly run to the top side where he's like gone to try and farm on Jug, force him away from there. You know, and it's constantly this game of like back and forth. He like kept going to the triangle so much the Outsiders ended up warding their own triangle just to keep spotting him. They warded their own top jungle too. Like they were just trying to keep eyes on him, knowing he was trying to avoid them so much. And like, yeah, it was really good play from Outsiders to just like totally shut down Yotaro from farming and carrying.
I feel like you guys have pointed out such a variety of different things over the past 2 games for Outsiders. I'm going to ask you to make a very difficult choice. What do you think has been the standout thing for Outsiders? Has it been the drafting, team fights, the map movements, the warding? You know, like I said, you guys brought out a lot of different things for them, so...
All of the above.
One thing that you were like, wow, I did not know that was, you know, so good for outsiders or in their wheelhouse per se.
I think they just they all had the potential to play really well, and some of their other games it just wasn't showing that they had the whole package. But in this series, they brought it all together and just played flawlessly.
He just said all of the above.
Yeah,
fancy words. Like,
that's why I was like, you know what? I wasn't gonna allow it, but sure, you said it nicely. But also because I have something more important that I want to jump to, and that is our winners interview. It is gonna be with Yamich. He is joining us. Yamich, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the win. How are you guys feeling on Outsiders after defeating Team Spirit?
It's feeling great. Thank you. Thank you so much for this. And actually, that's all. Just casual series that we just try to win.
Yeah, well, you guys had an amazing performance. I want to ask, how was it playing Dragon Knight as +4, and what was the reason behind it?
We just need a good control versus Puck and good matchups. We tried to just flex this, actually. And we're flexing this. Dragon Knight, it's not a hard hero to play on position mid lane or supports, and actually I just got it.
All right.
We took the Dragon Knight on position 4 yesterday, and they know about this, that we can flex.
All right, awesome, thank you.
Right. So you guys ended up losing to Navi. You lost a game to Rune Eaters, and now you 2-0 Spirit. What have you guys been focusing on to get so much better?
When we were playing versus Navi, we just, I don't know how it's described, we just not been in that game. I don't know, we just, half of our players were sick, and we just gonna be AFK in that games. After that, we just, we did a great job in clan wars, we training, we see our strats, and actually, we actually just played well versus Run Eaters. We have a bad draft in second game, but first or third game was good. And versus Team Spirit, we were super ready. This guy, big boss.
Showing off.
What is your daily schedule or training schedule like as a team?
We wake up as a team, playing some pubs, playing some clan wars. After that, someone going to gym, someone to go to play basketball, and actually our days, and that's all.
Okay.
Do you play basketball as a team ever? Who likes it the most?
GPK like basketball and gym too. Me like basketball. Maybe I take Hakoda with me, but it's all the time I maybe play with GPK. Other players just going to gym.
Fair enough.
Oh, it sounds very wholesome. Yamich, thank you so much again for joining us, and congratulations on this win.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
see
you.
ya.
Just holding the hand up.
Just don't
It's like,
hand up,
stop.
see ya. See ya. No, that was really cringe. Gosh. Anyway, so I'm just going to quickly move along to Divot standings because
Oh my
when we have a
God.
look at it, it's going to be very interesting. Your eyes aren't lying to you. It is a 4-way tie between Outsiders, Team Spirit, Navi, and Bet Boom. It is insane. They are all on 4 wins, 1 loss right now. And there is only 3 spots to the major. So the upcoming matches for these 4 teams are going to be very, very important. I do know that Team Spirit are coming up against Mind Games, so are Outsiders. So they both potentially have the win there. Bet Boom, Outsiders are going to be facing off. Team Spirit, Bet Boom still have to face off. There's a lot. There's still a lot going on that can influence those top 4, but for right now, they are tied. How do you guys feel out of those 4? Which 3 are going to be going ahead?
Oh, that's so hard to know. 'Cause,
It is.
Originally,
Very
I
hard.
So
thought
difficult.
I thought Bet Boom was like a solved puzzle, like ban the natures, ban the visage, easy win. But people have been doing that, and while Navi did that and took advantage of them and won, other teams have done it and not won. They've shown that they can play, DeHart can play other heroes. He's been doing really well on them. So they're not a one-trick pony. So I think this team is like an actual contender. So I honestly have no idea.
You have to like make one team feel bad though. Like
I don't
out of the
know.
4, one of you have to be bad.
Wait, I asked you for like one thing earlier, and you're like, no, all of them. So I think Sheep was allowed to have the cop-out answer of, "Ah, they're all just so good. I don't know. They're unexpected. They're forever changing, improving. These 4 teams, phenomenal. But that is going to be all from us here in the studio. There is still a Division 2 Eastern Europe game to be played. So if you're looking for some more Dota, you can hang out for that one. Otherwise, we will see you guys back in the studio in a couple days.
This could be the summer of our lives now, honey. Give it to me like you know you should now, baby. This could be the summer of our lives, the summer of our lives. Give it to me, baby, all night. We can keep on dancing all night. Give it to me, baby, all night. Give it to me, baby, all night. We can keep on dancing
Hello and welcome to the third and final series of the day. It's going to be myself and Hurry getting into this one, Empire versus Cybercats, and Hurry looking at it. You know, there's a chance of, if Empire take this, it could mess up the bottom of the table for the better for Empire, I guess, not for everyone else. But you know, there could be a bit of a car crash down there with all the relegation candidates being 2 and 4. Meanwhile, Cybercats, they want to push on because they want to be qualifying for Division 1. We look at this here, Empire banning out the Marcy, banning out the Puck, and Dawnbreaker and Tiny banned out by Cybercats. Just initial gut feeling in this match. You know, how do you think this one's going to go?
Radiant's pick.
Well, you know, X3 were a surprise to me. How they started performing well. Today they looked amazing as well. They also beat Cybercats, which was really surprising to me. For Team Empire to do that, even though they did win against X3 at the start of the tour, I don't think that's gonna happen because X3 currently are doing well. They are, you know, they are practicing. They're a team. They are trying to improve all together of them. And Empire, on the other hand, they're searching for carries. They're kind of falling apart. They're unsure of who wants to play with them. They got rid of Retrograde. Then they brought in Illidan, who got rid of himself, kind of kicked himself out. And then they brought 7 Jesu. And even with him, they haven't been looking the greatest. So I don't have much faith in them. I'm ready to be proven otherwise, but I think this should be a pretty easy one for Cybercats, considering they like to play fast-paced Dota, and the Alchemist coming out with being a potential core. You know, this hero gets really strong around the 20-25 minute mark, and that is basically when you end the game. So I'm kind of leaning towards the games being fast and in favor of Cybercats.
And this Alchemist comes right out in the first phase here with the Winterwire and the Beastmaster Hoodwink as well. Do you think that this is an opportunity for Team Empire to try and play something a little bit different? We talk about the Phoenix, or I talk about the Phoenix a lot. I like that hero up against the Alchemist, but would you like to see something maybe like something out of left field, like an Ancient Apparition come out here for Team Empire, you know, just to maybe put a little bit of focus onto this Alchemist with the Ice Blast and maybe deal with the Alchemist being able to sustain so long in these fights?
Overall, if you go for an AA, and this is a Winter Wyvern support as well, you're gonna be in trouble. The reason is that those two supports pretty much don't do anything until they're level 6. You might get a little bit of a break there because, you know, Hoodwink is a hero that needs level 6 as well, no pun intended there, and you know, but the idea going for those two heroes, I think, is overall bad. You have nothing to stun with, you have no hero to kind of offer up so that the other one can shine. The Beastmaster gives you some vision, but you can only do so much when the smokes start coming out. The Winter Wyvern and the AA are going to be pretty much useless. They're just going to be either heroes that tank them up and die, or they're going to stay behind and kind of allow their cores to die or have to be in a perfect position to save their cores. It wouldn't look good for their draft. On the other hand, if you want to play a mid lane Winter Wyvern, which against the Alchemist wouldn't be bad at all, then going for something like an AA, I think, would be an appropriate measure for Team Empire.
Okay. Is there anything that you do like up against the Alchemist? Because this hero is creeping up more and more. You know, it's kind of one of those heroes that if they get the space, if they get the time, they do run away with the game. So how do you like teams to, just in general, deal with this hero?
I liked last week how Team Spirit played against the Alchemist. Last week they played against the Alchemist in a way. I think they also had the Beastmaster. They had like a Juggernaut. They had a hero that can lane for a very long time, and they invaded Alchemist's jungle with one hero. That game it was the Tiny, I think, and that is the play. I think you don't need to kill the Alchemist. A lot of teams get pulled into the idea of we have to kill him, but the thing is just to keep him from creeps. Even if he's attacking you, you're living, you're getting yourself out, and while that is happening, the other parts of the map are being pressured, and kind of the map is getting smaller and smaller. I think that's the way to deal with it. Mirana is a good hero to do so. She gets into your jungle, she can be annoying, she's pulling more heroes there, and suddenly the towers start falling. I think that's the way to play against the Alchemist. It's not a hero-specific thing, it is a playstyle thing. A lot of teams get pulled into, let's kill him, let's kill him, let's kill him. A lot of teams then die and just spread around and allow him to farm. But really good and experienced teams like Spirit did last week, as I mentioned, they spread the map really nicely, and they prevent the Alchemist's farm with 1 or 2 heroes, and that is the approach I would like for Team Empire to take.
Okay, well, we'll see if that's something they're going to be able to do up against Cybercats. Cybercats banning out the Bite Rider, the Necrophos is gone, the Huskar's gone there as well. Nightstalker on the side of Team Empire. They take out the Weaver there as well as the Bloodseeker. The Bloodseeker's another one that seems to be creeping into that meta. You know, it's being picked up a little bit more. But for now, it is going to be banned as Cybercats. They pick up the Jakiro. I guess this goes well up against the Beastmaster, you know, being able to get the dual breath out, the liquid fire out onto the boards when they do come out, or when the Beastmaster Beast army is up and available there as well. The Jakiro is always going to be able to push those ones back. You know, he has a lot of built-in D-push in this hero, which I do like the tower taking potential as well. Is there anything you'd like to see with this Jakiro here? Because I assume it's going to be the Hoodwink and Jakiro supports, you know, so is there anyone that you want to lane alongside this Jakiro? I'm assuming this is going to be the Alchemist mid. I don't know if that's still a thing, but that's what I'm assuming.
I'm okay with Shigetsu playing the Alchemist. I'm okay with Igor playing the Alchemist. I think Jakiro in itself provides you so much against the Beastmaster that you can pretty much lane anything there. So I think they'll be fine. They'll go for the Sand King, so they'll keep us guessing. Right now, Empire, I wouldn't hate them going for an AA, to be honest. Get an AA. Cybercats can't ban all of them, and then get a stun carry. CK comes to mind, Sven comes to mind, Wraith King comes to mind, and you know, you would do well in the lane. You put the Winter Wyvern in the mid lane, which would be amazing in this game in particular. You have 2 strength cores, you pretty much have no catch. If the Sand King Blink doesn't catch the Winter Wyvern, he's gonna be fine, and you have the Beastmaster for so much vision. So I'm hoping Team Empire decide to put that Winter Wyvern in the mid lane, and as I said, I wouldn't hate the AA because Cybercats, they have no saves. This is the lacking of their lineup, so why not exploit it?
Dyer's ban. Juggernaut.
Well, it's going to be a Juggernaut.
Yeah, no stun on the carry, so I guess the idea for an AA isn't that good any longer, but I like the Juggernaut. Spirit, the game I mentioned, they played against the Alchemist, they went for a Jugger. Jugger is a hero that can stay in the lane for long. Juggernaut, CK, the Lifestealer, and not really think about if you're gonna die or not. Obviously in this game, once the Sand King gets the Blink stun into a Sharpshooter, and he's gonna be able to die, but there needs to be some time until that happens. So while Mirana is being annoying to the Alchemist, while the Beastmaster is pressuring the tower, the Juggernaut is just farming and pushing in his own lane, not allowing the enemies to open up the map further for the Alchemist. So I'm liking this. It's a pretty decent pick, and even later on in the game, the Beast and the Juggernaut might have enough damage to deal with a fully farmed Alchemist.
Yeah, and Team Empire here thinking that it is going to be the support Winter Wyvern and not the mid lane Winter Wyvern, as they do ban out the Ember Spirit, the Invoker goes there as well, Necrophos being taken away. Empire, though, they take away the Razor from this, so that hero is pretty popular at the minute. Obviously, it's a very good, I want to say anti-carry, not, well, it is a carry in itself, but, you know, just being able to take away the damage from the Juggernaut, turn it back on itself, and just deny the Juggernaut actual impact in the fights, or even if you catch out the Beastmaster, the Winter Wyvern, or any of the cores, you know, just being able to turn their power back on themselves. Meanwhile, Empire, what is it they want to pick up to complete this lineup? They ban out the CK as well, so maybe thinking that it was going to be, I mean, you still won't see the offlane Alchemist from time to time. Do you think this is going to be, just looking at the lineup here now, maybe the mid Sand King coming out for Cybercats?
No, I don't think so. Only if they are really afraid of the Juggernaut, but then you're not gonna lane the Alk there. They go for a Slark. I was thinking about which Shigetsu heroes are left, and yeah, Slark is there, but you're laning against the Beastmaster, you don't like that. Sure, you have the Jakiro, but you definitely don't like it. You're playing against the Winter Wyvern. I think there is no reason for Team Empire not to play this Wyvern mid. The only question is if they want to, right? If SquadX feels if he feels confident enough taking that hero. But this is looking like a amazing mid lane Wyvern game. To be honest, it's a free mid lane Wyvern game, so I'm cheering for it because it is a very fun hero to watch in competitive Dota.
Yeah, and it does seem to be built on a little bit more. It's becoming popular, so I am interested to see whether that's what they want to go for. I still like the AA pick. Personally, in my scrub opinion, now there's Slarks here as well. Anytime he goes into the Shadow Dance, you know, if you can get that Ice Blast off onto the Alchemist, the Slark at the beginning of the fights, you know, stop that regen from kicking in. Go for the Zeus.
Team's all set.
Okay.
Who's it gonna be?
So it's gonna be the Squad X Zeus. Okay.
Ooh, we don't like you, Empire. We wanted to see a Hey, mid lane, Wyvern. Zeus, quite solid. The same thing, Wyvern, not a lot of things that can catch him, though Slark is pretty decent at catching the Zeus, I'd say. And when it comes to building 4-staffs, none of the people on the side of Team Empire want to get it super early on. I see a few problems with the Empire lineup now. Other than the Mirana, you don't have anything to invade the Alchemist jungle. The Beastmaster isn't gonna have that much of a good time in the lane. Sure, you have the burst potential to just crush a hero, which is fine, which is something we wanted to see with the AA. With the Zeus, we kind of get the similar thing. Alchemist, if he gets short, he's probably gonna die. But on the other hand, if Cybercats are running at Team Empire now, and I think they're gonna be able to do it, it's gonna create the space for the Alchemist. So I think that's how this game is probably gonna look, with Cybercats being super aggressive with the other 4 of their heroes. We know Shigetsu likes to do it. Especially if he gets a good lane, and against the Beastmaster with his Jakiro, it is going to happen.
Okay, well, we'll see how this is going to go here. Cybercats versus Team Empire. I think the Alchemist, I think he's going to be an X Factor. I think he's going to be able to run away with this game. Sand King is a nice core to watch. You're focusing the offlane as well, taking it back to its roots. Jakiro, again, I've already talked about the push potential from the Jakiro, the D push that comes up against the Beastmaster as well. So I am kind of leaning towards the Cybercats here. And Shigetsu, I think every time we've seen him on the Slark, you know, he's really impressed on it as well. I'm just trying to think who else we saw him playing against, but he always seems to have an impact on this hero.
He plays these in-your-face heroes really well. We're seeing the Weaver being banned out. I was like thinking in this game, oh, finally we get smart people who are banning out the Dawnbreaker. They don't want to deal with it, especially in Division 2. In Division 1, I can assume that teams have better coordination, so sometimes you're okay dealing with the hero. But in Division 2, I think the smart move is to ban that hero. And I was looking, Dawnbreaker has 70% win rate in Division 2, and I was like, is there any hero that has been picked up more than 5 times that is even close? And the Weaver actually has 71% win rate, so Shigetsu has really upped the win rate of that hero. But these heroes where he runs in your face, when he is constantly trying to survive whilst doing some damage, that is the way that he likes to play Dota, and he does it well. So obviously with Slark fitting into that role, he's going to be doing a good job.
Well, Jesu has something to say about the pauses, as we do have, you know, it wouldn't be Dota, it wouldn't be Eastern European Dota without the pause to start off the game. So we are going to be taking a couple of minutes. Hopefully it won't be too long before we get into this, and the tips are going to start to come out. Looking through, I mean, for the rest of the league, the impact that it has, we talked about it briefly, but if we look at the actual table itself here, Cybercats, they want to be taking this game because they want to, again, they want to be looking to qualify up against Hellraisers for that second position, because Nemiga now at 5-1, you know, they've got themselves X3 left to play against. Yeah, okay, they looked impressive this morning. So, I mean, if X3 win that as well, we could be seeing a 3-way tie at the top, potentially. You know, so it is going to have a massive impact, this game, on not only Empire standing in the league, but Cybercats as well. So Cybercats are going to be putting in maximum effort into this series to try and get as high up that table as possible.
I have to say Cybercats dropped the ball losing the series against X3. Doesn't matter that X3 is playing well. They showed their weaknesses, and you could have exploited them. You could have shut down Shergaret in that series. You didn't, and you got punished. So I think with that loss against X3, that their chances of going further are quite slim. Sure, there are chances, but we always assumed that against Hellraisers they're not going to be doing too well. Obviously, this series should be in the bag, and the X3 one should have been in the bag as well. Still, of course, as you said, they're gonna be attempting to go further. There is still a chance. You have to think that you have a chance to beat the side of Hellraisers. So you have to be working towards that goal.
Yeah, and you talked about it as well. The Slark can get on top of the Zeus, you know, and with the pounce as well, it's gonna make this heavenly jump pretty much useless until that pounce wears off. You know, how quickly do you think? You know, how much survivability is this that Zeus going to build? Do you think it's going to be straight into the Ags, or do you think he's going to go for the Kaya and Sanj for a little bit more survivability here on Squadix? But, you know, what does Zeus want to be building into to kind of survive through the rotation of that Slark coming into the mid to the late game, do you think?
a hard one to say. Usually we see Sanjin Kaya Shard being the play for the Zeus. Considering that he has vision in this game, I wouldn't mind seeing the Ether Lens as well. We see that from time to time, Ether Lens Shard into a Axe, and then the Zeus just stays farther behind. I'd be okay with that as well. I think it's one of the two, to be honest. But I don't think there's gonna be much experimentation with the items. Going for something like a Force Staff isn't gonna work too well for you, because you can still die to the Sand King stun and the Sharpshooters. So I guess we're gonna be seeing something normal from the Zeus.
Well, we'll keep an eye on what Squad X is building here as well, because he's going to be up against Igor in the mid lane. Igor already got that 1 point into the Greevil's Beard as well as the Acid Spray, so he's going to be looking for that Hyper Farm as well, which should give Zeus a little bit of space to look for the rotations and look for the gank potentials. Meanwhile, on the top lane, James is going to be taking a dual breath to the face. H2O taking some return harass now as well. James, he's going to be using one of his branches and the Tango to get that regen in. Shigetsu, how's he looking in terms of what he wants to be going towards? In fact, he's only going to be only level 1, so he only has the Essence Shift. They're not going to be able to lock down James. James will be able to walk himself away here from Shigetsu. But Shigetsu, he's going to be finding the farm, you know, 4-1 off that first couple of waves, and Sashlos wants to be stepping in with the axes. Again, no boar to come through just yet. We saw that this morning as well, where the Beastmaster, I think it was about level 3, level 4 before he got the first point in the boar up.
Yeah, I don't think you even have to get them in this one, unless you want to have it for the push later on. To be honest, James has done a good job in this lane, just constantly spamming the arrows, pushing in the lane. They got the lane into a tower really early on, and then it was just easy from there. So really nice plays coming out from them in the top lane. Empire, they secured themselves a nice start. The question is, are they gonna continue that way? Because Cybercats now, with being level 2, they can possibly be very, very aggressive on the side of Shachlo.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to move themselves away here. Shigetsu just playing it underneath the tower. He just wants to be looking for the farm. The arrow is out from James, so he can use that, but it looks like H2O just took it point blank in the trees section. And Sashlo, yeah, the liquefy just keeps going out to the Marauder as well. So the Marauder is going to be taking a lot of harass, it looks like, coming through from H2O. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, we can see that Phasor, he's moving around. Where are the ward blocks coming through? It was dewarded, it looks like, actually, from that sentry. DK Focus needs to move himself away from the Arctic Burn, as James will pick up H2O's courier back on the top lane. Does he get anything more out of this? No, he's going to be backing himself away, yeah. And on the bottom lane, how does DK Focus want to build? Because he's already got the 1 point into the Burrow Strike Cup. He's got a point into the Caustic Finale. Is it then going to be the Sandstorm after that, you know, for extra farm to try and disrupt onto Jesu? Or does Jesu really not care about the Sandstorm?
He doesn't care, but it's still gonna be the build for the Sand King, because with this you can maybe farm a few stacks. The main goal for the Sand King is to get boots, maybe one bracer into a blink. So you want that blink as fast as possible. Meanwhile, top lane, Shigetsu is getting quite low. Empire are playing this lane really, really well. I'm liking what James is doing, just nicely running circles around his enemies and providing a really nice lane for the Beastmaster, whilst also harassing the Slark quite a lot. You can see the Slark wanted to get the boots early on, and Shachlo, I mean, it is a Beastmaster, so this is the time where he could be in trouble, actually.
Yeah, in fact, well, the leap's going to come through. That's going to be the first blood going the way of James. Does pick that up onto H2O. The damage he gets is going to be able to get himself away. Level 3. So he just needs to back himself off and be careful. You know, he doesn't want to be putting the Dark Pack or the Pounce on cooldown to get himself away from this. But James, he wants to carry on. He's got that arrow in a second here as well. So Shigetsu, again, just needs to back himself away. He's going to be underneath the tower, which should be alright in terms of just keeping himself safe. Yeah, there's even going to be Salve brought in. Just brought in from H2O to get himself back to full health here on Shigetsu. James, though, he did pick up that first blood. Going to be going for that first item earn as well. I do like the Spirit Vessel coming out onto the
bottom lane.
Marana. I think he'll be able to do the damage to take down this Juggernaut. Jesu trying to get himself away. The Splinter Blast will be used, and DK Focus has to be careful as well. Just have that Tango in his backpack. Going to be the Bracer for the extra regen as well. So I can't say he'll be fine, not at 200 health, but he's got a lot of regen coming through here, so he's going to get up to a decent amount of health.
For sure. the big win for the Cybercat side is that Alchemist is getting a lot. But overall, the lanes aren't looking the greatest for the side of Cybercats. The Slark isn't doing well, so this hero needs a really good lane, even in normal games, just to be able to constantly be in the enemy's faces and threaten them. And with that threat, you're actually allowing yourself to farm aggressively and not really be bothered too much. When you have an Alchemist, you have to do it, but his laning phase didn't go well. Though they do jump James.
Top lane, he is going to go down, and Shigetsu picks up that kill, so he's going to have his first permanent agility charge there. Shachlo, does he want to carry on chasing? I mean, Shigetsu's pretty darn low, 2 points into the axes there as well. Won't connect onto Shigetsu, so he will be able to back himself away. Salve, once again, well, it's actually going to be H2O's own salve. Well, he didn't really... I think he misused that.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. That's good. I think that you think right.
I'm not, open to the big brain plays of the pro players, so it could have been like a 4D chess play that I don't understand. But yeah, I think using that on yourself when you're pretty much full health, it's not on purpose.
Let's see now if they can pressure Shachlo when he's alone. I think this is a nice opportunity for Cybercats to get super aggressive.
Yeah, the dual breath does come out. The liquid fire going to be used there as well. He's even got a point into the ice path to keep him locked down. One more right click, and it's going to be another kill. Shigetsu does pick that one up. Really nice, good couple of kills here for the Slark to get him back on track in terms of net worth. And, just looking towards his first item. James is going to be rotating right back up here. He's got 1 point into the Starstorm.
What is coming?
As well. We go with squad rotation for Squad X. It's going to be on level 4 on Shigetsu. So a really nice wrap here from the Zeus. The arrow flies through. It's going to be off the mark. Close, but by his scales, the H2O doesn't get hit.
That was a perfect rotation from the Zeus because the double wave is coming into the tower, and Slark is already struggling in terms of levels because the Jakiro always needed to be by his side. So that's perfect. And Zeus, he stayed here, so Squad X, he wants to crush him yet again. Shigetsu doesn't really have a lot to survive with.
H2O is going to be taking the brunt of this damage coming in through now as well. One more little bit, the arc line, and where's it going to be at? Because the ice path was down, but the right click comes through. He's just looking for the vision here. H2O is going to be juking through the trees, trying to break some ankles. It looks like they might even have the body blocks here. H2O, but the axes fly through. War will get the kill there. Close. Squad X will pick it up, and it looks like there's going to be the rotation. The bushwhack comes out. Even going to be the Alchemist rotated in now. The acid spray goes down. Where's that unstable concoction going to fly to? Does he want to use it? It's not picked it up just yet. Okay, so he's not going to be throwing that out for the gank. It's pretty hard to throw it out when you don't have it. I thought you would have picked up 1 point in it coming through with that rotation.
Actually, there for a second, I thought I even saw numbers.
I think it was the gold. I saw the same thing. That's why it was in my head. I think it was like acid spray gold or something like that. That's why, like, oh, he must have the unstable concoction.
Yeah, either way, Igor, he doesn't get the stun off, but he still gets the kill. This Alchemist is looking really solid, and I think this is the time of the game where the Mirana needs to be in his jungle. We saw, though, that James tried to do so, and immediately Shachlo died. So now, though, he does have the Helm of the Dominator, so that changes things. That definitely does change things. James, I don't know how confident he feels, but he needs to be on top of this Alchemist. He's the only one that can be annoying to him, and he needs to use that to his advantage. Bottom lane, though, DK Focus in a lot of trouble.
He's going to be chased down. PCC does get the Arctic burn off, so he's going to have that vision. Anything to stop the TP, though. Only level 5 onto the Winter Wyvern, so PCC not going to be able to throw out the Winter's Curse, stop that TP. And Squad X, how do you feel about these Zeus builds? Because, that Lightning Bolt could have put a mini stun on that, or top lane. We'll come back to that in a second one. As it looks like the Beastmaster is going to get locked down. Shacho can he get himself away from this one? Starstorm will be used, and Shigetsu doesn't. He's already used that Shadow Dance, and now H2O going to be taking a lot of damage, though. The damage coming through from both Squad X as well as James secures the kill onto H2O, and Shigetsu has to run himself back behind the trees. Even the rotation coming through from Phasor, but not able to keep H2O alive.
To be honest, I'm liking what Empire are doing. They're not panicking because of the Alchemist. That is really nice. Back to your question about the Zeus, I'm a big fan of taking a point in the Lightning Bolt. I'm a big fan of it. Though, even when I see it happen, it happens on level 9. Zeus get to be really greedy. I think 2 points in Heavenly Jump is quite enough to get to 1 point in Lightning Bolt, but these mid laners, they can't be greedy. Nice invade here by James.
Oh, James, he doesn't get himself down the cliff with a leap. He's going to be caught up here, killed off by H2O. He was so close to getting himself out of danger there, but the leap, it just wasn't enough. The range on it didn't match, and he just gets caught on the cliff.
Big thing for Cybercats that they are already in their jungle and protecting their alchemist. You know, he might not even be there, but you still want that part of the jungle to be protected. And also a big thing is the top tier 1 still hasn't fallen. Empire are still getting a lot of farm around the map, and 7 Jesu is gonna be able to join his team very early on. But then again, so is Shigetsu, and when it comes to a fight between the Slark and the Juggernaut, well, we know that the Slark more often than not wins. So I'm starting to be afraid for Empire because they put so much emphasis on this top lane and the tower is still barely touched. Obviously, we know with the Beastmaster you take it down really fast, but you will need a big rotation now, and that's exactly what Empire are doing. They're bringing multiple heroes. It is gonna keep the rest of the map pretty open for Igor though.
Yeah, and look at the Juggernaut. I mean, he is going to be building to the Maelstrom. Focus is trying to do his best just to disrupt onto Jess as well. The sentry is down, but folks, he was the epicenter that he was starting to channel. See what they did, the rotation coming through from Phasor now as well, so if they can catch him in the bushwhack. The courier, I don't think it got the vision there, so yeah, it looks like they might be able to set up Jesu close to a tree. He's actually going to eat it with the Bomb Blade. The Burrow Strike, he comes up, no! The spin is going to be there from Jesu, those Zoomer fingers, and he gets the spin off. H2O's rotated in now as well. Can he get the bushwhack off? Going to be onto the Winter Wyvern. There is going to be a Moonlight Shadow coming out though, so no gank attempt underneath the tier 1 tower for the side of Cybercats, and Jesu as well as BZZ will be able to make it back safe.
Cool play from Cybercats overall, knowing that the top lane is gonna become hard to defend. Now with them coming top with the 4 heroes, you don't want to bring the Alchemist yet, so they make an attempt on the bottom lane. But again, it's a Juggernaut. That's why I like the Empire draft, because you know, you do have a Juggernaut, and he's gonna be able to stay in this lane for a very long time. So when the top lane is taken over, Cybercats they won't have much to do with the top lane taken. The Alchemist's map is getting smaller and smaller. Big thing for Cybercats though is that Igor has so much already that with the Radiance he'll be able to assist his team get a bit more in terms of map control.
Yeah, you can see that it's being picked up. It's going to fly out now to Igor. Like you say, he can start to get involved where he wants to, where he needs to. Going to be going for the BKB next there as well. Meanwhile, Squadex and James rotating around in the bottom part of the map. So, I mean, this is what the Beastmaster always wants, right? He's just taking control of this top part of the jungle. No one's really contested him. He's taking some farm or some part of the jungle away from the Alchemist as well. You know, do you want Cybercats to maybe group up to make to put a little bit of pressure onto the Beastmaster, or are you happy with them pushing onto this bottom part of the map? Maybe looking to put a little bit of pressure onto 7 Jesu here in the bottom lane.
Top lane, taking over of the top lane is of the utmost importance. You don't want the Beastmaster on your high ground there. You can have two of those camps, but you cannot have the upper hill. But Mirana knows this. Mirana knows that this is going to be a Blink Dagger timing. Is going to be the one tanking the gank.
Yeah, the Burrow Strike does come through. What are they going to be able to do here? Because it looks like they've got the catch. They get the Sharpshooter off, and Phasor claims the kill onto James. On the bottom lane, though, Shigetsu's being pushed back. Jesu holds that Omni Slash. Doesn't want to throw it up because of the Shadow Dance being there, but did still do a little bit of damage there to the Slark, enough to force him back.
Big difference between the Jugger and the Slark right now, both in terms of levels and in terms of farms. So Shigetsu can stay here, and it is that's a big handicap for the side of Cybercats. Still, that is why they're gonna be playing away from the Juggernaut. That kind of answers your question. You can't deal with him, so you are gonna deal with the Beastmaster. Yeah, ideally you'd like the more of the bottom map to be open for your Alchemist, but right now it's impossible. So Igor is going for a fast BKB to enable that to happen.
Okay. And how far away is he? He's actually really close to it. He's already got himself one piece of it. Yeah, the Ogre Axe does come through. It's not going to be too far off the Mithril Hammer there as well. And obviously the Alchemist, it does ramp up. You know, the more creeps you can take there, the quicker he's going to be able to get this item. But you can see on the top lane, though, it looks like they're already looking to put pressure on. DK Focus going to try and get himself away. He's going to be able to get himself into the threes, but not away from it as the arrow flies through Focus. The Axe is now as well on the Sand King. He's going to be cut down to size. BZZ claiming that kill.
Imagine being next to Zeus and you die to a right click of a Winter Wyvern, so 69 damage. That's kind of sad either way. It was that anyways. Who gets the kill is a little bit less important. Empire, they know we keep the Juggernaut on the bottom lane. If we take part of this map, it's gonna be great. So I think it's gonna be a big fight around this one. BCC even finds the ward, so we're looking at Igor. He needs that BKB, and he needs to help his team take control of this area. If that doesn't happen, it's gonna be tough. But we see as soon as the Sand King is coming back, Empire are expecting the smoke, so they're just gonna keep their supports in front, and they'll be the ones tanking the gank.
Yeah, and you can see like they are looking for the extra vision on this Phasor as well, looking to do some dewarding, just looking for a safe place to put the wards as well. As the Juggernaut just continues to push out onto this, he's got himself then the Maelstrom up. You know, he's going to be able to push in onto this tier 1. The tier 1 not really taking too much harass though. Shigetsu is going to be here at least underneath the tier 1 to push it back. Jesu, what's he got coming in on the courier? Going to be his Yasha. Do you want the Manta style first? Are you happy for him to go for the shard before anything else on Jesu?
I think this is a shard SNY game. I don't think you get a Manta in this one. Manta is pretty much food for the Alchemist. There's not many things for you to dodge. Dodging the Unstable Concoction almost impossible. So I think you need the status resistance in this game in particular for the Juggernaut if you are to survive.
Okay. Well, we'll see. I mean, now with the Cybercats, they are starting to put a little bit more pressure, looking to catch out. The BKB's up for Ego now as well. 7 Jesu might show on the lane here with Shigetsu just pushing this one in with the catapult.
He knows.
Yeah, he's playing it safe. His spider senses are tingling here. Epicenter being channeled. He is going to show though. Looks like they might try and make something happen here. He's going to be able to go. The burst strikes is going to come through with the bushwhack as well. They have this catch. They have the lockdown. They have the sharpshooter. And he is firmly in their sight. 7 Jesu going to be taken down. Phasor claiming that kill.
So he knows, but he's not afraid of death, it seems like, because that was certain death if he shows. With the Mirana being so deep on the top part of the map, James was pretty much doing his job. Yo, guys, kill me. Come on, kill me. And with him not dying, that was a really clear idea for 7 Jesu what was going on. Either you call for more heroes there, or you get yourself out. There's just no other way.
Well, this time the Unstable Concoction will come out. They're going to try and make a move happen here. It's going to be Mirana. Do they have the reveal? Do they have any wards? Do they have any dust? It doesn't look like it. So the disengage will come through here. And yeah, this time James will be able to get himself out. I can't say unscathed, but a little worse for wear at best.
Everyone is gonna be fine. Though I have to say, Team Empire, they were too comfortable with the status quo, and that is what Division 2 teams tend to do. Sometimes it's a problem of Tier 2 teams. You're like, okay, this is fine, just continue doing it. The thing is that the item timings are gonna start coming out, and you're not gonna be aware of it. The enemy team is gonna attempt for something else, and you're not gonna be prepared for it. The good play for Empire would be bring the Juggernaut to the Roche, or, you know, bring more heroes to the bottom lane. But now Cybercats, will they manage to get to this Roche? It doesn't seem like it though.
You know, the burst strike comes out, they're going to be able to catch out 6v3. Do they have enough damage to take him down though? It's going to be the Aegis going the way of the Zeus. Is it, well, the Omnislash comes out. It's going to be able to do with the Thunder God's Wrath. Really good combo for the kills there now as well. The backline Shigetsu trying to get himself out of danger here. The Shadow Dance will be wearing off. The Lightning Bolt's going to be coming through as well, so he's going to be able to bounce himself up to the high ground. The Bushwhack catches onto the Juggernaut, but Shigetsu, the chase is still here from Squad X. They are going to be able to use the Winter's Curse to get to the lockdown onto Egon now as well. He pops that BKB. The Raw comes out. Going to be wasting time on this BKB, and now it's going to be Empire looking to disengage. And Ego, that Blink Dagger is up the Unstable Concoction as well, but it doesn't look like they want to chase here. Aegis still goes the way of the Zeus. He holds on to it. Will be able to get the TP back to base and heal himself right back up.
The Empire, they had to make a mistake in the bottom lane for them to make a really cool move like this one. They could have made that move even before it, but overall, that was really perfect for them. Walk into the pit, you have really good heroes to fight around there. James, he takes one for the team, though, this time pretty unnecessarily. But overall, really nice play for them. Understanding that even after the Roche is dead, with their Winter Wyvern being engaged on, that they can go forward. And 7 Jesu now just showing up how powerful he actually is with the Shard, the Asha, and the Maelstrom. 18 minutes in, and he is actually really close to the full SNY. This Juggernaut is gonna be a beast. Really nice plays from Empire, and I'm liking that they didn't panic and just chase the Alchemist like crazy. Yes, Igor is out of control, but you dodge a few of his Blink Dagger ganks and suddenly you're gonna be fine.
Yeah, and you can see that, you know, they save the Raw for the BKB for the Alchemist as well, just to waste that 9 seconds. She gets to the Ice Shards do come through. He does have the Shadow Dance if he gets into danger, so he's going to be able to get himself out of this. The Pounce, the Dark Pact is going to be using. You can see the Shadow Dance does come through. Moonlight Shadow though, if you want to try and catch out the arrow.
Random arrow.
Oh, close to Ego, but it's not going to connect, and Shigetsu does get himself out of danger though. So yeah, I was talking about the Raw came out, saved the Alchemist once that Unstable Concoction was, the Chemical Rage into the BKB was used. It did lock him down for a majority of that BKB time and made him useless. So even though he does have that BKB, there's still answers on the side of Empire to deal with his hero and stop him from having that major run over impact that he wants to have.
For sure. Cybercats, though, they feel like they are stronger, and they are going forward with this one. The Squad X still has the Aegis. I still feel if this Zeus dies once, he's gonna be dead. He went for the Kainsenj and the Aether Lens. Okay, so he doesn't want to go for the Aghanim Scepter just yet. He really wants to just be spamming spells, but BZZ caught, and without him, they can't fight on Empire.
Yeah, that's technically... I mean, he's already used his buyback there as well for that last fight to get the Winter's Curse off onto Igor. Did he want to try and engage onto this Shigetsu? He throws out the Diffusal Blade onto the Marana. It looks like Igor just wants to carry on going forward. Going to be taking a little bit of damage. The Boars as well, just slowing him down. But he looks like... Well, the back lines, Omnislash should have come through. But it was the Depth Shroud used here from the Slug. Really good timing onto that to get it off to make sure that Phasor doesn't die to the Omnislash there as well. Really well worked. And now the Epicenter comes through this Juggernaut. Not going to be able to get himself away from this. And the BKB is going to be used from Igor. The chase away. Squad X looks like he's going to be able to get the runaway. Maybe Unstable Concoction. 1 second. Does he want to channel this? He's already used that Blink Dagger. He's going to be slowed down by the Heavenly Jump now as well. The arrow won't connect onto anyone. Did he go back in? They can't go back in onto this here on the side of Empire. They just need to give up the L for this fight.
Okay, I think after this 1-7, Jesu will be using his Omnislash when he's dying only. Because now he knows there's a shard on the Slark. This shard is actually so stupid to play against with the Juggernaut. It's even worse if you're like an LC. Imagine you're a Legion commander. Every single time you jump on someone, the Depth Shroud is there, and the duel breaks. No one wants to fight you, and that is kind of the point of your hero. So Juggernaut is going to be feeling quite bad. That was a good idea for him to go for, but he just didn't know that the Slark got his shard.
James gets caught out again. The Bushwhack comes through the Unstable Concoction. Cold Embrace not going to be keeping him alive here. Do you want to try and chase it? It's going to be the Bow Strike from the backlines, and they get the lockdown. The Ice Path comes out once again. Squad X going to be able to dive himself away from this focus. Going to be taking a lot of damage. Satchel comes in as well, claims that kill with the axes, and Jesu on the low ground gets the kill onto Phasor. So okay, it's... I say they took the L, but immediately they did regroup once everyone was back alive, come back into that, and then get a couple of kills going their way too.
That is the big thing for the Empire lineup. They really can always fight. There is not a single ultimate that they rely on heavily. They can always get a kill, especially with the Juggernaut spin in this kind of a game that he has had. So with them constantly pressuring the top part of the map, Cybercats, you can only have so many smokes to get in there, get a kill, and then claim the high ground again. So every single time Empire go back, they're gonna be able to reclaim it. Really nice read of the map. I have to say, Empire, they came prepared. I think that all of the Eastern European teams now kind of have the idea of how to play against the Alchemist, and this is looking really good for them.
Yeah, Alki's getting close to that AC now as well, so it's going to offer some extra protection. The rotation comes through. It's going to be a smoke that gets revealed here. The Moonlight Show comes out a little bit too soon. Shigetsu to be able to use that Dark Pack to get himself away from the Hawk that did get thrown into his face. You know, the dive bombing. I think it's a Magpie in Australia that does it. Oh, a little bit of lag on the game. As the arrow, not going to connect, and Ego's going to be able to get the blink away into the TP. Yeah, nothing to stop that either. So Alchemist will be able to get himself out of danger.
There is no Depth Shroud, so that means that the Juggernaut Salty does something. So 7 Jesu wants to do something right now. Yeah. To be honest, Cybercats, how many smokes do they have? They have it in the shop. H-Do has it. I think just smoking and killing the Juggernaut from 100 to 0 is a possibility for them. If they get a few hits on him before there's a Cold Embrace, with a Sharpshooter you will be able to kill him. So I'm really liking what Cybercats are doing right now.
I like this as well, that she gets her TPs right into Jesu's face. Jesu's just going to go for the spin away. And now, do they want to get aggressive? Now the spin's down for the next 8 seconds. There is a little window. You have to find them here on the side of Cybercats, but if they can, was it 3 seconds? Okay, so it's not going to be a massive window. James, they're going to be able to get the double burst strike into the Sandstorm coming through now as well. The Bushwhack into the Winter's Curse, so this might keep him alive. Another Sharpshooter comes through. James will go down. Spin comes through from 7 Jesu, but Focus is going to be able to clear for himself. And Jesu going to be taking a lot of damage though. Does he heal up? Does he get himself out of this? It looks like Jesu with the healing wall. He's going to go with the Omnislash now as well. Does he have enough to take Shigetsu down? Shigetsu turning onto him after the Omnislash wears out, so they're going to be able to take down the Juggernaut, and they might even be able to go for a little bit more as James, does he get himself away from the danger here? Ego. Well, the Spirit Vessel is to be used. Yeah, he's going to pop that BKB into the Unstable Concoction. Squad X, he's going to be right in his face now as well with the Cold Embrace. It's not going to be able to keep him alive. The arrow's going to be off the mark now as well. But Squad X, how does he get himself away from this one? The Heavenly Jump was 1 second away. James goes down as well. And all of a sudden, Cybercats, they turn this game on its head with a really nice fight though. Just well played all across the board from the side of Cybercats. You know, the timing of the Depth Shroud and into the Shadow Dance. Ego holding that BKB till the very end as well. Really well played.
Yeah, that BKB holding was the thing that actually won the fight, especially so heavily. With such a great initiation, there was an even better counter initiation from the Winter Wyvern. But Empire, they got greedy. They tried to kill the Alchemist, and I think that's mistake number one. The Jugger just doesn't take that much damage when he's in the spin. Kill the other ones, and it's gonna allow you to survive the Alchemist on his own. I think that's the main play they should be looking for. And of course, those 4 staffs are gonna be very important for now. Morana is working towards it, but if I was this Beastmaster, I'd get a 4 staff as well, even the Zeus maybe, because those items are really gonna change the game. If your Winter Wyvern wasn't in position there, the only thing that could have saved the Juggernaut at that time was the 4 staff, and Empire currently they don't have a single one.
Yeah, so let's see. I mean, Roche is going to be up in a minute and 20 as well. So do you think both teams now, knowing that Roche is going to be, obviously not knowing the exact clock, but knowing he's going to be close, do you think that they start to posture around this top part of the map? Is this where you want to take control, or you know, do Cybercats maybe want to force something out? In fact, the Beastmaster does get himself in the trees, but yeah, do Cybercats maybe want to put pressure onto the bottom lane and try and force Empire away from this top part of the map? Ooh, the Bushwhack comes out, Moonlight Shadow. Do they have the reveal? The Sharpshooter does come through, and now they're going to be able to get on top of the Beastmaster. The Beastmaster's not going to be able to get himself away from this. The Burrow Strike now as well, Juggernaut, but do they have enough to take down the Beastmaster first? Chancellor going to be able to use that Raw. Sand King's going to be the one that's stunned up. There's going to be the Thundergod's Wrath coming out, and it looks like Jesu going to be able to spin himself away from this. Shigetsu using his BKB. But this opens up the tier 1 tower in the top lane, so it's going to be an offlaner for an offlaner here, and a couple of ultimates from either side coming through. Ooh, this is going to be the jump in though. There's going to be Unstable Concoction. BZZ gets killed off, and now that trade comes out, the tier 1 tower goes down as well. So it's once again Cybercats, they get a little bit more out of this than the Empire do, and even going to be stepping up onto this tier 2 tower with the catapult. Okay, not a creep wave, but you know, fortification not too far away from where enough.
That's BZZ not thinking about the Slark Knight vision, and that's gonna cost him. And Shigetsu is not done. He's going for more. James, he has all of the leap charges, so overall should be okay.
Yeah.
The thing is, I want to play the bottom lane, just because you lost your tier 2. So that was good that Empire got it, but Cybercats felt like this was their timing and they just went through with it. To be honest, Empire played that fight quite well, but BZZ, he kind of messed it up. So now it's just push out the bottom lane a little bit, and Igor will immediately run back to the top. If you leave the top lane and the outpost gets taken, it's gonna be really bad for Cybercats.
Yeah, and this is, you know, Roshan gonna be coming back up with the shard now as well. So again, how's the vision? The Hawk is going to be moving over. Maybe to... I don't actually think that gets the vision around the pit. No, it doesn't. Sandstorm is going to be useless. So it looks like they are grouped up around this Roche. And Empire. Do they want to try and come in to contest this? James? He's leading that front line. He's got himself one pass, but the Bushwhack, he doesn't actually connect or anything. They are going to be able to get the kill into BZZ immediately now as well. Juggernaut, he's going to be bashed up. It looks like they're going to be able to get the double burst strike into the ice path now as well. And that's going to be really good for the side of Cybercats. They claim 2. Can they make it 3? What else can they get out of this phase? Or will go down on the back line. Satchel, though, he's going to be taken down and killed off. And Fogus, he survives just barely, but enough is enough. Yeah, Squadix not going to be able to do the damage onto Fogus. Fogus now. Well, the Nimbus, it's going to be found up by Igor, and Igor with a full Abyssal Blade to start that fight off, getting right on top of the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut had no chance once the Ice Path followed up. In fact, they might even be going for more now. What else are they be able to do? And Sibylline Concoction flies out, going to be stunned up onto both of them. And James, as well as Squadix, they're going to go down. The Abyssal Blade comes out. The leap away from James. Can he get himself away from this danger? Because he looks like Shigetsu. He wants to carry on going. The Pounce comes out. One more right click. He claims the kill with the Dark Pact. And now they can go once more into the pit, once more into the breach, if this is where they want to put themselves, and it is right back towards that Aegis now for Cybercats.
Impatience is what cost Empire this mid-game, possibly the entire game as well. You have the blink on the Winter Wyvern, you have the Beastmaster and the Zeus, so perfect vision should always be on your side. And twice in a row you get caught and not able to do anything. Sure, BZZ buys back, but his carry is already dead, and without a Juggernaut you cannot finish off heroes. So, and BZZ, he will die again. This is gonna be without buyback. Okay, he gets himself out. That's good. It would be really bad if he lost his life. So Cybercat, Empire, those were some really bad mistakes. Those should never ever happen.
Yeah, Jesu's going to be caught out once again, but Shigetsu only has that bash and no Abyssal Blade, so he's going to be stunned up now. Yeah, Juggernaut has a basher there as well. I was wondering what stunned him up, but yeah, so it's going to be the bashes for both carries. The Abyssal Blade for the Alchemist. But Shigetsu, it looks like he's not done hunting. I mean, Ego's just going to be able to solo push out with the Abyssal Blade coming through now with his, the Radiance as well. He just solo pushes down towards his tier 2 tower, and he's not really too scared of anything because his team are close by. So if Empire went to try and go onto him, you know, he's even got the Berserk Potion coming through as well from that shard. So it's going to be, you know, all of these adding up onto the Alchemist. And how do you take this hero down now going into this mid to late game position for Empire? What, do they just have to ignore him until the end of the fight and look for the pickoffs on everyone else first?
I think that's the play. The thing is, when the high ground is being pushed and the Alchemist is right in front of you, you kind of don't have a choice. A wraparound isn't a big move for Team Empire right now. Plus, it's really hard to do. So Igor, he's just gonna go forward, and you're gonna have to deal with him.
Yeah, the Nimbus gets dropped, but Alchemist immediately takes it down now as well. The arrow will connect onto him. He's going to be taking a lot of damage as this ages for the next 3 minutes and 22 seconds here. But Alchemist, he's going to pop that BKB and just walk himself away. And while this is going on, Shachlo is pushing out onto the top lane, looking to put some pressure on, but there is going to be the TP back coming through from DK Focus, so he gets the Burst Strike, might even get the Ancient Ice Shaman. And yeah, have you seen the Ice Shaman? It looks like the eyes are coming out of the horns as well. It's a unique design, let's call it. For this
it just shows that Ice Frog is not only a genius, but that is also very creative. You know, you don't see many, or you don't see any animals in our kingdom that have eyes on their horns. So it is a new design for sure. Yeah, I agree with you. Definitely interesting. Kind of looks weird, but you know, interesting and weird. They can coexist. I really liked how Empire tactically played this game. I really do, Rob. The thing is, execution and positioning, they weren't great. So I'm still hoping that they can nail those things. But right now, it's not only the Alchemist that is the problem, it's the Slark. So you need to kill the Sand King, you need to kill the Hoodwink, you need to kill the Jakiro, Slark, and then the Alchemist. And that is a little bit too much. I think there was a part of the game where you could completely ignore the Slark. You just don't care about him. The AoE damage is going to do the job. But right now, that's not the case, because once she gets the Ags, he's going to jump in and he's going to destroy every single one of you alone. He won't even need any help.
Yeah, like coming through the laning stage, we saw how far ahead this Juggernaut was against Shigetsu. But I like that Shigetsu realized the threat of the Juggernaut coming through, not only to him but the rest of his team, so he just immediately brought up that shard, whereas usually you might not see the shard until third, fourth item. He knew that the Omni Slash, it's a single target or your multi-hero single target damage, and if he can negate that, just stop the Omni Slash from coming through on the rest of his team, it takes away such a massive power spike, you know, such a massive part of the Juggernaut's game. So while Empire in that, you know, the lane stages, the mid game, they didn't really do anything wrong. I just think Cybercats, you know, they had a handle on this game. You know, they knew where to itemize, they found the space, and you know, they've kind of had that little bit of, like you said, the execution's just been a little bit crisper for the side of Cybercats.
The thing is, at this point in the game, Empire, they don't have a play. There is not a play they can make, because the Slark can solo heroes, the Alchemist can solo heroes, the can kill a hero. So if you split up even a bit, it's gonna be a problem. Dealing with all the lanes is almost impossible, and it's only a matter of time before Cybercats go forward with the Ags on the Slark. Shigetsu can do just that. Obviously they don't have to do it, but they can. And now the play is on Empire, like what are we supposed to do? And I think the only thing you're hoping for is for a big mistake from Cybercats, but in this game, you cannot force it. That is the thing. You cannot force out that mistake. You have to hope that they make it on their own, and that almost never happens in Dota.
Yeah, and you can see an item I didn't expect the Juggernaut to be going for is going towards that Lincoln Sphere as well. So the defensive item coming out for 7 Jesu, I thought you would have gone for... but I suppose the threat coming through from pretty much everybody on the side of Cybercats, you know, it makes it hard for 7 Jesu. Phasor. He's going to see the TP comes out now with the spin, though. They have the they have the lightning bolt to cancel the TP, so they are going to be able to get the kill onto Phasor. And it was just unlucky that the Moonlight Shadow just faded a second after the TP was going out there from Phasor.
This is a chance now for Empire to do something. You need to go towards the enemies now. Get the top part of the map going. You can accomplish this by multiple ways. You can push in the bottom lane, wait for a TP, and then 3 heroes of Cybercats are gonna be top, and then you can go in. But 7 Jesu is in so much trouble. He buys the Lincolns. Okay, this is This is a bit better, and it's going to be a bit easier for him to survive.
Well, the Ice Path comes out. They're going to be missing with that, though, as well. Do they have anything to stop this? She gets to the Nimbus is going to be used, though. Jester's going to be able to get the TP away. I think instead of Concoction, BZZ even going to be able to get the TP away. So, yeah, they have, like you said, they've forced a couple of Cybercats heroes to TP down here. Satchlo, he's just going to be able to use the Thunderhide to re-put the pressure onto this tier 3 tower in the top lane. Fogus can... I think Fogus still has the TP. It's 5 seconds away. So eventually Fogus is going to be able to TP up to this to clear it off once again. You know, you've got Phasor stepping up onto this as well, taking the pressure off. Though, as soon as you see Phasor, should you be looking for a fight on the side of Team Empire, you know, group up and smoke out and grab a kill while you know that Cybercats aren't all together?
Before that happens, this ward can lose the game for Empire. You have a Zeus and you're allowing this to happen.
Oh, they're going to be able to catch out Chester, though. He's going to be able to get the spin away, but the Invisible Blade comes out. They're going to be able to lock him down. He's still going to be able to spin himself out of this. The Nimbus, though, going to be found up. She gets. He's going to be able to take it. The arrow connects onto the Alchemist, and that's going to be the Depth Shard being used here. So they might be able to get an Omni-Slash play from this if they want to group up here, Empire. But Satchlo has to be really careful. The Moonlight Shadow has been used. He's getting himself into the trees. Has that gem available? The scan comes out right on top of him. So now Phasor, he's looking for it, but the nut shot's not going to be going into the right direction, and neither will that Burrow Strike. So close, but doesn't actually connect onto Satchlo. Now Jesse wants to chase on, leading the line for his team.
Give Satchlo a pause. He needs to take a breath. Definitely wasn't breathing there. If he had made a single sound, you know, he would have died. And they just went so close to him. He knew that they were there, and the Moonlight Shadow kept him alive. That was so close to the Beastmaster dying, and he had no buyback. It would have been really bad for him to die right now, right in front of Roche. It would have given a clean one to the side of Cybercats. Big deal, though, for Empire. They've managed in the past 5 minutes not being able to make a play, but at least not dropping any more in terms of net worth. So that is gonna mean something when it comes to a big fight that is inevitable to happen, and possibly even decide this game, especially if Cybercats do win it.
Yeah, Cybercats, the time in the initial Roche clock, it is going to be a 2.5 minutes additional clock, though. So the big man not going to be back into his pit for quite a while yet. So they are going to move themselves, you know, looking at again hunting up for Satchlo, who just continues to push out this top lane with his balls, with whatever he can steal. Even the Nimbus going to help out a little bit here, but again, the Alchemist just comes right into this to farm it up and take that away.
So let's see, Cybercats, what do they want to do? Is waiting for the Roche really the only thing that they're happy with? I still think Shigetsu could be a bit more aggressive, especially they have a gem. They have a gem. They're playing with a Slark. Get rid of all division. They did get rid of all the aggressive vision, but the defensive one is still there for the side of Empire. I guess Cybercats don't feel confident going in because you can throw the game if there's a big Winter's Curse waiting for you. And BZZ, he got caught multiple times in this game, but I think now he's gonna be a bit more careful. So Cybercats are taking their time. They still think they could be on the opponent's part of the map. They're allowing the lanes to be a little bit too deep on their side.
The Hawk Dive just still gets to me. It's such a ridiculous looking spell to be able to use from your Hawks just to get that stun. But Shigetsu going to be seen. Hawk Dive. In fact, I don't actually think that connected. Oh, he might have been mid-pounce when it did connect. But yeah, you can see both teams here just stacking up around the Roche pit. There is going to be the Moonlight Shadow coming through here. BZZ, he has that Blink Dagger. He's looking for the catch, but no one's going to show.
BZZ, stay behind.
Yeah, he's moving himself away. He's just keeping with the rest of the team. So there would be, you know, if he did get caught out by an Unstable Concoction or a Abyssal Blade or something, there'd be an arrow to follow up or a Roar to follow up. You know, there'd be something to try and keep Winter Wyvern alive through this. And you can see now, yeah, even though the Black Dragon's going to move itself down to the bottom lane. I like this from Satchlo. Just put this pressure on. You know you want to be fighting around this top lane. You want to be just guarding this Roche pit because it's going to be up so soon. So you use whatever tools you can to put the pressure onto the bottom half of the map and maybe take this tier 2 tower.
Igor, he's going for a moon shard. He doesn't care about giving any Ag Scepters to his team. Sand King would love one. The Hoodwink would be pretty good with the Ags and the Jakiro as well. So that's gonna press.
They're still going to catch up BZZ. Can he get himself away from this when the Winter's Curse does get used? So the Nimbus comes out now as well. They're going to be able to take the kill onto H2O. They do still get the kill onto BZZ. Arrow connects onto DK Focus. How much further can they go? The Berserk pushing comes out to the Sand King. Sand King's going to try and get himself away, but he's not actually going to be able to get himself away from the danger. James claims that kill. And the buyback comes out immediately there from H2O. Roche is up. The Hawk's going to see it as well. Meanwhile, this Black Dragon, they take the tier 2 tower down on the bottom lane. And it looks like it's going to start to put pressure onto the tier 3 as well. Just to be here to clean up these creeps. And what do Cybercats want to do with this? Do they want to try and maybe move themselves back, clear up this bottom lane, take that pressure away? Or are they just going to be playing Guardians to the Roche pit?
They have to, but they have to walk as well. You see, the Alchemist bought the Boots of Travel, so Igor, he understands that the split push is going to be real in this game that you're going to have to deal with. Without the Sand King, you can't fight, but you still want to keep control of your outpost. If Empire gets that outpost, pushes you in, plus is constantly pushing in the bottom lane, it's going to be a real positioning disadvantage for the side of Cybercats. So I like that they're dealing with this slowly. You don't want to be super aggressive. Wait for your Sand King, push out the wave slowly, and then get back into position. Exactly what they did. But Empire, they're showing real patience as well, and this time around BZZ, he got a good curse off, which allowed them to come out as the victors from that fight.
Yeah, and the curse is going to be back up when he's back alive as well here. So BZZ, he can do it once again. They might be able to get something. I mean, if he can catch out the Jakiro again, that will put them at a hero disadvantage, because it was a buyback there from H2O to make sure he's back into that fight, to make sure the Roche didn't go down in favor of Team Empire. So 3 seconds away, BZZ going to be able to get himself back into this game. The smoke comes out though from the 3-man on the side of Cybercats. They are hunting. They are on the prowl. And what are they going to be able to find here? Shigetsu comes in. There is going to be the spin coming through from Jesu though, but immediately Shigetsu's just going to go for that pounce away. He has a Lincoln Sphere of his own, so there's that initial protection to come out as well. They can immediately just pop the Shadow Dance or go for the pounce away, or whatever's going to make him feel safest. Oh, Phasor going to be doing a D-ward job. But the pounce comes out though onto the high ground, so Shigetsu is going to be able to claim that ward, and then immediately away by Shigetsu again.
If I was Cybercats, I'd start to be very worried right now. The lead is starting to drop. Empire are doing such a good job at keeping the status quo, something we mentioned early on. But Cybercats, they're not forcing them to make a mistake. There were so many times where the Slar could have been on the other part of the map, just forcing the enemies to make a mistake. He's very fast, he can join his team for sure. And you could be doing what Empire are doing right now with controlling more of the map, but they're just not doing it. And right now, considering that you're playing against the Beastmaster, potential Roar, you are afraid for yourself if you're gonna be split pushing. So Cybercats, oh, they get an arrow. Luckily, there's a Dark Pact.
Yeah, as soon as that Lincoln's popped, he got his quick fingers onto the Dark Pact button. The arrow did come in. That was a really clever play to break the Lincolns. But the quick fingers there from the Slark. If the arrow would have been instantaneous, but I mean the timing on that, you'd have to be some sort of, I don't know, 9K player to be able to pull that off, and something I can only dream of.
Pretty sure James has more than 9K. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay then, 90K.
Okay, 90K. 90K is. I think 9K right now. 10K in Europe is top 100. So
yeah,
it's 9K is like top 500, 300, I don't know, but overall not that high.
All right, okay, don't rub it in.
In terms of professional players, let's put it that way. In terms of professional players, obviously it is high, but for Dota enjoyers, but in terms of professional players, it is still on the lower end probably. Either way, the Sand King is gonna be spotted now with the smoke on the bottom lane. Even though they don't reveal it, they're gonna know he's there. He's doing a solid job. The problem with the Sand King is he doesn't have the Boots of Travels. I think that's something that DK Focus should be looking towards as well. And now I think now is finally smoke time for the side of Cybercats. They pushed out the bottom lane. They pretty much know where the enemies are, so they should be going for a smoke.
Yeah, the smoke does come out. It's going to be a 5-man smoke as well, so it is going to be a full rotation. The arrow, it was actually close to connecting there. But what are they going to be able to get from this? Because, I mean, Sachelo is away. Sachelo, does he have any way to get close? He has a TP. Going to be coming back to the tier 2, but is it going to be in time? They're going to be able to jump onto BCZ once again. So they have those targets. They know where they want to lock down, and James is going to be slowed down by the Diffuser Blade. The right click's coming through now as well. But the Moonlight Shadow has been used. The gem is available. He's going to be able to leap himself up onto the high ground. Can they go any further onto this? Jesu, there's going to be the stun onto Shigetsu. He goes down. And the bash comes out from the Juggernaut to get the lockdown. And now they have the Winter's Curse. It's only going to be onto the Hoodwink, but Hoodwink, that's going to be able to slow him down. But the epicenter onto the back lines. Can they do this damage? Can they take down the Juggernaut? The Juggernaut, he's going to go for the Omni Slash.
Omni Slash.
Even through, they are going to be able to do this damage. It looks like he's going to be able to survive a little bit longer. The spin comes out once again. DK Focus Squad is going to be able to get the kill onto H2O. The chase is on to Igor. Igor's going to go down. A 5-man wipe going the way of Empire. And now they're going to be able to go into the pit. They might even force out some buybacks. You get to Igor. It's going to be all for if they can do anything from this, from the side of Empire. But do they want to? Because the ultimates, they've all been used. So Cybercats maybe finding a little bit of time and saying, you know, come on if you think you're brave enough. But Empire, they just want to play it safe. They want to play it smart. They don't want to give too much away here. There was already the buyback from the Winter Wyvern. Do they want to go into this further? Jesu, is he be able to get the spell? She gets taking a lot of damage here, but Jesu will be out. The pounce comes out. The Lincoln Sphere, though, right on top of him. Jesu, can he get himself out of this? The Sharpshooter will be used as well. This is going to be the Jesu going down. Juggernaut does have that buyback available to him.
So, in hindsight, it's always easy, but I think without the Winter Wyvern, that Empire don't want to fight. You saw that Cybercats really can't do anything, even when they do catch BZZ, you know, he buys back and suddenly you have to mind your positioning and what you're doing. You can't really commit on heroes, thus you lose the fight. So a bit of a mistake from 7 Jesu to go in there and give a kill, but I still think Empire are in a pretty decent spot. You know, net worth at this point of the game doesn't really mean much. Cybercats, they don't have an advantage any longer. It was shown that the Alchemist can die. So the main thing for Empire is positioning. I think BZZ is really dropping the ball in this game, and they are still winning on the side of Empire, because BZZ, if he had better positionings on his Winter Wyvern for the entirety of the game, it would be problematic for Cybercats. So he's like, okay, I'm not feeling myself today. What am I gonna do? Buy an A on this, and that will allow me to survive.
Yeah, and I don't think you can, to be fair to BZZ, I don't think you can fully put the blame on him, because in terms of positioning, because Cybercats have been going deep. They've been ignoring other heroes to make sure they go into the Winter Wyvern first, to make sure they get this Winter's Curse away from the team fight, you know. So, yes, okay, maybe BCZ, you know, there could be a little bit of a better ward placement when they are grouping up as 5, but, you know, credit to Cybercats for recognizing the threat and getting themselves in a position to deal with it at the very start of the fight.
No, don't get me wrong, it's a forced out mistake. It's still one that you can possibly prevent. That is the thing. Top lane, Satchel has been caught.
Yeah, Moonlight. Satchel using that BKB. The Abyssal Blade. Did he have the vision to stop the dust? It comes a little bit too late. If
he leaves the Slark alone.
Yeah, it does. And Jesu's going to be chasing out, but he does show the Moonlight Shadow's going to be broken and Shigetsu going to be able to play far enough away.
He has the Moon Shard, he's a Slark, so I think Cybercats really need to be fighting during the night time. That is the play. You have Moon Shards and you have the Slark. They caught DK Focus. This is really bad if he dies.
Yeah, if he goes down, but he's going to be popping BKB. Did have the damage to take him down. The Burrow Strike does come through, but the road's going to be through the past that BKB, and it looks like, do they have the stuns to take him down? Everybody's just being stunned up at the minute. The Ice Path comes down now as well. Jesse, the Omni Slash will be used. They're going to be able to get the kill. So that is going to be DK Folks down for the next 100.
Without him, there's no fight.
15 seconds. Yeah, and this is going to be because all 4 heroes, well, everybody on the side of Cybercats bought back apart from H2O in that last fight. So I like this now from the side of Empire. You know, they force this one out. Shigetsu's going to be coming in, but he comes into an Abyssal Blade, into an arrow. He's going to be locked down. The Dark Pack is going to be used, though, with that Shadow Dance. Is he going to be enough to keep him alive? Can he chase on further after this? He just has to pounce himself away from danger as the Nimbus comes out. But Ego was already away. The quick fingers onto the Blink Dagger. But yeah, no, I think if Empire, if they can win another fight with all these buybacks being down on the side of Cybercats, there's no reason they can't push in. Maybe take a tier 3 on the top lane, maybe even on the bottom lane there as well.
The Sand King is of the utmost importance for the Cybercats fights. He has been that way for the entirety of the game, and that continues to be the case. So with him being dead, it's going to be hard to fight. You can have 10 Aegises, you can have 10 Refresher Shards on the Slark, but you're still not going to be able to fight without that Sand King. And Empire, they're aware of this. Plus, they got an Arcane Rune on Squadex, so I don't think that the Cybercats can ever engage. Let's see if 7 Jesu feels confident enough to actually poke the high ground. Considering that the side lanes are pushed deep in, maybe that's something that Empire should be focusing on, but they should smell blood at this point.
Yeah, the Iron forces through onto the tier 3 tower. They take the tier 2 tower mid. Acid spray will be used. Shigetsu gets himself away. The Nimbus comes out the Winter's Curse as well for the lockdown. Do they have that rod? They don't for the next 56 seconds. Was the Abyssal Blade comes from though? He's going to be able to go even further onto this phase, although gets himself away with the Indes. And it looks like Jesu just has to back himself away. Shigetsu gets the pounce onto Winter Wyvern. So the Abyssal Blade comes out as well for that stun. It looks like they're just going to let it go. And Phasor, he gets the kill here. Arrow flies through, but it doesn't actually connect onto anyone. And Igor just has to back himself away.
Shigetsu is going in.
Oh, my game's completely lagged out. We need a radio cast. Quick, hurry, go. Never mind. Shigetsu, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, Shigetsu. Oh, you're back?
I'm back, yeah. There's just, I don't know what it was
come on,
like.
you got me excited. You got me super excited there, Rob. Oh, no, I love radio casts.
That was your time
to be honest, if they ever make a Dota radio... yeah, I had a second. Yeah, that was your shot and you missed it, Terry. Like, yeah. I'm sorry. Cybercast, though, they did a really good job there. Playing aggressively when the Sand King was down. Shigetsu has to be really careful, but he turns around.
Yeah, once again, he's going to be able to go in with a Shadow Dance, just use the Dark Pact as well for that protection. Okay, the Unstable Concoction onto the Alchemist himself, but Shigetsu going to be going back, so he wants that extra slot, he wants to free up this Ag's Scepter slot, so he is going to be buying out the Ag's Blessing to complete that one up now, and it will free up the slot to, do you put the, I suppose it's 2 with the Aegis being reclaimed there as well. I was going to say, do you put the Power Treads back in, or is there something else here that Slark really wants to pick up here? What is going to be the next big item for this hero? Oh, top lane.
Considering that he's...
Bogus going to be chased down. The roar comes out at the start of the BKB now as well. The spin comes through from Jesu. They're going to be able to clean up the Sand King. Your Scepter going to be used for the Sand King, but do the damage. Is it going to be enough? It is going to be enough. And Jesu gets that kill once again. I mean, how long? Until a minute and a half before he gets that buyback back.
Now we're gonna see the same thing though. This time around the Slark doesn't have the Aegis, but Shigetsu would just love to go deep, force rotations towards him and get out because he's very, very hard to kill. And that is what Cybercast need to do now because, again, Empire are gonna go towards your base. So you need to delay until you have the Sand King once more. He doesn't have the buyback for another minute and 20 seconds. And H2O caught. He's gonna be fine.
Yeah, he gets himself, and the Nimbus does get dropped. How far is the Zeus has the Refresher? So that's going to be another big item for him, just in these fights, if you can get off the double Nimbus and stop it from being farmed up, really. But yeah, double Nimbus, Thunder God's Wrath coming through, as well as everything that he puts out in terms of just the damage, because it's spell cooldown. I mean, the Octarine Core coming out as well, so all of his spells come off cooldown pretty darn quick anyway.
For sure. So let's see, Cybercats, right now it's stay alive until we have our Sand King. I think you have to be a bit more careful on DK focus. You need to be with your team. Split pushing, space creation should come from the Slark. I would actually argue that Cybercats should give the gem to the Slark. You ask what he needs. He sold his Axe, given that he got the Agonist Blessing. I would want him to carry the gem. Even though it's one slot for your carry, the Slark gets so much out of it that he would be able to play the map confidently and,
Well, the Thunder God's Wrath comes out. Look at this, Jesu. They want to put pressure onto the tier 3 tower. Ice Path is going to use the Lincoln Sphere on top of the Juggernaut as well as his own. So he is going to be able to force through this tier 2 tower. Tier 3, will go down. And it looks like Nimbus on the backline. Shigetsu's going to farm that one up. So...
it's time for the Lincoln stacking. So 7 Jesu, you need to go through 2 Lincolns before you can stun him. There is absolutely no way he's not going to be able to respond with a Blade Fury. There is no way that 2 or 3 players have better coordination than he has with one of his fingers, So he's always going to be fine now when he comes up the hill.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at this as well, they got the Beastmasters coming through. He just continually puts pressure onto this top lane just to keep this lane pushed in. Going to be going towards what is actually so I thought Squad X TP's in.
He wants the Octarine on the Beast.
There's going to be a smoke rotation behind though. Oh, can they catch this? Oh no, the Lincoln Sphere. It's going to be recharged here onto Jesu. It's going to be smoke and smoke. The smokes do break focus though. They're going to be able to get themselves on top. It's going to be the Burrow Strike away here. You'll have to use them for focus.
He's in good position.
Used once again. But still concoction. Where can they go on this? They can't go on to anywhere because the Roar's going to come through with that Omni Slash. Do they have enough to kill off onto the Alchemist? The Alchemist, a couple more right clicks, but the Ice Path goes down. Sharpshooter on the back lines. Jesu. Do they have enough to take him down now? He's going to be running himself away from this. It looks like they want to carry on chasing, but the Winter's Curse comes out. The takedown focus once again. Ego with that Unstable Concoction going to try and throw it out. Jesu, the Unstable Concoction, going to throw it out onto James. Can he get himself away from this one? Jesu, he turns right back around. She gets to be able to use that Refresher Shard and gets the Cold Embrace onto the Juggernaut. Juggernaut still trying to heal up, trying to get himself away from the danger. Nimbus does get dropped here, but it's going to be the Juggernaut that gets dropped alongside of it. BZZ on top of the cliffs. Oh, Phasor, can he get himself away from this one? Spirit Vessel, the Thunder God's Wrath will be enough. And now they see Alchemist as well. The Roar comes out. Do they have enough damage to take him down? With all three heroes, Shigetsu wants to come back into this. Ego, going to go for the Unstable Concoction once again. Can't throw it out. James with the Force Staff. Lincoln Sphere is going to be broken now. But it looks like Shigetsu wants to man mode into this. The buybacks come through from Jesu. It looks like they want to carry on going. Shigetsu, is he going to be able to survive? He's not going to be able to. That Hawk dive for the extra stun keeps him locked down. And pause.
Yeah, it's time for us to take a long break, and for the players as well. We heard that there were some lag issues, some FPS issues, so possibly after that big of a fight, the Dota, the PCs, they are acting up, so they're and everyone is gonna need to take a breather. But overall, finally, BZZ, I did have a few bad words for him this game. I mean, or a few critiques. Let's put it that way, and he has really improved in his positioning. He understands just how important he is. If he's just not showing Cybercats can't play, the only time they can really commit is when they use the when the Winter's Curse is used. And mind you, this was the Slark with the Refresher Shard. If he didn't have a Refresher Shard, the Juggernaut does not die in that fight. So Empire now, they know this, and to be honest, if they have the guts, and I'm hoping they do, they can go forward right now.
Yeah, and again, they forced out so many buybacks on the side of Team Empire over the past couple of fights. You know, that, like you say, if they go for it, you've got to look. They've got a buyback for themselves for the Zeus. Juggernaut just used his, but the Beastmaster, you know, everybody apart from the Juggernaut has their buyback. So even if they do lose him, it's going to be what 9 heroes up against. Well, if the Slark buys back, you know, it's going to be 9 heroes up against 5. So they do have that buyback advantage. You know, like you say, if they win that fight, there's no reason they can't go for base. They can't, you know, close this game out by just being not overly aggressive, but, you know, suitably aggressive and just trying to push Cybercats on this disadvantage that they do have now with these buybacks being used.
The thing is, if you're 7 Jester right now, it never feels too good to just go fight the enemies. You know that the Roche is going to be spawning soon. And I think you maybe wait for that and then go forward. To be honest, I'm actually surprised that Shigetsu still didn't buy back and just go back there. Because if the Roche goes into the hands of the Juggernaut, you're going to lose your win condition. And Empire, they have so many win conditions. The Alchemist has no buyback. The Sand King has no buyback. No one has a buyback other than the Slark. So, I'm starting to be very afraid for the side of Cybercats if they do not fight this Roche.
Yeah, you can see the smoke's going to come through from the side of Empire. H2O trying to get himself down there with the Glimmer Cape. Moonlight is going to be used though. They're going to be able to go. And Shachlo. What can they force out here onto the high ground? They're going to be able to get the stuns on H2O. H2O, can he get himself away from this? He's going to be stunned up. He's going to be locked down. He's going to be killed off. And now the Unstable Concoction. I think Alchemist stunned himself up. The Roar does come through. Well, what are they going to be able to do? Shigetsu does buy back into this. Focus needs to be really careful because he doesn't have that in this for the next 14 seconds. They're going to be able to get the lockdown onto Zeus. Oh, the Sharpshooter, it will still connect through that heavenly jump. And now the Omnislash comes out of the Abyssal Blade onto Squadix. He will go down. He has that buyback, but they get the Winter's Curse coming through now as well. DK Focus going to be taking a lot of damage. He's going to go down. He's dead. 124 seconds before he's going to be back up as well. Shigetsu, they're going to try and get more from this here on the side of Empire. If they can get it, the Nimbus gets dropped, stuns up onto Phasor, the chase away. Shigetsu has to run himself out of the now as well. Yeah, the arrow, it's not going to connect. It was just a little bit too short, but they can carry on going. Roche is up, but it looks like Jesu, he just wants to barrel down this mid lane, maybe get himself a tier 3 tower out of this.
Oh, Zeus is being caught! Igor with the play!
Did he wrapped around, they found it, they got the kill. It's going to put Igor, he doesn't have that BKB, 47 seconds, but it's going to be one hell of a lane cut there, finding the creeps as well as a hero. So it just puts Empire on the back foot, forces them away from that tier 3. And yeah, Igor, really nice pick there.
No, he has so much gold, he doesn't know what to do with it, spends it on education, and he just gets super smart and outplays the enemies. That was a genius move. I didn't like Shigetsu didn't buy back immediately, but Igor, he saves the day.
BZZ can he get himself away from the danger? The Falstaff does come through. The sharpshooter will be there. He has that Glimmer Cape. He's going to go for the TP. Do they have the lockdown for him? They're going to be able to get right on top of him, take BZZ down. He does have that buyback available. Winter's Curse coming up in 5 seconds. But Roshan is up. Shigetsu, they need this. They absolutely do. Because if they lose this, it means that Empire, again, more lives than Cybercats. They have that safety blanket. They have the potential to push in. But Cybercats taking this away from Empire, it might just shift this game right back in the favor of Cybercats. And what can he do when this Aegis goes in the hands with the blessing coming through and that refresher shot as well? So this is going to be a massive haul going the way of Cybercats.
This is just beautiful, beautiful. You know, as I mentioned, I really didn't like Shigetsu not buying back immediately, and you saw that they came into the fight 4 versus 5. It was a 5 versus 3 scenario with you having no buybacks. The game was over. And Igor just makes a play. He makes a play with which he enabled one more kill to happen right after it, and now they have the Roche once again. Slark, I like that he's playing with the gem. I would like him to get the refresher shard though. I'm not sure why it's on the Hoodwink. I'd rather the Slark have it. Double Shadow Dance, double Depth Shroud is just way too good to ignore.
You know what I like? I like that they gave the... Oh, Jesu. I like that Jesu's going to get brave. Just jump onto Shigetsu. Doing a lot of damage here now. The Shadow Dance will come out, but he does still have that Aegis. But yeah, the Jakiro having the Aghanim's blessing coming through from that Roche, it's going to mean that the Macro Pyre now, you know, it's got the extra damage coming through, the extra range, and it's going to be pure, so it will go through the spin of the Juggernaut to deal damage, full damage over to the Juggernaut if he does get caught out. Thunder God's Wrath just
pops the Aeon Discs.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the Ronin to Shigetsu, but again, he does have that Aegis, so the Aegis gets popped. Jesu just backs himself up now. That's going to be a couple of ultimates going to be used here.
Igor is in!
They're going to be able to jump once again, but the Falstaff comes away. They're going to be able to get Squadix away from that this time, and now they've got the lockdown with the Winter's Curse. And in fact, the pounce comes in from Shigetsu that keeps the Alchemist locked down for a little bit longer. Can he go further onto this with the Abyssal Blade onto the Alchemist? So it's going to be the death of DK Focus, but it looks like Shigetsu wants to carry on going through Ice Path. Will connect now. The Roar once again on the back lines, just going to go onto the Alchemist here, and it looks like... Do they have enough to take down the... Will take down the Jakiro. Do they have enough to take down the Alchemist? Alchemist, the double Nimbus comes out. The damage coming through from the spin. The Abyssal Blade once again. That's going to be the death of the Alchemist. Dead for 123, but he does have that buyback. And this game, complete seesaw with the momentum going one way then the other.
Okay, so Cybercats get a little bit ahead of themselves there. You could have just taken it slowly with the Slark, push a little bit, get out, push a little bit, get out, but you are getting nervous in this game, or you already got nervous like 20 minutes ago when you didn't manage to end, when you had such a big lead of 18,000 gold max in this game. It was just beautiful for them, but right now you're in such a bad spot. Igor is gonna have to make some amazing play, and I don't think that Squadix is gonna allow himself to die yet again. He has the Aeon Disc, BZZ is gonna be around him, so this is not looking promising for Cybercats, but they only need to hold for 45 seconds and they'll have their full lineup back.
Yeah, but hurry, check the time. We're at 60 minutes. It's time for the big items to start coming out. The Arcanist armor comes out here on the side of Empire. I think we got the Fallen Sky there as well.
The sky will fall on the side of Cybercats, and not much they can do about it.
Just trying to see who's using what. Fallen Sky's going to go the way of Sharkflow. Yeah, Jesu actually sends the Arcanist armor back, it looks like. Oh no, it goes the way of James. So James does have that now. Okay. Keep an eye, see which way this is going to go.
That's big. If they do jump the Jugger, and you prevent some of that damage going his way, he survives and gets the spin off. That could give you the win. So that is an item that we don't see too often. We don't see tier 5 items too often. We don't see it doing much too often, but in this game in particular, we might not even see it. But the Juggernaut, if he survives, it could be due to that item in particular.
Oh, in fact, they're going to be able to give the diamond to Slark. Slark can get himself away from this. The arrow, the BKB was up for the Shigetsu though, so he is going to be able to get himself right back. Nullify picked up for Shigetsu here as well.
That's a big one. That's definitely a big one. Being able to kill the Winter Wyvern, being able to kill the Zeus with the Aeon Disc. You don't care about the Force Staffs, you don't care about the Ghost Scepters. No one will be safe from this Slark any longer, and that is a really big deal for Shigetsu. Still, he needs a long, drawn-out fight. Usually against the Zeus, that doesn't happen because he just destroys everyone. So Shigetsu, it's kind of all on him. But when you look at the Slark, he doesn't really have that many items. You know, he has 38,000 net worth, but power treads and he really needs time to ramp up the stacks.
And what do you think about? I'm looking at the tier 5s now. You know, Empire, they get the Book of Shadows, so attributes. You know, the night vision is quite nice. But the do you use this at all?
The night vision?
Like just the Book of Shadows itself. You know, do you want to be using that for the untargetable?
Oh, the Book of I think you would want to have that on the Zeus, yeah, but he'd rather have the Timeless Relic. I do like the Book of Shadows, to be honest, especially in this game. If you know, you can target an ally as well, that would help for sure. I'm actually surprised that no one is getting it. I guess they put more emphasis on the Winter's Curse, and the telescope does provide you with getting that one from a better position.
Yeah,
I guess that's gonna be the reasoning why they stay without the Book of Shadows.
I'm just watching this giant Juggernaut run around as well. Completely, you know, the free move up and down cliffs, and but we are gonna be seeing a smoke coming through from the side of Cybercats. What can we do here? They're going to be able to go. The Unsettling Concoction comes out. The Indus is going to be there now as well, but it's going to be immediately. Yeah, the Nullifier gets used, and that's going to be the death of the Winter Wyvern. Dead for 97, but again, does have that buyback available if he needs it.
This is now the time to farm the tier 5, but Igor, he gets caught.
They're going to get this roar off. It's going to be 3 heroes. The Omni Slash gets used now as well. The Thunderhigh going to be doing some damage. The Boar's going to be doing some damage. He get this kill, 124. And now they didn't even get focus from this as well. He's going to be able to get the Bro Strike away from danger, though. So Alchemist, 3.5 minutes, 3 minutes 45 seconds to be precise, before he's going to have that buyback available. So he's dead for 112. What can the side of Empire do here? Can the Giant Juggernaut just run in and fee-fi-fo his way towards a tier 3 tower?
Come on, BZZ, buyback. Come on, go and then this game. You know he doesn't have a buyback, or maybe in this chaos they're unsure. They're unsure of what's happening. Oh, Slark got an Apex. This Slark is a beast now.
Yeah, there was a Stygian Desolator that came out as well, but yeah, the Apex, given those plus 70 primary attributes, going to be really nice for the Slark. They might even be able to get themselves on top of the Juggernaut. Juggernaut get himself away. BKB going to be used here for the Lotus Sword. I think it came out a little bit too late, but the Royal's going to be used now as well. Shigetsu, does he want to go into 7 Jesu? They're going to be able to lock down into the Beastmaster. Beastmaster Nimbus gets used and cleaned up once again. Arrows fly through, don't actually connect as far as I can see to anything important. But Jesu, he wants to carry on going here. There's tier 3 towers down, so the racks are open. Do they have enough to get through this Juggernaut, this Giant's Ring, all of this health, 5,000 health, the 20, however much armor, it looks like 38 armor coming through at the minute now as well. They get this jump out, they're going to be able to get the Rowan to Hoodwink. Hoodwink will go down.
It's a buyback. This is getting really tense here. He has a buyback, but they still need 40 seconds for the Alchemist. You can see the Slark is constantly poking, trying to get back in, but BZZ will be in the fight as well, before the Alchemist as well.
Yeah, look at this. Jesu, he just does so much damage to Shigetsu, just from standing right on top of him here. And it looks like the Juggernaut, he's leading this line. He wants to be taking this base. He wants to be breaking the second set of racks here. Focus, has to be careful. Pops the BKB. The arrow's going to connect on the hero now as well. And it looks like Jesu, he wants to carry on going in. 1 right click, 2 right click, the spin comes out. He gets the kill, and that's going to force the buyback out from H2O.
Man, he has a mask and he is literally saying, somebody stop me. It kind of reminds me of someone. But either way, they do get 2 lanes of racks. The Roche will be spawning in a minute. So it's Cybercat's play. You have to get out of your base. And there's just so many buybacks on the side of Team Empire. I think Empire have done it. But I've thought that for so many times in this game for both sides. And in the end, it didn't go that way. So I'm really curious to see if Cybercats can get this one back yet again.
Oh. Disappointment there from Shigetsu. I saw him, you know, he had the Demon Edge in his quick buy. He was running towards the secret shop. He had an item coming in on his courier, and it's a Monkey King bar.
I guess it gives you more damage against the Juggernaut's Butterfly. He really can't touch him. This Apex isn't giving him enough when you're not getting any hits in. But now the Slark finally, we can say he's 6 slotted because I really like the gem. I think he should be carrying the gem. The problem is he, with having the Aghanim Scepter, it means that you pretty much cannot hit the pounce to get on top of a hill. So that obs, he just went right next to it and he couldn't award it. I guess he could have used the Gem of True Sight though. And Cybercats,
can I just say,
they have to get out of the base.
This Sand King with the Giant's Ring looks ridiculous. got no burn on the game, absolutely no burn on the game whatsoever. But it just looks, you know, it just looks silly.
I mean, scary.
Yeah, a little bit of both.
You know, the scorpions, people are afraid of them, and then you see a giant one. You know, the normal one is already pretty big and scary, but this one it's gonna be really scary. So now the Aegis cheese refresher and the Ags will be going into the side of Empire. Who gets the Ags? I'd give it to the Winter Wyvern just for the extra movement speed, to be honest. BZZ's positioning is pretty important in this game. Or did they give it to the Jug?
I think they did give it to the Jug. Speaking about the Jug, he's going to be able to get the jump. Yeah, he did take that Aghanim Scepter though as well. The Aghanim Blessing coming through. The gem is going to be on the deck here for the side of Cybercats. Do they have enough damage to take down Alchemist once again? Alchemist, he's still not going to have the gold for the buyback of Igor. He gets a refresher off. He's going to be able to go for another BKB. Does he get himself out of this danger? It looks like they are going to be able to get Bogus back into this fight as well. And the dive comes out. Jesu though is going to be able to go through the Omni Slash. Takes down H2O. Where can they go further onto this now as well? Fogus, the arrows, the Nimbus, it will connect to Fogus. That's going to be the death of the Sand King once again. The double kill killing spree comes out for Squadix, and this time buybacks aren't available for the side of Cybercats. This is going to be game number 1 at 68 minutes and 7 seconds. 35k net worth lead and 41 to 33 in terms of kills, going the way of Team Empire. It was a long one, and I don't think either of us expected this to happen here in this game number 1.
Yeah, usually when I see an Alchemist on a team that I think is stronger, I do think that the team is gonna win. So that is why I thought Cybercats are gonna have this one in the bag. To be honest, I think they did, but they were a little bit afraid to push the advantage. I don't think they were actually aware how far ahead they were and how powerful they actually were. In that last fight though, Shigetsu, he buys the MKB and he doesn't have it for a buyback. So 68 minutes in, you don't have a buyback on your Slark, and that is a big issue. But I think it wouldn't have changed much. Team Empire just got way too strong. They were holding the net worth lead. You're up against the Alchemist, and this Juggernaut was too strong. I actually assumed he already had the Axe Blessing, considering how farmed 7 Jesu was, but in the end, yeah, I guess he was the better target for it than BZZ. I'd say, Rob, a really good game, back and forth. A few mistakes from both sides. From the side of Team Empire, I guess it was positioning that was the problem, but as soon as BZZ got his head in the game, it was really nice for them. And Cybercats, I think at the mid game, not understanding how powerful they are, and just not using their timings. That is something that is most often gonna be more often than not gonna be punished. And Team Empire, they do just that, and they get game number 1.
Yeah, so we are going to be taking a quick 10 to 15 minute break as while we wait for game number 2. I need a breather. I think you might need a breather. You know, the players are going to need a breather after that. And so it's going to give us a little bit of time to go get ourselves something to eat, something to drink, and get back for the second game of Cybercats versus Team Empire. And again, both teams really needing this win. So Cybercats going to be pushing hard in this second game. Empire as well. They want to keep this momentum up. They want to be moving through, and they want to win this to keep themselves in with a chance of staying in Division 2. So again, guys, a quick 10-15 minute break, and we'll be back with the second game right after this.
Control computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Hello and welcome back to the second game of Team Empire versus Cybercats. And Cybercats, well, they need to show us something else in this second game. But Harry, what are you expecting here? Because we saw Empire, you know, there was a bit of back and forth in that last game. Ultimately, Empire were able to take it here. You know, they got that little bit of momentum. It looks like they are looking a little bit more settled with 7 Jester in their team. They bring out the Marcy in that first pick. You know, I know you love the Marcy, so you know what can Cybercats? What do they need to do in the second game here to get that momentum back in their favor?
Big Dawnbreaker equals 1 game. On the more serious note, I don't think their draft was the issue in the previous one. I think Cybercats are lacking confidence. This is when teams kind of rise or fall, is when you're having a few bad games. Sometimes team, because of it, they can even fall apart. The Cybercats, they've been together for quite enough, so I think they've had some bad performances as well. But it seems like the X3 one really shook them. Having an 18k gold lead, having a Slark that is pretty much unkillable, having pretty much a spell that completely counters the enemy carry's ultimate, which is kind of the highest damage dealing spell in the game, at least when it comes to killing a hero from under 0. Obviously, the Zeus ulti does more. And you are just waiting on the high ground for the enemies to go to you. That is really weird from Cybercats, I have to say. So I think they should be doing fine if they just find the confidence that they had previously. In the last game, they showed that they can use their spells, that they can play, but they played only when their backs were against the wall. And I have to say, though, with Empire getting the one cute lady and one really strong lady, the new ones in the game,
Wait.
Want to be
Which one's which? Because if you've seen the anime, Marcy is pretty strong herself.
10 seconds to go.
Marcy, even with that unleashed strength in the series, can lift more on a squad than Dawnbreaker. I'd be damned. There's no freaking way. Look at those squads. I just said it. I didn't want to kind of compare the ladies here, so I'm not gonna be answering your question. I'm a gentleman.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, 2 strong ladies coming up from Team Empire. Meanwhile, Cybercats, they go back for the Doom, the Visage coming through, a hero that, again, we are seeing in the Eastern European region. The more teams starting to run this Visage now as well. Looking through, they ban out the Zeus, they ban out the Beastmaster, the Puck's gone, the Alchemist is gone, the Winter Wyvern's gone this time. Do you think this Visage then, what role do you think, because we do see it completely across the board in the Eastern European region, you know, what position do you think this hero's has the most impact in?
I think offlane is the most favorable position for the hero currently. That's where he's ran the most, and the player that plays it for Cybercats is DK Fogus, so that's where it will be. It's gonna be a position 4 Doom with a position 3 Visage, unless Cybercats really feel they can't do it and they're gonna lane the Visage as a support and Doom as a core, but I just don't see it happening. I think this is their double offlane, something that they practiced, and I think this is a good approach. Cybercats, they did play a draft they like to play, but it's probably not something that a type of draft that you always practice, right? The Doom and the Visage, I think, is something that they practiced over and over again, this kind of an opening. And if you're not feeling 100%, that's what you should go for, because even if you're not talking enough, even if you're not feeling well, your muscle memory will do the work.
Okay, well, we'll see what else they want to go for here, but yeah, so that could potentially be the offlane already picked up for the side of Cybercats. Meanwhile, the Weaver goes, you know, Ember Spirit's to be taking away the Juggernaut. This time, Cybercats, they don't want to be seeing a repeat performance. So looking at this, with Team Empire picking up the Marcy, picking up the Dawnbreaker, do you think it's going to be... We saw, what was it? It was a Dawnbreaker mid this morning, right? Or I guess this afternoon, depending on where... You know, we go in terms of time zones, but do you think that's going to be another Dawnbreaker core coming out here, or do you think this is already the 4 and 5 for Team Empire picked up? Or because I mean they are both flex, so Team Empire do have a little bit around this. But would you want to be putting the Dawnbreaker up in this lane, up against the Doom, up against the Visage in that position 1 role?
I'd be okay with it. I think it would do okay. I still believe Dawnbreaker is better as a core, but if you get countered, if there's some heroes that you don't want to be playing against, then you can put it in a support as well. Marcy, on the other hand, I do believe that this is going to be a support for sure. There's only a couple of players that want to run it as a core. I just don't think that the hero does so well in that role, so in any core role, basically. But the Dawnbreaker is still quite flexible, so what do I think? I like it on the position 3 the most, I have to say, just because it kind of gives you the same thing from the carry and the mid role, and it does crush most carry heroes if it just has a good enough hero with it. So that's the place I like her the most. You get the Echo Saber, you disassemble it into a BKB, possibly a Mage Slayer, and you're kind of unkillable, and you do a massive amount of damage. So that is what I personally would want to see from this hero.
Okay, the Disruptor comes out, so he is going to be able to get that the glimpse back onto the Dawnbreaker anytime she comes in from the other part of the map with that Solar Guardian, which is a nice way to answer that. You know, it doesn't stop the ultimate itself, but being able to get the glimpse back once she is into the fight, you know, push her right back to maybe the other side of the map if she was split pushing it out. It's a nice pickup. I like the Disruptor, being able to put down where you know the Solar Guardian is going to be coming through. You can drop that kinetic field, you can drop the static storm as well, just to be able to control onto the Dawnbreaker. Do you think just going back to the Dawnbreaker, Marcy, do you think then, if you think this is going to be, or you like this as the position 3, do you think this is going to be the offlane Marcy Dawnbreaker combo?
Could be. I don't want to be certain about anything here because Team Empire really haven't shown us much, and now with the RAZER coming out, I think it's a Marcy RAZER lane, to be honest. This Visage and the Doom, they will cry. They will cry for sure. Because, you know, RAZER with a billion movement speed, Marcy tossing you back. There is not a hero in this world that wants to play against that one. Especially not heroes that want to be waiting for the Scorched Earth before they can be aggressive. So use your Scorched Earth, but on the downtime, you're just in so much trouble. And even in the uptime, there is a chance that Team Empire just like, screw it, we turn around on you and we will kill you.
Yeah, and I think
now
we
I don't
see,
know.
I was going to say, I think we see the IOs more in the offlane recently. But
I'm not sure. I think it's either 50-50. I don't think there's a general rule. But IO Dawnbreaker is really strong. Marcy Dawnbreaker is really strong. IO wants to lane with RAZER because the only thing RAZER lacks is the attack speed. With the IO, you have that. On the other hand, if the Dawnbreaker has the IO with her, the Disruptor doesn't do anything in the lane because his all of his damage from the Thunder Strike will be countered. So I'm not sure. I would prefer to see a Marcy RAZER lane, though I'm fine with both combinations here.
Yeah, like I said, Team Empire, they can completely keep it open here. They are going to be able to get themselves I mean, the lineup, like you say, it is just completely fluid. Okay, Marcy IO probably supports, but the Dawnbreaker, the RAZER, they can go anywhere across the board. And the Chaos Knight comes out here for the side of Cybercat. So if that is going to be the Dawnbreaker in the offlane, you know, how well does that fare against the Chaos Knight here in the lane?
The IO Dawnbreaker would do really well, I think. The Chaos Knight, he relies on being stronger than the enemy core and just pushing him back with the Chaos Strike. If the IO is there with the Dawnbreaker definitely wins the fight. So I'm thinking the Dawnbreaker will be fine, but on the other hand, there's only a bunch of heroes that can somewhat trade with the Dawn, and I think the CK falls into that category. Plus, you would want an illusion-based hero against the RAZER for sure, and the CK fills that role perfectly. The thing about Cybercat's draft is, when you have a Disruptor, even though he's really good against the Dawnbreaker, against the IO, don't get me wrong, but the main strength of the Disruptor comes out from, we kill one hero, and then we get a bonus. Doom and the Visage don't really seem like the heroes that just bring someone down. You would maybe need to use the glimpse on the doomed target, and then suddenly you've used the big cooldown and you don't get that bonus kill, so the Disruptor isn't really doing his job. But if the CK is there, you doom a hero, the CK kills him immediately, and then you get the bonus with the glimpse. So I'm liking that Cybercats went for this kind of a hero that can blow someone up, plus late game illusions against the RAZER work quite well.
Yeah, is there a hero then you think that Empire might be going towards the kind of, I mean, the Conquer's already right, it's Empire ban out the Conquer themselves, the Pangoli's gone, the Faceless Void's gone, Batrider being removed, but is there a hero then that you feel like Empire could draft that deals with the illusions coming out from the Chaos Knight, you know, has that overall kind of team fight potential to deal with the literal chaos coming out from that Chaos Knight.
November, no Kunkka, no Zeus, no Lesh.
10 seconds to go.
So what is left is a Sand King. If you pick a Sand King, you'll get countered in lane. That's a good one. That's a really good... The mobility for Team Empire is insane in this game. And Keeper of the Light in Division 2, I think, is a very powerful hero because this hero is very hard to catch. Very... I literally saw in a game a CK stun chasing the Keeper of the Light and not being able to connect on him. So that is just how fast this hero is. When you have the Dawnbreaker and the IO, it's gonna be very hard to catch the Void Spirit. Sure, it's a solid one, but the question is, will you ever be on top of the Keeper of the Light? And Void Spirit doesn't really benefit so much from the early farm in the lane. And that is the only thing that you're going to be getting from this Coddle. So I have to say I'm leaning a little bit Empire here. I think if they use this mobility, the Cybercats won't know what hit them. They'll never be able to respond, especially having the Visage, which is a pretty slow hero.
Yeah, and I think in lore, it's, you know, the Chaos Knight's chasing the Keeper of the Light across multiple realities because the Keeper of the Light did something to the Night Stalkers. But, yeah, so in this game, though, I think, like you said, the Team Empire, the mobility, they're going to be the ones that look to chase down onto Cybercats, put that pressure on, look to just, again, fill the, you know, the void in these fights and just maybe fill in the actual void spirit coming through in these fights and then just get themselves into a really nice position to fight down. And looking at this lineup again, you've got the jump from the Marcy. Dawnbreaker is going to be able to get on top of your IO that can follow up, just keep the sustain going as well, keep all your heroes healthy. So the Guardian's going to be able to help with that. Razor's just going to be able to chase down as well. That you do have the Chaos Knight that can come out, but then you've got to deal with the Illuminate damage coming through. The Celestial Hammer is going to be coming through. Starbreaker is going to be coming through. So Team Empire, yeah, this lineup looks pretty impressive, and I'm interested to see how Cybercats are going to be dealing with it, because they are going to have to deal with it in game number 2 as we get ourselves into this now. Team Empire with that advantage, that 1 game advantage. Cybercats, how are they going to pull it back?
Well, for Cybercats in this game, it's pretty straightforward what you need to do. But the thing is, you need to control an area. And whenever someone even comes remotely close, you crush them. The only time you're chasing the enemies is with a smoke. The thing is, there is so many things on the side of Team Empire that can make you make a mistake. They can force you into a mistake because they're just going to be running around the map all the time. You have the Coddle, who's going to be able to push out the waves pretty safely. You have the IO to relocate people out. And with that mobility, I think if you create chaos on the map, which I think Empire are going to be looking to do, that Cybercats will lose. I think the best thing Cybercats should be looking at here is that Empire maybe get lost in their rotations, right? Empire, as we know, they haven't been looking the greatest in the DPC so far. So with a lineup as mobile as this one, when you're constantly making rotations around them, a little bit inside of them, and for a second, kind of forget where your enemies are, get into a bad fight, and kind of lose all of the advantage. If Cybercats start gaining the advantage in this game and the CK can survive just by standing in front, then Empire are going to be in trouble. They're not going to be able to use their mobility. I think the same goes for Visage. That's why he'll be going for the Wraith Pact for sure in this game. But overall, if the game starts going badly for Cybercats, they might not even get a chance to play, because you're never going to know from which side the Keeper of the Light will come from.
Yeah, we can see, I mean, it looks like she gets to Igor as well as H2O. They're setting up for maybe a push onto the Tiger, and if they try and get, if Empire try and get a little bit of vision to try and go into that river, but nobody's rotating over. So what do they want to do here, Cybercats? Igor, H2O moving themselves back towards their side of the river. Yeah, Shigetsu is going to follow as well as they get themselves here. Shigetsu in the river, but all 5 heroes from the side of Empire, they want to make sure they get the 2 bounties, even though this is a really nice observable, I think, as well for the early game. But there is not going to be a rotation coming through from Cybercats, and it is just going to be the 2 for 2, and everybody goes their way. Now, So it is going to be, we didn't talk, so it is going to be BCZ on the IO, you know, you got the RAZER coming through on Jesu, and the off lane is going to be James on the Marcy and the Dawnbreaker coming through here for Satchelo. I really like this just because if you get a Dispose into a Starbreaker, you know, what's the time, even at level 1, what's the lockdown on that? You're going to have 0.8 into, or the stun duration, so it's still looking at close to 2 seconds from that, and 2 seconds in that early game, you know, that's a lot of damage that you can do onto this Disruptor that he gets caught out on.
If the Disruptor gets caught out with the Starbreaker and the Dispose, he dies.
Yeah, and look at this.
Look at that.
The Celestial Hammer came out for that extra slow as well. The damage that came out on H2O, that was 2 spells, and he loses, he has to pop the salve, he loses 2/3 of his health. As I say this, as I'm monologuing once again, the RAZER Jesu will get caught out, killed off, and go down on this top lane.
This is the start that Cybercats are looking for in the top lane. You want to be able to do a lot of damage with every Scorched Earth. Obviously, Empire, you know, you always feel that with an IO you're gonna be okay, but a couple of those soul assumptions, even though this hero is being played a lot right now, they do catch you by surprise from time to time, and I think that's what happened here to the side of Empire. Still, in the grand scheme of things, if you force out a lot of mangoes on the Visage and he doesn't have any more mana, you're still gonna be able to lane here quite effectively.
Yeah, and now, well, H2O, he's got to be careful because the Starbreaker is up. James, he's going to be able to get that rebound and a couple more creeps as well. So they are going to be able to get on top of the Disruptor and maybe force a couple of kills in this bottom lane. And James, he's 1 creep away from it. He's, what's that, 2 experience from level 2. He is going to be able to get it now off this creep. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Phasor gets stunned up. I think it was, yeah, it must have been the Centaur. There's no stuns on the IO, not on Jesu, so it looks like it was going to be that neutral Centaur that got the stuns in the mid lane, though. Igor, he's going to be taking a lot of mana. He's going to be using a lot of mana. Going to be using a lot of his health up here in this mid lane. Up against the Keeper of Light. They are going to split off for the Water Runes. Back on the top lane, though. Looks like Phasor wants to chase into 7 Jesu. 7 Jesu has to be really careful. He's already gone down once. Doesn't want to go down twice in about as many minutes. So he's going to have the regen coming through from BZZ. And what can you do here as the RAZER to protect yourself from those soul assumptions coming through from DK Focus?
You have to survive them until he has no mana. Of course, the infused raindrops are gonna be a big thing. That is something that you always get against the Visage for sure. And 7 Jesu going aggressive, but he might die here.
Yeah, it looks like, oh, what's he going to be able to, he just backs himself away. The tether did come out on the bottom lane as well. There was the jump coming through from James. Immediate Reality Rift into the Chaos Bolt came out though from Shigetsu to stop that aggression coming out onto H2O from the side of Empire. Top lane, Jesu has to be really careful. The Tango is going to be coming through as well with those branches just to try and heal himself up a little bit more. Bottom lane, once again, they are going to be going in with a Celestial Hammer, and Shigetsu going to be slowed down, but no Dispose. It was already used, so Shigetsu going to be taking a lot of damage in this lane as well. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, there could be a backstab coming through, but the vision's down. Yeah, okay, so the ward is the Doom will be spotted out in case you try to go for the wraparound, and Squad X just going to be able to play it safe on this mid lane.
The start was pretty good for Cybercats, which is pretty important. As we mentioned, the rotations from Empire are going to be quite big. Those rotations you want to end up in kills. If Cybercats get a good advantage in the beginning and they get tanky enough, Empire, they miss out on a few kills, it's going to hurt them in their long run. Plus, you're playing a Dire Keeper of the Light. You're just not going to be farming as much as the Radiant side Keeper, so it's not going to be like a 6-minute bots.
Bottom lane, they might even be able to get something more out of this. Shigetsu, it was a really nice, as the Celestial Hammer was dragging Satchelo back in, the rebound came out to get on top of the Disruptor. Really nice Dispose back into the Starbreaker there. And Satchelo and James group up for this fight. Group up for the kill on the bottom lane and just showing what the power of these two heroes can do. Meanwhile, on the top lane, though, going to be another static link coming through, so the Doom going to be losing out on a lot of damage, 66 damage and here. But RAZER, what can he do with this? Because he keeps getting low on this top lane.
For sure. And DK Focus just bringing in more and more mana. Now finally he doesn't have anything more. He's gonna bring the Ring of Basilius, but overall it's not gonna help you that much. You're gonna have a Soul Assumption from time to time, but you're just not gonna be able to use a multitude of those. Just Rob, be careful about bottom lane.
Yeah, bottom lane. I've been watching it here. They've been doing a lot of damage here to H2O. James was just soloing in. The rebound comes in to Shigetsu, was that Celestial Hammer now as well. They're gonna be able to get the burn out. Still have that Starbreaker H2O there. It's gonna be the kinetic field being up, but he's still taking a lot of damage here, H2O. And Satchel just had himself through the trees, has that Starbreaker, can't get in range, or the Thunderstrike will come out. And Satchel might actually go down to this, doesn't have any stick charges left. One more, it's not going to be off James though. Might be able to get the dispose in, there's going to be another hammer coming through, and H2O gets taken down once again here. Again, I can't overstate how strong this combination is on the bottom lane. Just the instant being able to shift your momentum around with the Celestial Hammer, the rebound, you know, the movement, the momentum that comes out on this lane into the Starbreaker stun, into the Dispose stun. It's one of those things that even if you're expecting it, that you have to be so quick to get away from it once it comes in, because once it is in, you're just straight up dead.
Yeah, that is what tends to happen when you're playing against two overpowered heroes currently. Both the Marcy and the Dawnbreaker are just almost impossible to play against in the laning phase, and then you have two of them. So it's just impossible for the side of Cybercats. I have to say they did a good job so far, but you know, one or two missteps and it's just over. This is the thing, you know, those kind of missteps against some other heroes, they wouldn't even be called that, but against these two you get easily punished.
Yeah, and what can they do here on the side of Cybercats? There is going to be the rotation coming through from Igor. Has himself a double damage rune here now as well. Satchel, he's not level 6 just yet, so he's not going to be able to jump on James with the Solar Guardian. And that's another thing that I didn't even think about. You're going to be able to rebound into a Solar Guardian for the extra damage, you know, once that, if you get the jump used to reposition where you need it as well. Top lane, Jessu's going to be taking even more damage, but can he get himself into this fight? Phasor was that Plasma Field 4 seconds away. Level 2 on that now as well, but Fogus keeps throwing out these soul assumptions. The pings are coming out here, and it looks like they might want to target onto Shigetsu. He does have that reality rift, but there's going to be the dive in, the dispose. No, the Chaos Ball, it's going to disrupt this, but the Celestial Hammer's going to be used once again. Whereas that Starbreaker, Satchel's going to be taking a little bit of damage. There is going to be the reality rift once again as Fogus gets the kill onto Jessu. Now the Starbreaker comes in on this bottom lane. And it looks like Shigetsu, though, he is pretty tanky with 1100 health, and they're not going to be able to completely kill off this Chaos Knight in the bottom lane, as it looks like, yeah, there was a rotation. Oh no, there is going to be another dispose into the Celestial Hammer, though. With a connected field, James should go down and will go down. And Shigetsu picks up that kill. Phasor, a really nice rotation to the top lane coming through from the Void Spirit, and then a really nice rotation from Phasor. Satchel, can he get himself away from this? H2O going to be taking a lot of damage. One more right click. Can he get it? The reality is the Celestial Hammer, though. It's going to be the rotation from BZZ. So they're going to be able to turn this one around. He even has the Solar Gun. Shigetsu going to be taking so much damage from this. They're going to be able to get the stun onto Phasor. Phasor is going to go down. One more right click. Should claim that kill. And can he get himself away from this? Shigetsu, he's so low, 80 health. But he was able to move himself away, and BZZ just couldn't get that last right click in, or that last couple of right clicks in, to find the kill.
I think Shashlo got a little bit afraid there for his life and used the Solar Guardian. I don't think he necessarily needed to. Shigetsu was dead there if you just hit him once or twice. But, you know, you do get afraid. Still, now Squad X, he does have the boots of travel. So I like these moves from Cybercast. They tried to break the game a little bit before the Coddle can be everywhere. And now Squad X is going to be a big problem. So it wasn't a 6-minute bots, but it's still going to be there around 7 and 8 minutes. And now he can rotate as much as he wants. Look at Shashlo now. He knows that his keeper is always going to be there to assist him.
Yeah, and I love this as well. He's just clearing off the trees with the hammer, 4 points into the Celestial Hammer as well. So the cooldown on that, what is that, every 12 seconds, and the Chaos Knight just has to bail out. Shigetsu has to TP himself away, going towards that armlet, but he's going to be lower net worth than Shashlo here, and Shashlo just continues to push in, like you say. Squad X rotates in as well.
To top.
They're going to be able to catch out. Marcy's going to be here now as well. They might be able to get themselves onto and catch out onto the Razor, but BZZ TP's in. He's not able to get the tether off. Not able to keep him alive. James, the tether does come in. The heals now as well, but James, only level 4, not real impact, especially when you've got 3 heroes here, as well as the familiars on the side of Cybercats to get those gank possibilities out. And James...
Igor coming as well.
Yeah, it's going to be... They're looking to trade out these towers. I mean, Shachlo's going to be able to get the tier 1 tower on the bottom. James, the Reality Rift comes out now as well. BZZ is trying to keep James alive. It's going to be Squad X. He TP's in. The Illuminate's going to be coming through the blast. Is it going to be enough damage to get the kill onto James? But this is going to be, again, a 2 versus 4 still going here. As the heroes, guys. BZZ, Empire, can he get himself away? The tether up in 8 seconds. He's going to pop like a balloon. And now Squad X again. The Chaos Bolt comes through. And Keeper of the Light will pay for his crimes. Shigetsu, the Chaos Knight, gets the kill there onto the Keeper of the Light.
very weird that Empire actually took that fight. The thing that Cybercats want to do in this game is play around DK Focus. You know that DK Focus is not mobile, so you want to be there with your heroes once the enemies go for him. And Cybercats were already there, and Empire start TPing heroes and TPing heroes. If you had the Solar Guardian, maybe you can think that that can work out, but without that spell, that was really optimistic, and they kind of give away a lot. The tower is gonna be the main thing, and now Cybercats holding that area is gonna be a bit easier for them.
Yeah, James, the Doom comes out immediately. They're going to be able to dive onto James, and James not going to be able to get himself away from this. Phasor picks up that kill. Squadix is going to be able to get himself a haste rune. And yeah, with the talking about the Solar Guardian, I don't know if they thought he might have had enough, because it was off cooldown. He just didn't have the mana to cast it there on the Dawnbreaker, so he couldn't catch up with the rest of his team, you know, help them out and get into that fight. And yeah, I think the Solar Guardian completely flips that fight on its head. He didn't have the mana to use it.
I'm liking what Cybercats are doing right now. So they get the top lane, they immediately rotate, they get a kill. Any kill will do. The thing is here to slow down Empire. Don't allow Empire to just run around the map getting kills, because that's what they want to do with the Coddle. That is what this hero does. But with you, always keeping one of the heroes dead on the side of Empire is just way too hard. And now even if DK Focus dies in the top lane, it's not going to be that big of an issue, but he is protected by really nice vision.
Yeah, there is going to be the rebound into the dispose. Maybe he's going to be disposed back. The relocate comes out now as well. Frog is going to get himself away from this. Going to try and go for the TP. And I don't think they have the damage. He don't have the control. He is going to be able to get the TP out. Might pay with his familiar's lives, as he will be taken down. Maybe, though. The vision breaks over the trees. Plasma Field comes out. Yeah, but the relocate... Oh, they clean up one, but one familiar will survive there. And the relocate drags them out just before he can get the second.
Beautifully done by DK Focus. I think he knows that it's very hard for the enemies to kill him. If they use the Solar Guardian, he's gonna be okay with it going down. And you know, if he gets himself out, it's perfect. You want to be on the top lane because you are the sacrificial lamb in terms of dying on your team. And Cybercats are gonna continue going forward. If you kill James, the catch on Empire is really not there. He's the one that is always making the plays, and he's gonna die yet again.
Yeah, James just gets caught out. The familiar gets a stun. There's the remnant diving from Igor, and James just goes straight down. Bottom lane though. Sideslow could try and get on top of Phasor. Phazor's going to try and run himself away as fast as he can, but Starbreaker going to be used as well as the Illuminate damage coming through. Phazor's going to try and go for TV. The Blinding Light with the Solar Bind. It's going to be way too much damage. Solar Bind and the Blinding Light coming in clutch to get that kill onto the Doom.
Gaben really needs to think about the naming of those spells, because my colleague here is
the
his tongue is getting twisted.
Yeah. But I suppose you can call it a combination. Like, you have the Kinetic Storm that comes out, Static Storm, Kinetic Field. So the Solar Blind, you know, that could be the next one. The Avatos is another one. Speaking about tossing, they're going to be able to get themselves right onto the position, but the Kinetic Storm comes out.
Relocate coming in.
The damage to relocate, yeah, the damage should be there to take down H2O. Igor, can he get himself out of this? He's looking to run himself away. James is coming out of the back line, so did he have anything to jump in? He's going to be able to get that rebound off. Can't close that gap onto Igor, and Igor just a little bit too far away now. Jesu, BCC back to the top lane.
Okay, Cybercats now, they have this damage issue that we were talking about. And especially to kill the Dawnbreaker, it's not gonna happen. Razor is also gonna be a hard kill, especially if the IO is somewhere close. And Jesu actually went for the Maelstrom, so he wants to deal with the CK Illusions. Just a second here, Igor trying to prove me wrong, but no, still not enough damage. So the thing right now for Cybercats, if they want to fight, they want to set it up so that Empire run into the area where the CK is farming. That would be the ideal scenario. So I'm liking that they're the ones actually running left and right. It might open up the top part of the map. Empire think, okay, we can do something there, and then there's a CK waiting for you, a hero that can actually kill you. So I think that's gonna be the next train of thought here for Cybercats. Get the fight to Shigetsu. It would be the ideal scenario for them.
Yeah, and I mean, look at it. Jesu has the Maelstrom coming out, so I suppose that's going to be nice to try and deal with the CK Illusions. I'm assuming it's going to be the BKB next for Razor, but I'm only assuming.
He is going for a Mithril Hammer next, so yeah, he has to get a BKB. Even I thought his first item was going to be the BKB, just to prevent enemies from getting any kills. But he's maybe afraid of the enemies surviving too much and then not being able to deal with the CK in the later portions of the game, which is actually a valid fear 7 Jesu could have. And you have an IO, so you know, farming with the Maelstrom is gonna be even that much more powerful.
Yeah, and we can see, I mean, they're grouping up again. They're taking control of this. They're taking away the farm from that RAZER in the jungle, giving it over to Focus. I think this is what was done, excuse me, in that last game pretty well from the Beastmaster, that they just completely took away the farm in that top, the beginning part of the game, you know, that, and just made that space their own. And now Cybercats are going to be doing it back here as Phasor TP's down. He has that Doom available. Igor didn't want to go for the dive onto James. Not sure who else was behind. With the smoke, it's just going to be a two-man smoke coming out from Cybercats. Who are they going to be able to find here? Because Doom does have that blink, so he's going to be able to get on top of somebody, get that blink off immediately.
Again, you just want to kill. You want to kill on anyone so that Empire cannot use their mobility. Let's see if he can do it. He does have a blink and the War Stomp, as you mentioned, so it's really good, but this time around Empire will be faster.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the Dispose once again onto Visage. Visage, can he get himself away from it? This time the Connected Storm comes out, but the Unleash comes through now as well. James Squadix going to be able to get the kill. Focus, H2O can he get himself away from this one. RAZER chasing down Jesu. The Illuminate Jesu still does enough damage to get that kill. And what's he stolen in terms of damage?
You want to turn around.
46 damage, but do they want to carry on going here? Jesu going to be caught by the run, and the Plasma Field does come through. They're going to be able to get the Soul Bind through, and the Solar Guardian gets used. Igor, the dive coming through from Satchel. He has that Celestial Hammer if he wants to throw it out, so they're going to be able to clean up now onto the Void Spirit. Still onto Marcy. Marcy can get himself away from this one. It looks like one more right click. They're going to be able to claim the kill. Phasor trying to fight up, but BCZ comes in for Satchelo for that extra regen, and Phasor, he's going to be chased down here. The Starbreaker comes out, he turns around for that stomp, but I don't think it's going to be enough. One more right click comes through, and it's going to be the Luminosity proc there as well. BZZ, do they have enough damage to take him down? It looks like BZZ is going to survive through this. Shigetsu with the TP, nothing to cancel that TP. But that fight, I mean, you lose, what was that? You lose the Visage at the start of it, you lose your cores throughout that fight there as well. So it's still going to be a heads-up fight there for Team Empire.
You didn't lose the CK though. In terms of gold, yes, Empire are gonna be feeling better, but they were the ones that started it off. So Cybercats, they turned it around in a sense that CK came in. This is the fight that you ultimately want. Obviously, you'd want to set it up a little bit earlier, but Shigetsu cannot afford to just stay next to DK Focus all the time. Still, with that fight, he'll be closer to the blink, and then you don't have to because you can hunt for yourself. I like this from Cybercats. Overall, Empire might have won that fight, but for the future, the victory is actually in the hands of Cybercats, because finally Shigetsu will be able to make a play.
Yeah, like you say, the blink not going to be too far away, about 300 gold before he's going to be able to claim that up now. And again, you've got the possibility. I like this from the side of Empire. They're just pushing out with Jesu, BCZ on the bottom lane. If anything kicks off, they have that relocate in to get themselves into the fight. Speaking about kicking off, it looks like the Chaos Ball, the reality is going to be onto James. And I don't think Marty gets himself out. Dispose is going to be used. But the Blinding Light's been used now as well, but the drag back, yeah, Shigetsu just picks up that kill.
They found Squadix!
They're even going to be able to get the glimpse back into that Kinetic Storm, and it looks like that's going to be enough to take down Squadix. Fortification going to be used, but the pings come out immediately to move inside the Roche Pit. Phantasm's been used there as well, so he's going to be able to use these illusions to put the pressure onto the tier 1 and just keep that pushed in here, while the rest of them, the real heroes, they move in from Cybercats into this Roche Pit.
Really weird the move from James, I have to say. It cost him the life of his core as well. This is what you want to do with Cybercats. Kill into a follow-up with the glimpse. Obviously, you know, it wasn't Squadix's fault. James just got caught there. They maybe thought it was a lone CK, wanted to force out the Phantasm, and because of it, he got punished as well. And this is exactly what Cybercats want. The Aegis gives them the ability to control an area, and Empire, when you look at their lineup, it's not really good for team fighting. You know, it's good to get the first kill, to just rotate around the map, kill people over and over again, get the lead, and then you can win the team fight with the lead. But when it comes to a 5 versus 5, running into the CK, it's gonna hurt. So Empire, after that move there, they're gonna be feeling pretty bad about themselves, because Shigetsu, he'll be wanting to hunt.
Yeah, and again, they've got the Aegis up now, so they are going to be able to put pressure onto this. You can see the way they're grouping around as well, looking for a jump on anyone that's going to try and show to push into this mid lane here. But Shigetsu, he just wants to go onto this tier 1. RAZER, he's got that BKB up now, so that's going to be something nice. But James, I don't think he wants to jump into this one yet. They're just going to let this tier 1 tower go in the mid lane. Even the Dawnbreaker not really coming into this either. He's got that Echo Shaper, he wants the Blink Tower, he wants the BKB. Well, they might even find out James again. James is invis though, and no vision to reveal.
Empire wants to catch Cybercats on the retreat. The thing is that Cybercats, what they do now is they claim areas really aggressively, and that's how they'll stay safe and even get a kill on James.
Yeah, James, the invis was off. He was right in the path of Ego with the familiars cutting off the escape path there as well. So Void Spirit, easy jump in, easy kill going away of Cybercats.
Right now for Empire, they have to play the side lanes. That is the play. Okay, Void Spirit is away. This is the time to strike. But the thing is, he's away when a hero dies. That is the play from Cybercats. We get a kill, then we spread out and push out lanes. We get another kill, we spread out and push out lanes. And at some point, Empire, they make a mistake, and we're getting limbs.
Yeah, and you can see as well, they don't have any vision in their own jungle, so Satchlo has to run himself away. He's going to be caught out, he's going to be killed off. Does he get the... He doesn't, he's going to get dragged back by the glimpse here. Starbreaker, I thought with shot might have been enough to keep him alive, but with that Static Storm being down, he's just going to be locked down, he's going to be killed off. And yeah, Cybercat's really starting to take control of this map.
Really nicely done by them. They're making sure that they are always together, and they're even going for more. They smoked. I think that was spotted, if I'm not mistaken, with so many wards. Those are actually Cybercat's wards, but for a second I thought that they were under the outpost. Either way, I'm not sure that any of the cores of Empire will be caught by this one. James is going to be the sacrificial lamb yet again.
Yeah, he just keeps, what is he, 0, 8, and 7 here. It was a really good start for him at the beginning of the game with the Dawnbreaker in that lane. The BKB Jesse, he has to pop it. He needs to get something out of this now as well, so they are going to be able to get the kill into H2O. They don't want to go any further onto this. It's going to be the push coming through there. If you see, take a look at the Phantasms here, onto the tier 3 towers already coming through from Cybercats, and that's going to be the BKB used just for a support. It's the ultimate going to be used for the Razor now as well, with that Eye of the Storm going, and he's got to be careful because there is still a Doom available, so you probably throw that onto BZZ to stop the relocation away, but you know, BZZ just wants to stick with the Razor at the minute.
He has to. I have to say, Empire aren't getting anything out of their draft. They should be ahead right now. The Keeper of the Light should be getting a ton of kills. Ideally, you don't want to go for the BKB. You just want to be running around doing the damage. Sometime down the line, I want to see a Hex coming out from the Keeper, but Cybercats are just shutting them down all the way. It seems like they knew exactly how they were gonna play against this one, and they're doing so in style for now. So Empire, what's gonna be the play for them? I think they're doing exactly what they need to, but they're just being read completely, you know, split pushing the side lanes. I just think James is dying way too much. I think that is the main problem. When James is dead, it just allows Cybercats to do whatever they want.
Yeah, H2O, he is actually going to drop the Static Storm here to try and get the lockdown. The Doom comes out. Soulgun's actually going to come through, so the Doom's going to get caught out and killed off without throwing his ultimate out now as well. The chase is on. Ego's going to be able to get the step away, but they don't want to go any further onto this. A really nice pickoff. Yeah, they're going to go to the back line, so they're going to be able to get the Soul Bind off now as well, the Dispose, to get that stun lock. He does have another Astral Step as well as a Dissimulate, but is he going to be able to keep him alive? Astral Steps to the other side. They're still going to be doing a lot of damage coming through from the Spirit Vessel. They get the catch with the run, though. James will be taken down. Are they going to be able to do anything more out of it? They're even going to be able to get the kill onto the Keeper of the Light. They might be able to turn this one around. BZZ with no relocate out. He didn't drag anyone back with him, and this might actually be the death of Satchler there as well. And this is just going to be a constant stream of, I don't know, Saving Private Ryan syndrome coming through as they go down one by one, overextending, and that started off so well, taking down the Disruptor, taking down the Doom, and then they just got so disjointed from that there, and Empire threw away 4 heroes.
I think it's more of a case of sending Private Ryan to die, because you're chasing the Void Spirit into the enemies. You already talked about what the players from Cybercats stay in an area and always drag the fights towards your CK, and Empire like, yeah, let's go towards the CK so that he can absolutely dismantle our team. This was so weird from them. They were so greedy for a kill. I guess they feel the pressure that this game later on is gonna be an issue, but if your Razor is itemizing the way he is, you have to assume that in the later portions of the game he's gonna be able to deal with the CK, especially if he has an IO behind him.
Yeah, and DK Focus, I mean, they've got this push potential coming in now as well. Shigetsu just going to be able to take over this mid lane. You might even be able to move on to the tier 2. BKB's going to go on the back lines. Phasor once again gets caught out. He is going to be killed off, and now the side of Empire, they are grouped up. The Simulate comes out. The Ram's going to get dropped now as well. James is going to be able to survive through this. So Guardian comes out. Shigetsu's got that BKB. They don't want to go any further onto this connected field. The Static Storm, and Shigetsu, does he want to try and run himself away? That Wraith Pack is down. Chasco's trying to do what he can with the Starbreak. They might be able to get the stun off. Do they have the damage? James will fall, and that's going to be a dieback here for the Marcy, but Focus, once again, the connected field is up. Focus is going to be able to get himself away from this one. BZZ is trying to keep himself alive. Ego's going to be able to get the Astral Step away from this one. BZZ, how is he still alive? Focus, the chase is on. Shigetsu's going to try and go for the TPs. Focus is going to be able to give himself away. Nothing to cancel it. H2O gets himself out there as well. The Plasma Field doesn't connect. all that.
Oh, Empire. That was their time to shine.
Yeah, and they just couldn't. Like, the lack of stuns hurting them there because there was so many heroes. What was it? 3 heroes that TP'd out of that fight. And they just couldn't, like I say, with the Marcy being down, with the Starbreaker being down, they didn't have any way to stop those TPs. And 3 heroes on the side of Cybercats escape.
The thing is, they just don't have too many stuns. This lineup of theirs, they should be ahead, so when they catch someone, they just blow him up. And that is not the case with the BKB now on the CK. He survives for way too long, allowing his teammates to get into a good enough position they can TP out from. And now, H2O, this time around, he's not going to survive.
Yeah, H2O is going to go down. Maybe one of the familiars as well. He might just go straight up onto this cliff, but they have the ward for the vision. And this is, it's just going to be taken away. So an extra 100 gold there for Jesu. So, Basha Razor? Like, what can they actually do to deal with this lack of lockdown on the side of Empire to stop Cybercats from escaping?
I think the hex on the Coddle is the thing that you're looking for. Though for now he wants the Dagon. I guess Empire are going all in into we will burst them down, which might actually be the case. To be honest, they still have too much damage. This Coddle hero, sometimes it just surprises me. He comes in and he does 1,000 damage to you in a second. With a Dagon, it's even more than that. So you know, they're looking to deal with this with this lack of lockdown with more damage. Fair point, but Shashlo is going for a basher, so that is gonna be something that helps later down the line. Also, it would help if your Marcy wasn't always dead.
Yeah, speaking about always dead, Faisal gets caught out, killed off for what's that? The 6th time. The 6th time in this game he gets caught out and killed off, and Cybercats now just have to back themselves away. So the smoke comes out.
I think now it's gonna be a fight of James and Fiazor, who's gonna have more deaths. This is a good smoke. They should get a good fight out of this one.
Yeah, they'll be able to get the lockdown onto H2O. H2O does have buyback, and look at this, Roshan up in a minute as well. Really nice timing to get the kill onto the Disruptor. If they can get even more out of this, they might be able to set up for the Roche when it is back alive.
Shigetsu is hunting the Coddle. He sees him. It's really bad if SquadX gets caught.
He's behind the trees. You know, he's looking fine. Oh, there's going to be the TP and Shigetsu. He's going to be able to make the dive on. The Chaos Bolt comes through the reality. If they get the drag back, they get the blow up onto Shachlo. So that's an even better catch for the timing now.
Empire need to start thinking, how do we prevent our heroes from dying? I think the Scuttle, Hex, or an E-Blade. I don't think you have the space to go for more Dagons here. If SquadX continues going for it and they have nothing to save their heroes with, your Dawnbreaker dying to the CK from 100 to 0 in a stun, that cannot happen. So Empire need to deal with this right now.
Yeah, and you can see more control coming out for Shigetsu as well. He has that, the Basha coming through. He's going towards an AC, so more survivability for this hero that's already massive, 3.2k health. You know, he's got himself 16 armor before the AC even comes out.
I'm liking though that he is going for it. Extra armor is definitely gonna help. Armor, Ghost Scepters, that is what you need. Right now the CK is a problem and the one that you have to deal with. We already talked about it. They don't have much to deal with Delusions, especially if the Keeper is dead. Delusions will not die and your heroes are just gonna keep dying. So Empire, they go for a smoke. They feel like they can fight. I don't know if a full 5-on-5 teamfight is what you're looking for, and Cybercat's in perfect position to wait for them.
Yeah, the smoke is going to break the one on the side. They're going to be able to get that diving focus. He's going to be the one that gets caught out. Soul Guardian comes in. Do they have enough to stun to simulate, though? They immediately blow up onto the Disruptor once again after this fight happens here. She gets illusions. Do they have enough damage here? Ego's got that double damage rune, and Shashlo's going to be taking a whole lot of punishment. They might even be able to go into the Razor. The Razor is just going to be blown up, killed off, and now he even gets the blink forward onto SquadX. The Reality Rift comes out. SquadX, the Bash is going to be there now as well. Can they go even further? The Starbreaker, though, Shigetsu's just a big tanky boy. And they're going to be able to make the dive happen on the Dawnbreaker. The double damage is still here on the Void Spirit. Shigetsu, though, has to turn himself away from this one. Doesn't want to get caught out with the Soulbind. The BKB being down there as well. Doesn't really feel like being caught out. So, a good couple of fights. You know, that is going to be the buyback being forced out from the Disrupted there as well. So, a 3-for-3 and a buyback. It's not awful there for Team Empire, but it does mean now that Cybercats, they're going to feel brave enough to move into this Roche pit.
The good thing was that good thing for Empire, not good thing for Cybercats, is that the CK didn't immediately pop a BKB. He got stunned up, him and all of his illusions from the Starbreaker. His illusions died and obviously he couldn't clean up the rest of the team on the side of Team Empire as fast as he killed the Marcy. That is why Empire actually got out of that fight with 2 of their heroes alive. If the illusion survived for just a tad bit longer, it would have been an easy cleanup. Also, Igor missing that one last Ether Remnant made the fight be okay for the side of Team Empire. Now, of course, with the Roche into the hands of Cybercats, it's not gonna be okay any longer. And next time around, when Empire are running in, you're not gonna be running into DK Focus first. It's gonna be Shigetsu that's waiting for you.
Yeah, and Shigetsu here, he's got himself the Aegis, he's got the Echo Saber in the backpack. Again, Basher's up, he's just going to be able to, he's got the Shard now as well, so it's going to be some extra phantasms in these fights. I can't even say pretty tanky, he is the tank. When that armlet's on as well for the extra health, the survivability, this is even before the AC comes through, so I really don't know what Empire can do to fight into this. But
it's gonna be a tough one. But their lineup is still good at split pushing. Their lineup is still good at catch. So that is something that you still can use and that you will use if you're Empire.
Yeah, you can see here on the bottom lane, SquadX is trying to push out using the Illuminate Blast onto this bottom lane, trying to do what he can. While this is going on, Shigetsu, again, he's just continuing his aggression onto this tier 2. He's not even bothered about tanking the tower here now as well. SquadX trying to do what he can to clean off these creep waves to put pressure onto the tier 3. Is he going to force anything back? Marcy's joining him. BZZ's going to be close as well with Jesu. So it looks like he just TPs himself out. Okay, so he's putting up pressure here onto the tier 3. The Catapult going to be doing a lot of damage, taking this tower down to below half health. I like Igor, again, he's just cutting this wave. So now, Empire, they've got to be really careful about how they get back behind enemy lines.
That was really scary on the bottom lane for SquadX. You wanted to force out some rotations. They saw Igor though, but every single time Cybercats are moving so well. Igor is TPing only when his team is close enough that even if he gets jumped, they're gonna be there to turn the fight around. So finally, Empire will be pushed back and their split push will be stopped. You can see how well Cybercats are moving. They're going deep into the enemy jungle, pushing in one wave. Then they go for a smoke. Empire need to go back, and then they TP while they're running towards their hero. No play available for Empire. It's just a beautiful understanding, but Shigetsu is left alone.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the relocating now as well. Shigetsu gets that reality rift off. Can they do the damage here? Because that, I think he didn't get... He didn't get the static link off. No, the Aegis is going to be popped. And that's... Yeah, he doesn't have a TP. 5 heroes. The Cybercats, they're desperately trying to get over, but Shigetsu's just going to go down. The Dagon SquadX picks up that kill. And what was that about the movement of Cybercats?
I don't know who even talked about their movements being good. I think that was not a movement. That was them thinking these guys don't have the guts to fight us, but they definitely do. Empire get a bonus kill right now. What I would like them to do is push in all the lanes and then catch Cybercats, because then if the lanes are, all 3 lanes are pushed into the side of Cybercats, they will have no play on the map other than to fight, and that is easily read, but they get one more.
The blink into the dispose coming through from Marcy, just the rebound blink dispose coming through, and yeah, there was the follow there from SquadX. He's got that, what level is that now? The level 5 Dagon, and he's just absolutely, he's literally blowing up heroes with that Dagon. He shoots it, you know, the Avid Cadaver comes out, and those heroes just disappear.
The question is, can Empire really force the high ground with this one? You are playing against the Void Spirit, so Igor can be very, very annoying. Let's see just how annoying. Without the CK, though, I don't think 7 Jesu can die.
No, and he's 18 seconds away. The fortification is up if they want to use it here, which they will do to try and, you know, clean off these creeps. But the Illuminate down just keeps coming through here from SquadX, and he's just going to be able to go right back onto this tier 3. And now, you know, 6 seconds away, so they're not going to overstay the welcome. They've done a lot of damage to this tier 3 tower. They backed themselves away, and this just shows that Cybercats, they are absolutely killable here. All of the ultimates are going to be up in a bit for the side of Empire as well. 16 seconds before the old man's going to have the nightlight back. And now, do you think, I mean, excuse me, would you want to see a Will-o'-the-Wisp coming through from SquadX? He looks like he's going to be going towards a Hex, but he could get that Aghanims out. You know, he could go for the full Will-o'-the-Wisp, get that area control out here if he wants to.
Maybe later on. I think Hex, E-Blade, those are the items that you're looking at. Oh, Empire, they want to fight. They're waiting for Cybercats.
Yeah, Ego's down on the bottom line. I mean, the Dawnbreaker's not there, but the Solar Guardian is up. Yeah, okay. Radiant scan. You know, again, the spidey sense is tingling. They throw that scan out. They don't want to be walking up blind onto high ground. And he will just move away from that. But the smoke is going to break Squadix. They're going to be able to get the round on top of him, but the BKB is going to be there. Squadix, he has to run himself away from this. He's going to get the extra movement speed. And the relocate comes out now as well. Do they want to try and set up onto this? Oh, Phaser. Jess, who's going to be slowed down. It looks like, yeah, they're just going to keep on using that rebound. And BZZ might be the sacrificial lamb. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb. But it keeps Squadix alive. That's massive in, you know, making sure that Cybercats can't get an opening onto your tier 3s.
The problem with Empire is Shashlo doesn't want to be with the team. So when that is the case, you actually have only one hero that is good at breaking smokes, and that is the Razor. The smoke breaks on him, he uses the BKB, he runs in, and there's nothing that the enemies can do. But when Shashlo isn't there, there's just so many openings in this bottom jungle that the enemies can come from. So I think Empire, they were kind of aware of it. That's why they went for a smoke, but they really didn't have a good hero to put forward in all fronts. And that is what ultimately, I'd say, caused them the fight, but they didn't lose anything of big value. The thing that is valuable for them that you could say they did lose is the complete control of the top part of the map. And with the outpost, it means that Empire can wait for Roche, or Cybercats can wait for Roche right now. And they'll always have the Void Spirit and his mobility to deal with the bottom lane.
I mean, he's going to come through here. The Dissimulate comes out to try and clean up this creep wave, so they know that... Does he have the boots of... He doesn't have the boots of travel, so he's going to be, you know, TP scroll and cooldown here. He moved himself away. He might be able to force something out with that knowledge. And... Shigetsu's got himself a double damage. Never mind, he just kills everybody with that. And yeah, like you said, they are just grouping up, looking to secure this position around Roche.
He's going for a really cool item. It's gonna be the Arcane Blink. You blink in, the stun and the Phantasm just come out in half a second, and then you crush someone. You're gonna have that instant initiation with the instant spawn of the Phantasm. So I'm liking the item he's going for. This is the Arcane Blink is something that we see from CKs from time to time. Empire though going for a smoke. They know exactly where the enemies are. And they might even expect that Igor goes towards the bottom lane, but Cybercat's in a really good position. Empire have claimed the high ground though, so this is already a good start for them.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the disposal to Ego. Do they have enough with the Starbreaker to get that kill off? There's going to be a lot of damage coming through. H2O going to be forced now away, and they're going to be able to... Shachel actually gets taken down. He doesn't have buyback either, and now the Doom comes out into the Razor as well. The Glimpse is going to be used to the drive back. This is going to be an absolute disaster here for the side of Empire. A really good setup, and Cybercats, you know, they're going to be able to get another one because there was the relocate out coming through. And just look at this. This is just going to be the death of BZZ. And yeah, no buybacks on the 2 cores that have gone down. This opens up the tier 3 tower in the top lane, even with the Illuminate Plus coming through here for Squadix. That just, why did, you know, that just went so bad from Empire, for Empire. And now Cybercats, they have the opening. They want to maybe push in, take a lane of racks out of this. They might see that there's no buybacks. They might even push on, depending on how brave they're feeling towards the tier 4s.
Big mistake there came from the Razor. He went for Igor. He did all of his damage to the Void Spirit, the hero that you pretty much can't kill. Ooh, Shigetsu.
Shigetsu just pops the BKB. He is going to be getting low. The Illuminate Plus comes through as well, but obviously the BKB comes through. And just look at how quickly he heals up.
That feels so bad for Empire right now, but you can never focus on the Void Spirit. Just let him go. Hope that he's not gonna have enough damage to kill your supports. Immediately use all of your spells to kill one of the other cores, the Visage or the CK. They need to go down. The CK would be an ideal target for the Razor to latch onto, because then he can't really destroy the other ones, and Shashlo is gonna be able to do everything. But you know, one team gets the worst target, that's the Void Spirit. The other one gets the perfect target, and that is the Dawnbreaker. Shashlo really needs to be a bit more trigger happy on his BKB. If he doesn't pop it and just dies like that, the fight is immediately lost for Empire.
Yeah, and this is going to be H2O. How much goal away from the Arcane Blink is he? He's not going to be too far away from it at all. And once he picks this one up, well, they might be trying to go for a re-engage, but it's going to be James that gets killed off. Yeah, he does have buyback, and he is going to buyback. They want to fight this one out. Roshan is up in 38 seconds here. So if either team lose a fight, they might lose a Roche as well.
They're not using their split push ability at all. The mobility of their heroes is like they've completely forgotten about it. Even though the top lane is pushed in, you can just keep the Shadow Dawnbreaker in the base and just deal with the bottom part of the map. Once you push in, then you can go back and go for that smoke. But they're just forcing this and forcing it and forcing it. It's just not working out for Empire.
No, and Roche, He's going to be 6 seconds away. Look at this prime position coming through from Cybercats as well. But it looks like Empire, they're just saying, okay, screw that. We're going to push through. There's a fortification up, but if we can force it out, we might even be able to even up the lane of Rax. As there is going to be a fight breaking out. Shigetsu comes through.
This is like the start of a fight.
Yeah, the BKB is going to be there. The kinetic field, Static Storm is going to be dropped now as well. Shigetsu using that Phantasm, but he's getting pretty darn low. The Static Link as well, the backlines. Ego's going to try and jump onto this. They might be able to get the Hex. He will be able to get the Hex into that Starbreaker. The lockdown comes through. They're going to be able to get the kill. No, they're not going to be able to get
Igor
the
is
kill.
still alive.
Ego's still alive, and now Jessu's gone down. Shigetsu picks up this kill. BZZ, the glimpse comes back onto the IO, and the IO is just going to be cleaned up and killed off.
Okay, that was a very smart move from Empire. The thing is, they needed so little to kill both of the cores on the side of Cybercats. Sure, Shigetsu had a buyback, but he wouldn't have had a Phantasm. Igor didn't have a buyback, so if he had died, it wouldn't be a problem. So this has to feel really bad for Empire, but this is the thing. You don't use your mobility for like 10 minutes in the game, and you are gonna suffer because of it. They went for a few fights. With that, Cybercats got a bit ahead, and because of it, this fight went as well as it did for them. It should have gone much worse, but yet again, Shigetsu has an Aegis. Let's see if, like last time, he's gonna be given a freebie to Empire.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. The bottom lane again. James is going to get dove on. He's just going to be cleaned up and immediately killed off there. And Igor claims that one. And again, he
That's
had to. He thought back. He bought back and died for that last fight. And this is just going to open up another lane of rocks here. 16 seconds without the Razor. You've got an Aegis on the side of Cybercats. Fortification will be used, but I don't know how they keep the space alive.
The Raxes here are gone. That's all there is to it. There's nothing you can do about it right now if you're Empire. If you decide to fight, right now you will lose the game. Wait for your Marcy. Oh, they actually are not gonna choose, but Shigetsu is gonna choose for them.
Yeah, they actually come in. They're gonna be able to pop that Aegis now as well. Can they go even further onto this? Shigetsu, he's in deep. Where's the rest of the team though? They're gonna be backing him up with the BKBs. Fazo comes in. The back lines. He's gonna be able to get a really nice Centaur stop on onto two. The kinetic field comes out. The static storm comes out. They're gonna be able to clean up Solo Guardian. Not gonna be able to keep a Razor alive. Not gonna be able to keep BZZ alive. And BZZ has to buy back into this. And he's gonna try and do what he can on the Kotal on the back lines with the Illuminate down with those. The Dagon throws in, but it looks like this is just gonna be diebacks left, right, and center. Even getting the drawback onto Shashlo. GG gets called, and that is going to be game number 2, going the way of Cybercats 40-24 at 42 minutes.
I have to say, Cybercats, they did have a few major mistakes, mainly the one with the CK dying on the bottom lane, but to be honest, they played this game better. Even though I think they had an inferior draft, Empire didn't use the things that were actually stronger about their draft, mainly thinking about mobility, and Cybercats, they dealt with mobility really well, so Empire might have been able to use it a bit more if Cybercats weren't moving so well around the map. So I think this is a really deserved victory coming out from Cybercats. If there wasn't for that one big mistake from Shigetsu, would have been a pretty clean game for them. So definitely striking back here, Cybercats, looking really solid. Empire, they're gonna have to think twice. Once you get a draft like this, you kind of put a set of rules of what you want to do in the game. And of course, I mean, don't want to point fingers, but James just, he bought a Blink Dagger so that he can jump into the enemy team and die faster. So you kind of need to rethink your position if you're dying so many times on the map.
Yeah, so that is going to be it, guys. We're going to go to a full 3-game series. It's going to be a long one to end off the day, but we're here for it because these games, it could go either way in this third game. So stick around. We're going to be taking a quick 10-15 minute break, and we'll be back to see who's going to be the ultimate winner between Cybercats and Team Empire for this final series of the day. We will see you then.
Hi. Hi. Hi.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
पेश है ड्यूरासेल छोटा पावर, आपके रिमोट के लिए परफेक्ट। ये देता है 1 साल दमदार पावर सिर्फ 20 रुपए में प्रति सेल। घर से या साथ में हम साल भर खुशियां मनाते रहेंगे। ड्यूरासेल छोटा पावर।
On it. Already moving. India.
A few moments later.
तो चलिए शुरू करते हैं।
रुको जरा।
खत्म। बाय बाय, टाटा, गुड बाय, गया।
Run.
Hello and welcome back to the final game of the final series of the day. It's going to be Cybercats versus Team Empire to decide who's going to win in the best of three. And hurry, I mean, we've seen both sides look dominant one game at a time here. Looking into this third game, what are we going to be expecting? We should have been expecting the Dawnbreak to come out immediately, but the Marcy's going to be banned, the Alchemist gets taken away, the Puck's gone, the Beastmaster's gone. What do these teams need to do? You know, who had the better showing between these two games, do you think, here, that's going to show in this third game they deserve to be the winner?
I think Cybercats, I still see them as the favorites. I like that Empire, they did something really good here, Rob. They banned out the Marcy. James was like, guys, I can do it, give it to me yet again. And BZ was like, yeah, I'm gonna do it right now. And then he bans it. Oh, sorry, it was a mistake. So yeah, they're not gonna give him the Marcy right now. But the thing is, I think Cybercats, in terms of movements, they did better. Empire in the first game, they had a cool idea of how to play against the Alchemist, but I think that's just the hero that they know how to play against. As I said, Team Spirit played well against it a few days back, and pretty much they did the exactly the same thing. But when they see the Beastmaster being banned out, they don't want to do it because they don't have the vision and they wouldn't have the map control. So I think Cybercats overall, if it's a even draft or even slightly leaning towards Empire, they should be looking as the favorites here. But Empire, last game, you know, Empire's execution is always good. They use their spells well. It's just that their idea of how to play sometimes is just way too focused on let's just run into them and crush them with our superior spell usage, and obviously that's not going to work out most of the times.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing something different here. You know, we've got this Medusa coming through from the side of Team Empire, so it is going to be a little bit more, I don't want to say farmy, but you know, you want to be creating the space for the Medusa so she can get a couple of items up. Do you think this is going to be the standard? You know, you go for the Asher maybe into a Manstar, into the Skadi, into blah 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 blah, or do you think that you want to be picking up with the Zeus with the Clockwork coming out here? Do you think this Medusa wants to go for like the Asher into the BKB first? You know, is there an item you prefer here on this Medusa? Just, I know we're only 2 heroes into the draft each, but do you think with the heroes out already for Cybercats, is this BKB a priority?
I'd rather go with the blah 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 build, you know, as you mentioned first off. I think there might come a time in this game where you want to get a BKB, but that's not going to be super early. The timing when you want to get the BKB is if you want to force a really big objective, if you're 100% certain that you're going to fight. Because in most scenarios, Medusa is usually on her home turf, and if the enemies go for her, the only thing she needs to do is pop the Stone Gaze, and with any help, he's going to be able to kill people. The only problem is if you're in an aggressive position, well, then it becomes scary. So if the game is relatively even and the Medusa feels like she can die, that's going to be the time he buys the BKB. But obviously, as you mentioned, only 2 picks into the game, so we don't know what Cybercats will be going for. If Zeus and the Clock are the only heroes that you're afraid of, the BKB just for those 2 probably won't be worth it.
Yeah, that is a point. We need to see further into the draft to see if there's going to be any more scary things coming out here for the Medusa. And I suppose you're always going to have the protection coming through from the Stone Gaze and the initial fight, so that's going to offer you. The BKB is a nice follow-up from that if you want to try and turn back onto it. As Team Empire, they ban out the Viper. The Anti-Mage is gone there as well. Nice answer. We do see sometimes the Ursa coming out with a Diffusal Blade to try and deal with that Medusa. Is that something you think that Cybercats might lean towards in this third game?
Ursa, Slark, or Weaver. I think that's going to be the case. And whichever one they go for, the Diffusal Blade will be the... I think Weaver is still their best hero. We've seen Shigetsu played into a Faceless Void, and to all of the heroes that the hero hates playing against, and still come out on top. So I'm pretty certain that it is something that Empire should have considered banning out, given that it is a pretty solid Diffusal carrier, and... could be something that Cybercats pick up. Plus, laning with the Clockwork, it would be a perfect matchup.
Yeah, Cybercat's going to get rid of the Void Spirit here as well. So it's going to be a lot of heroes from that last game, over the series really, that have just been taken away here, coming through into this. And Cybercats, they do have the next pick, so let's see what they want to be picking up here with their reserve time as they burn through it. Cybercats, again, it's in their favor. They've got that momentum going, so it looks like they're going to be going for... I mean, they're going to have the global coming out from the Zeus. The Clockwork's going to be able to go in for the quick lockdown with that hook shot into the cogs. Battery Assault as well to chase heroes down. So there is a lot of control coming through. Maybe an early Thunderbolt coming through from the Zeus as well. Even more control, even more assassination with a literal sharpshooter coming through here from the Hoodwink. So that's going to be a lot of burst damage here between the Zeus and the Hoodwink ultimates. But it does mean that these three heroes, okay, maybe not the Clockwork, but the Zeus, the Hoodwink, they are pretty squishy throughout these fights.
For now, Empire don't have much catch, so, you're okay with that. Plus, Cybercats have better vision with the Clockwork and the Zeus. They're gonna be the best vision heroes in this game. I'm still expecting them to get a Slark. Kunkka is a solid hero against all of these, but I still think that Cybercats, now they're gonna be showing us, or maybe even showing Team Empire, how you play with a lineup that is good at split pushing and catching heroes, because Empire had a similar draft last time around to work out. Here's the Weaver, even more mobility, even more ways to go around the map. You don't want to be fighting head on if you're Cybercats. These heroes are so squishy, but you want to be running circles against Team Empire, and you have heroes to do so.
Yeah, and now we've seen the Dawnbreaker so often. We saw it at position 3. Do you think it's still going to be position 3 here, or would you go back for something like the Mars on the side of Team Empire? If you can catch up the Zeus, the Clockwork, the Hoodwink, we even might be able to get the time lapse outside of the arena. But the arena looks like a good team fight spell to me, with the Kunkka coming through with that boat, the Marauder being able to throw the Starstorm, Medusa with the Stone Gaze to control anyone that's caught inside that. Would you want to go back for another core on the side of Team Empire, or do you think this Dawnbreaker is going to be the position 3 again?
I'd rather go for another core here. I'd want the Dawnbreaker to lane with the Medusa. I would want a Blink Stun for Team Empire. The Sand King looks the best to me, just because he can leave the cogs. The Mars, you mentioned it got banned out by Team Empire themselves because you're afraid of the Medusa's damage being blocked. But to be honest, the main reason I wouldn't want Team Empire to play the Mars is you're gonna be laning into a Clockwork. That's the worst possible hero for you. He gets the cogs on you. You use the spear. He's still there. You use the arena later on. He uses the cogs. No damage from the walls of the arena. So all of those things are quite nice. The Night Stalker actually would be a nice pick for the side of Team Empire, because it would give them vision. So I actually forgot about that one, but we haven't seen him for quite some time. So nice ban coming out from Cybercats for sure.
Yeah, no, you are right. We've not really seen a whole lot of the Night Stalker this season in Division 2. So it is something that Cybercats were aware of, though they do remove it here. Empire, what do they want to be removing out as well? Because, you've got a offlaner left to pick here for Cybercats as well. Is there anything that you think that would be good here for Cybercats to be drafting up that Empire should be looked to be banning out in this next phase? Tidehunter.
I'm not sure. You also want a stun on the side of Cybercats. I'm okay with the Centaur, to be honest. I want something that can help the Hoodwink actually shine. The Clockwork, Hoodwink, and the Zeus could get kills, but Kunkka and the Medusa seem too tanky. And you want to have some kind of a threat to at least kill the Kunkka. So I'm looking for a stun initiation from them as well. Centaur, Sand King, those are the type of heroes I'd want to see here.
Yeah, no, you are right. I'm just trying to think of what's left in for the offlaners. That, you know what? Just pick the Pudge. Get it over with and pick the Pudge.
To be honest,
don't say it's a good
I'm
idea.
not sure.
Don't.
Yeah, there's the
encourage.
Centaur. I'm looking at this game and it's not. It's actually not. The Centaur is a good idea though. The only thing that is preventing you from running away is the clockwork cogs. Other than that, you'll be able to get yourself away. So I think Team Empire, they get a 4-staff on the Marana relatively early on, and you are able to save anyone from anything. I still think Sand King is a good pick here for the side of Cybercats. He might struggle in lane, but there's just so many plays to be made in the on the map.
Yeah, and so Cybercats now, they do have the final pick. I'm trying to rack my brain to think about what offlanes. I mean, the Bat Rider's still there. Okay, Underlord. So you've got your catch, you've got your initiation there coming through. A lot of damage as well. You're going to be able to push your lanes with the Firestorm. So, DK, focus on the Underlord. Scale of 1 to 10. How impressed are you with this hero pick?
I think it's actually quite nice. It's a good hero to deal with the Stampede. You're not going to be able to run away that much. Usually when you're fighting the Medusa, you're fighting her in some choke points. And usually it's really good for the Medusa because you can't turn around that much. But now you just turn around and run away. The choke point gets covered by the bit of Malice, and that is a problem. Also, there might be some damage issues from Team Empire. I haven't seen it for a long time, but a full-on Aura Underlord, I wouldn't mind it at all. And then, if you're Cybercats, you kind of use your mobility to split push. You only hunt the supports, and you fight the enemy cores when they're around the Underlord. Plus, also, you know, Underlord might be immobile, but he does have the Fiend's Gate, which will allow you to be even more annoying on the map. So I have to say, I really like this pick. Cybercats, they have so many ways to play this draft, and you know, Team Empire, they're kind of gonna have to do the same thing that Cybercats did in the previous game. Get a ton of kills. The Kunkka and the Marana allows them to do that before they get a blink on the Centaur. Go into an area, force the enemies back. Once the enemies are back, you TP with one hero, you push out the wave, and then you run towards him. So that's how I want Team Empire to play. The problem is, I just don't think that they're as good as Cybercats are. And finally, we're going to be seeing a mobile lineup actually shining.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to get on top of the Weaver, the Hoodwink even having the scurry away. You've got the Clockwork that if he gets into danger, if he's not already used it, he's got the hook shot that can get himself out. So there is a lot of, I mean, what would you use as well for the instant catch? Because, I mean, I assume at some point the Weaver wants to be going towards... Does he even really want to be going towards the Lincoln Sphere here? Maybe for the X marks a spot, but there's not really a lot of single target focus. So, you know, how would you get on top of this Weaver and stop him from being able to get the time-ups off just immediately? Is it just going to be relying on that Centaur with a blink to get the hoof stomp off?
Yeah, that is how you deal with the Weaver. That's it. I mean, if you get an X on him, it's also going to be quite big. But I think Kunkka, he has some bigger priority targets. We're going to be looking at the Kunkka and the Marana in this game quite a lot. Squad X and the James, they need to be hunting quite a lot. If they're able to get a couple of kills in the early mid game, that's going to make Empire's life so much easier.
Yeah, well, we'll see how this one is going to turn out. It is going to be the final game of the final series of the day. So both teams looking to take this to, again, secure a good place in the Division 2 rankings. But Empire might need this a little bit more than Cybercats here, so we'll see if that's going to show in this game. As Jesu up on the top lane solo, there is going to be a 4-man group up from the side of Empire, but I don't think they're going to force anything from this yet. Centaur's not skilled anything up just yet. Dawnbreaker's not. James does have the arrow, but I think he used it as a little bit of a scouting tool there, and there will be the ward as well for the side of Cybercats to see any rotations through. So yes, Shigetsu, he's already moving himself away from this danger.
He'll get himself out, Empire. It seems like they're not gonna be able to catch anyone, and Cybercats will get 2 runes for themselves. Though I'd like to take this time here, Rob, to quote our awesome mod You know, every single time he's here protecting us from all of the hate that we would, of course not, we're awesome, we wouldn't receive any hate from the fans. So here's what he said. You're playing against Cybercats, you do not ban Weaver because you can counter it. Cybercats promptly picks Weaver, you lose against Cybercats, you ban Weaver next time you play against Cybercats because you're not stupid. But the thing is, Empire, they didn't get to know this because this is the first time they're playing against the Cybercats Weaver, and this is gonna be looking pretty bad for them unless Shachlo gets that beautiful stomp off.
Yeah, really nice two-man storm. I like the placement of the sentry as well. It plays close. H2O does have a sentry of his own, but he needs to get himself in the trees here to get that D-ward off, and he might just be guessing at where this is, because I'm not sure if he saw it being placed down. And that just means it's going to be a little bit harder here for Shigetsu to come forward, because if he does get arrow, if he gets stomped again, you know, potentially it could put him in a lot of danger. The D-ward is going to be coming out, and the courier. Okay, so he's going to be able to get the D-ward off into the sentry. The courier is not going to be taken down. I would have liked James to protect that a little bit more, maybe throw out a point blank arrow onto H2O, but really wouldn't have made a difference on whether that ward would have been denied or not.
Yeah, probably not the case. The bottom lane should be a sentry ward war. You're gonna be fighting for the camp to be blocked. You're gonna be fighting in the lane for it. But in the end, just because H2O needs to think about the camp being blocked as well, I think Empire are gonna be coming out as the victors, at least when it comes to sentries in the lane.
Yeah, and James just keeps. Do we call it kill secure in here if he's just throwing the arrows out for the range creep every time the arrow's up? Is that what that is, or is that a little bit griefy here up against Satchler?
No, you do it every single time. There is no other thing for you to do as a Mirana. You don't want the center to get super close, because that would allow the Clockwork to do so much, and you always want the lane to be pushing it in a little bit towards the opponents, because then the Weaver, if he goes for the Mirana himself, he's gonna be met with a Centaur as well, and he'll be taking a ton of damage. So yeah, as a position for Mirana, to all of the pub players as well, always do it. If your offlaner starts crying, then it's his fault. This is exactly what a position for Mirana should be doing.
Okay, well, we'll see. Yeah, he does just keeps using it to secure those range creeps up, which, like you say, is a great use. Satchlo going to be taking a lot of harass. The battery slug comes around the back lines now as also Satchlo. He's trying to dodge around these creeps, and it looks like H2O. Could he get himself in a good spot? The stomp does come through, though. Point blank onto H2O, so he's going to be taking some harass from James. He needs to back himself away. Shigetsu taking a lot of damage coming through from Satchlo, because he's got 1 point into the the retaliate. Always changing the name of that spell. And it looks like Shigetsu just has to back himself away. Empire. James is going to be able to get the D-ward off. This is going to be a sentry here in the middle of the lane, so it's going to be really nice. But we have focused on this lane for amount of time here. So taking a look in the mid lane, Squadix coming up against Igor on that Zeus. Up against the Kunker. The Kunker is going to have that early X marks a spot at level 4 here, so he's going to be able to get the jump off. Even if the heavily jump comes away for Igor, you know, Squadix might be able to still close that gap. How does this lane play out? Because Igor wants to play back, you know, he's going to be able to get himself with the Arc Lightning to do damage on Squadix there as well. But how careful does he need to be about being caught out before pre-level 6, before that boat is available?
Even when the boat comes out, unless the Mirana is missing, you're gonna be fine. And we do apologize, guys, for looking at the bottom lane so much. There is a hero, I don't know which one out of these 4 that Rob really wants to learn how to play, so that's why he's looking at there constantly. With all of the questions regarding the Mirana, I'm kind of leaning towards those. But I really want to see what's happening on the top lane, because it's gonna be the most interesting lane in the world with so many aggressive heroes. Just kidding, of course. It's just gonna be a farm fest here, but I have to say both of them are doing quite well, and it is to be expected. You can't really stop either from them from farming.
I like Jesu, though. Jesu, he has to pop that mana shield, because the bushwhack comes out, does a lot of damage to him, and yeah, he has to back himself away. And he gets the tango being passed across from BZZ, so BZZ has that salve. It's not as effective with the last balance patch coming out, but it still might be something that clutches Jesu's life if he needs it. The Mystic State bounces around, Celestial Hammer comes in now as well. Going to be a lot of damage onto Focus. Focus drops that fire pit. Is it going to be enough? And Jesu has to move himself away. BZZ, the body block's coming through from Phasor now as well, so BZZ just has to run himself back, trying to do what he can. And level 3. No points into the Luminosity, playing that support build. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, the cogs do come out. The Centaur Stomp's going to be used already. He's going to try and go with the damage coming through. He's already got 1 point into the double edge, so it's not a lot of damage that gets pushed back onto H2O. Or Shigetsu, depending on who he goes down to.
Yeah, he understands the Weaver wants to punch him all the time, and you know you want more points in the retaliate because of it, and that is the appropriate build for Shashlo. You know, double edge though, even level 1, it still does quite a lot of damage. If you're not careful in the Weaver, you can die, especially because you're always gonna be around half HP. You just can't help yourself but use the Geminate attack on Shashlo. But it seems like Shigetsu he has had enough. He knows this is just not a hero that you can go for, especially now once the Vanguard comes out. It's gonna be a time for James to leave the lane. But before that. Oh, I was about to say H2O was gonna die, but no siree.
That was actually a great bait, mate. And Jessu's going to go down on the top lane as well, yeah. H2O, he turned back, he was low health, but he baited in the Mirana as that battery assault was still going to get the damage there for Igor to set up for the Thunder God's Wrath and claim that first blood. And
Igor in some trouble? He got the hit.
He's got a haste, he's fine. He's fine. Look at this, he's even going to be able to get around to the back, get that bounty rune as well. It steals off the bounty rune from the Kunkka, and going to be able to get himself back into the lane, no problems.
Yeah, literally walking over enemy vision, but he doesn't care. That the idea there from that rotation from the Dawnbreaker was to prevent his use from getting the rune, but obviously the idea didn't work out. Now, okay, Shashlo has the Vanguard. I want James out of this lane. He is not doing anything here. You're not gonna kill the Weaver. Just let go of that idea and go for the Zeus. All of those attempts are gonna be are not gonna be working out, and the Centaur himself is still gonna be doing well against this hero.
Yeah, look at this, the damage coming through onto James as well. Just Shigetsu putting it right up there. He's got the point into the swarm as well. So if James didn't have a leap, there would have been a potential for the kill as the Clockwork was moving himself in. He's got the 2 points into the battery assault now as well. Arrow's going to fly through. It's going to be off the mark of the stomp. It's being teased, but not actually going to be thrown out from Shashlo. Shigetsu's going to try and contest onto this pole, but can they get the deny? Can they get the creeps farmed up? It's going to be Centaur on Centaur betrayal there from Shashlo.
He couldn't kill his own brother. You could see there the Weaver getting the kill. So Shashlo in the end is like, yeah, we're just brothers. We're gonna fight. But then Shigetsu, he murders him in front of his eyes. So this is gonna be a grudge that we're probably gonna be looking at towards the later stages of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, the Kunkka rotation comes down into the bottom lane now as well. They do have sentries available. Can they lock down into Shigetsu? Is there any dust? Is there any reveal? As the swarm will be used, they might be able to find H2O. H2O is going to reveal that the fact that the Kunkka's down here. X marks the spot, but the cogs have been dropped. The boat's going to be flying through now as well. Dragging right back onto this. They're going to be able to lock down onto the Kunkka. The Kunkka, as I'm seeing the abilities, but yeah, the arrow, it goes and Squad X just gets the blow up on H2O.
Meanwhile, mid lane, BZZ in trouble.
Oh, he's going to be able to get the hammer away, though. He's not into too much danger. Phasor, yeah, the acorn shot's going to be used, but there was no sharpshooter, so he's not going to be killed off.
I'll be fine. That rotation, though, from Empire not working out. You get the Clockwork kill, but that was kind of the idea from Cybercats. Give him away. This is why I'd rather have Kunkka stay around the mid lane, Mirana being with him, and you know you're farming a lot. You see a hero pop his head. The X marks the spot into an arrow. You might not even need the boat.
Thunder God's Wrath comes out. They get the kill onto Jesu here as well. I didn't even realize he was that low.
Nope, but this is what happens against the Firestorm. It just does so much damage over time, and Igor 2 times in a row now, his Thunder God's Wrath has given them a kill on the Medusa 7. Jesu, after a beautiful game on the Juggernaut, now in this third game, he is struggling quite a lot. I guess you are getting some farm on the top lane, but it's definitely not as much as you hoped for.
You know what you are getting on the top lane? You're getting dead if you're BZZ, as Igor finds himself another kill on a killing spree already. It's only 9 minutes into the game. If we take a look at the net worth here, Zeus, top of that net worth. DK Fogus completely taking over this top lane as well with a Firestorm coming out through. Do they have the damage to take him down though? He's going to be able to get himself that time lapse if he survives through the stuns. He does. He just gets it off, and now with a sliver of health, he will survive, gets himself out of danger with the Sakuchi.
I don't know if it was intentional or not, but Shigetsu, he knew from which... okay, let's look at the top lane, then we'll explain what happened there, because BZZ is not looking too healthy.
No, Squad X is going to be tipping in. The X marks the spot, comes out, the arrow's not going to connect there as well. The drag back onto the Phasor. Phasor will go down. He's going to be the sacrificial squirrel.
So overall, coming back to the bottom lane, because this was a very uninteresting play on the top lane. We could have even ignored it, just a dive into TPs, into a kill. So what happened is they got an X to the Weaver, but he ran into the arrow so that it is a shorter stun. And because of it, he survived barely on literally 1 HP. One hit was what was actually keeping him from dying. So Shigetsu beautifully done. I don't know if it was intentional, but to me it looked like he had the idea of eating the arrow before he gets pulled back into the X.
Yeah, top lane, they're going to be able to get H2O locked down, or is H2O going to be able to get the lockdown onto BTZ? As it is going to be a 1-for-1 with that gank coming through. And I think, I mean, he's only level 5, he was so close, he had the tome. And but he's going to be able to get that level 6 so soon. And then when the hook shots start to come out, this is going to get even scarier for the side of Empire. As Phasor just scurries himself through the trees away from danger, hiding himself. The torrent's not going to connect. He's trying to eat his way through here, Squad X, but he's not going to be able to find Phasor. The arrow's going to be off the mark, but I think he might have seen him. He's going to be able to scurry himself out once again. He's just buying time. Yeah, and look at this. The TP's going the Fiend's Gate comes in here. The nut shot's going to be onto two heroes. The Thunder God's Wrath, the pushback onto Kunkka, and now they're going to be able to go the Fiend's Pit comes out, and it looks like they're going to be able to get the kill onto James. Can they go even further? Even with that Solar Guardian coming through here, the Starbreaker comes out. H2O is going to get low, but Squad X is going to be the one that goes down, and the Pit of Malice doing the job to keep him locked down.
Centaur can't die now.
He's trying to pop the hood. He's trying to keep himself alive with the Bushwhack into the Sharpshooter, into his death. And Cybercats clean up 3.
Oh, that is the mobility coming into play, and Empire taking the bait. As I told you last game, Cybercats, they were kind of dealing with the same thing that the Empire are doing with right now, but they did so well. Centaur, when he decided to buy a hood over the blink after his Vanguard, he kind of put himself in a position where you never want to die. You just want to be, you want to be on the aggressive, but not when full 5 enemies are already there and you've already lost a couple of heroes. You want to be posturing aggressively and the enemies being afraid to go for you because there's a tower and they can TP in. But the thing is, top lane tower gone. That's already a big problem. Now the only thing you can defend is the mid. And to be honest, Cybercats, they want to be playing the side lanes either way, so they'll be fine with that tower staying alive for a long time.
Yeah, and you can see already DK Focus, he knows this lane, it's completely empty, so he's already moved himself down, needs to farm it up. The Firestone come through as well, going towards that Rod of Atos. It's going to offer a lot more lockdown coming through for Focus, and I don't know, I mean, you look at the lineup from Cybercats, they've got at least mini stuns built into everybody apart from the Weaver, and the Weaver, he doesn't really care, he's going to be farming up, he's going to be able to get himself towards that Dragonlance. The extra damage that's going to offer, the extra attack range, while the rest of his team keep the side of Team Empire locked down. He's just going to be able to run, quite literally, with his Sakuchi, just run through them and take these heroes down here. 8-3 at the minute for Cybercats. And how do Empire, you know, what do they need to do to get the momentum back in their favor for this game?
There's 2 items you need. One is the blink on the Centaur. Okay, you're working towards it. But if you look at Squad X, he's gonna turn it around to go for an Orchid. I think either way, first he was thinking about Shadow Blade, but either way he's gonna regret this choice, not going for a BKB immediately. You're gonna be dealing with a Pit of Malice, Rod of Atos into an arrow, you will die. If you don't have a BKB on the Kunkka, there is no way that you will be moving at all in these fights. This is looking really, really tough for Empire, and they're bringing themselves to that point with the Orchid. He wants to hunt the Weaver, but I think an X into an arrow would be good enough.
Oh, top lane, they might find him BZZ. BZZ can get himself out here. He does have the Solar Guardian. The hookshot comes in. They're going to be able to get right on top of him. BZZ tries to go in with the Starbreaker, but he's just going to go down. Shigetsu picks up the kill. And yeah, Weaver, that's going to be his completed Dragonlance now coming out for him. Really nice combo there with the Swarm coming through into the hookshot just to make sure that BZZ couldn't get out of that fight, or the gank attempt.
I actually thought Shigetsu was gonna change up his item build, maybe get a Diffusal Blade after the Maelstrom. Maybe he does right now, but usually he does go for this Maelstrom into a Dragonlance. Still, it seems like he doesn't care about the Medusa. He thinks that they're gonna have enough damage, and considering the Underlord, they might not need to have the damage because Medusa really won't be hitting anyone because of the Atrophy Aura.
I love this from the Clockwork. How much time H2O is wasting for Squad X to get this kill. He even throws out a smoke. Oh, the cogs have been dropped now as well. The bow is going to fall onto the Clockwork. To either have the damage, he will be able to take him down. But the Swarm comes through once again. This might actually be a kill onto the Kunkka. The Kunkka's going to get really down low. Sakuchi as well as that chase out. Squad X, one more right click. He's going to go down. And now BZZ is in a bad position. They might be able to turn this one around here with Jesu rotating in. But the arrow's going to be off the mark. And they're just going to carry on going in. The Bushwhack going to be able to catch onto 2 James. The Stone Gate is going to be used, but Shigetsu, he's just going to be cleaning up heroes left, right, right and center, and Jesu has to run himself away. The Thunder God's Wrath is already going to be used, but the Arcline is going to be there as well as that Pit of Malice. Going to be able to get the control out. Satchel, can he get himself away from this? Taking so much damage from these three heroes. The Bushwhack comes out once again, and Cybercats show why they are at the top of the table here. 13-4 in this game, just cleaning up the side of Team Empire.
I think the time where SquadX is gonna start regretting his choice so much is coming. Sure, that fight he probably wouldn't have had the BKB anyways, even if he did go for it, but he would have at least been close. Once he gets the Orchid, it's probably not gonna result in much. And Shigetsu is actually going for a Lincoln Sphere. It seems like he's not really afraid of the center arrow.
Oh, he does connect
James
the
is a genius.
Starstorm. Okay, James, 100% calculated there.
550 movement speed? Who? What? Who the hell cares, you know? James is just on point. That's the real sharpshooter. I think Hoodwink is definitely gonna be feeling a bit shamed there just because of the sharpshooting skills of the Mirana, but who cares? They're just gonna be on Medusa right now. 7 Jesu, I don't see him getting out of this one. The Stampede isn't ready.
Yeah, the Firestorm's not there though. Eagle's going to be rotating around. The Bushwhack comes out, so they are going to have the lockdown to the Medusa. The Sharpshooter will be used, and it looks like Fogus, they are going to be able to get the kill even without the Firestorm. Eagle picks up the kill there, and a really nice one there again. 14-5. They did lose Shigetsu, but it's going to be able to take away from 7 Jesu's farm speed as well. So it kind of evens out in the end there.
Yeah, but still, you know, it's a really good kill for Empire. The thing is, you got it. I don't want to say accidentally he wanted to do it, but that is a 1 in 15 times play. SquadX, he's coming in with his Orchid, and now again he's gonna wish for a BKB.
Great bait, mate, as he was just caught out, and the Pit Mouse comes through. Yeah, he was turned into a crater as Fogus looks to push up now as well. Well, level 13. If we take a look at the net worth as well, all 3 cores on the side of Cybercats right at the top of that. They might even be able to go further to this. BZZ, the hook shot. Oh, just a little bit too much lead there onto BZZ as he tries to get. Oh, you did get the Celestial Hammer away. And I think it was that stop for the Celestial Hammer animation that put the hook shot off the mark.
Yep, that is what that kind of caught him off guard. Either that or he wanted to catch him in the mid of the Celestial Hammer. Either way, a bit of a mistake from H2O, but it's not gonna be that big of a deal. The bottom tier 1 drops. They're gonna continue to play the side lanes. You can see that they're not putting much emphasis in the mid tower, not having a blink initiation hero. It really doesn't matter if the mid lane tower remains. You just want to be catching people over and over on the side lanes, and the bottom lane is somewhere where Cybercats could play, and Empire might not see it coming.
Yeah, and Zeus, it is going to be a bit more of a I'm going to call it the classic build. You know, the standard build coming up for Igor. He's already got himself the Karen Sanj. He's going to go back towards the Ag Scepter there as well. He has a lot of protection being offered by the front line from the Underlord. The Weaver's going to be in and around that fight there as well, so he can just sit back and pray that the side of Team Empire do ignore him. You know, the Clockwork going to be able to land some saving hook shots or drop the cogs as well if anyone tries to go on him. So Zeus, he's feeling that he doesn't need to build into the safety items. You know, he can just go pure DPS, just raw damage coming out for this hero here. And it goes well with the Clockwork as well, right?
Yeah, for sure. Empire are trying to get this tower down. The thing is, it is very hard to do so. They wanted a smoke kill into a tower, but it wasn't given to them because Cybercats are reading them like a book. But once the tower does fall with the blink on the Centaur, you'll actually be able to go for some plays on the map. The problem is, you know, you only have your mid lane tower left, and that is gonna be the one that Cybercats aren't going to be committing too much around, where your Medusa will be. So that extra damage coming out from the Medusa isn't going to happen. That immediately puts Empire on the back foot.
And
7 Jesu, he's in trouble.
The game's gone again. You'll have to go for the radio cast. Never mind. It looks like it's back.
Okay, the radio cast.
No, go on. You go for it. You can do some play-by-play if you want.
I don't want play, but I wanted the radio cast, and every single time you're getting my hopes up. I'm starting to believe that Rob doesn't like me here. Either way, Cybercats in a really good position if Empire go to the left side, but obviously Empire are aware of this, and around this mid lane tower would be a perfect fight for them. Even if you get that rocket flare, you don't want to jump behind the tier 1. You just want to slowly siege it right now if you're Cybercats.
Yeah, you can see them backing themselves away. You know, like you said, they are just being slow, or they're not overextending. They don't want to get caught out. Even the rocket flare that scouted out on that right-hand side, you know, just to see. But H2O is going to be coming in. There is a Moonlight Shadow coming out. Was that X marks the spot, though? It's just onto the Kunkka. So the Kunkka They don't see, well, they're going to see where it is with the rocket flare now as well, so they might come in for this now. No, okay. They just let it go, yeah. The Clockwork's going to back himself away as well. Doesn't want to overextend, doesn't want to get caught out, doesn't want to, because I mean the rest of the team weren't close onto that. So if he'd have gone in with a hook shot, who knows how that fight would have ended up.
I'm actually surprised that Cybercats are giving so much time to this mid lane tower. You're playing against the Medusa. This is the tower that he's going to be defending, and you're actually going to be going into a 5-man lineup. I think the thing that is keeping them there... Squadix, what the hell are you doing there?
Oh, the hook shot just off the mark. By the feathers of his pretty bonnet, though, Kunkka gets away from that.
So the reason why Cybercats forced that so much was, I think, because the Kunkka doesn't have the BKB. I think that was the call. He has no BKB, they can't fight us. But the thing is, you can't fight them either if you're running through a tier 1 tower. So Cybercats, with that, they gave some time to the side of Empire. This is starting to remind me of game number 1, with Cybercats could have just been... could have just been crushing their opponents at some point, and they chose to kind of slow down the game and try to get an objective that ultimately I'm not sure it gives them too much.
Yeah, and you can see as well, I mean, the rotation's coming around that Empire, they're just kind of playing this keep away Dota from the side of Cybercats. You know, Cybercats keep forcing the issue over parts of the map. They take control, they rotate around, they look at the pickoffs, and it just seems like Empire, they're too scared to split up to play too far apart, which means that, you know, you can see that James, BZZ, Squadix are all playing close together. It means that, you know, Kunkka he's got the bodyguards out. You know, okay, now that Satchelo as well as Jesse have pulled away from each other, but they are playing so close together, which is going to limit the amount of farm that Empire can pull out when they are playing in that 5-man skirmish. And Cybercats know this, and like I say, they've taken control. They moved the Underlord to the bottom side of the map. You know, they're pushing that lane out. They've got Shigetsu in the jungle, taking away the farm that could go to the way of the Kunkka or the Centaur while he's up there. So it's just, it's starting to look like Cybercats, I know it's only a 2k net worth lead here, but they are starting to choke out. You know, when do they want to be looking to try and force something out? Is there a big item they're waiting for? You know, is it going to be the Lincolns that's flying out for the Weaver, or is it going to be... where's his career? Yeah, so it is going to be the recipe for the Lincolns, or does he want to wait for till he's got, because he's got the Melania queued up now as well. Is that what he wants to wait for, or, you know, what timing do Cybercats choose to really push their advantage here?
You know, Dota as a game is not so big on item timings that they change too much. It's usually positioning and how you play your lineup. I think Cybercats' lineup is built in a way that it's not about items, it's your positioning. And I think they're not utilizing the bottom lane too much. Sure, they walk into the Roach right now, but they're afraid to play the bottom lane. Considering they took down the tier 1 of the enemies, they definitely could have done so. But this Aegis might give them the confidence, as you asked, to just walk towards the mid lane tower, take it down, and then maybe they'll feel a bit better going in.
Look at this as well, into the high ground. The Thunder God's Wrath comes out, spots out BZZ. The Phoenix Gate's going to be dropped as well. There's a bit of Malice and Dawnbreaker. BZZ, I don't think he gets himself out of this. He's going to try and use the Starbreaker as much as possible, but that's going to be the death of BZZ. He does go down, and so does the tier 1 tower.
You see, I like that much better. You are very deep on the bottom lane with the Underlord, and then you come over. Though Satchelo, he comes over. Can you really kill this hero alone?
The Stampede's going to be used, but they get him right away to himself. The hookshot comes out into the cogs, and that's going to be the death of Satchelo. He goes down, he gets blown up, and now James, he might be the next target. He does have a leap away. He's going to be seen by Shigetsu. Shigetsu doesn't want to try and chase onto this. It looks like the rocket flare is going to go, but they don't have anything to catch up onto James, and James just backs himself up. Shigetsu's going to go onto the tier 3s. One more right click. Is he going to be enough? No. He gets that leap away to safety. But Shigetsu was serious about going for that kill into James.
At that point, you want to force out the TPs as well. You want the enemies to think, oh, maybe we can kill this Weaver. Meanwhile, Clock, he has found the Kunkka, or is it the other way around?
It's going to be, the cogs do get dropped. H2O going to try and get himself out of danger here. Was the rotation coming through? The Bushwhack will connect. Does he want to go back into this? The hook shot, it's going to be on cooldown for the next 16 seconds. And it looks like he might be able to get himself a win. Meanwhile, on the high ground, though, the Pit Mouse did get dropped. Shigetsu, he's moving himself around. James. Well, stomp. I mean, the sentry is there. Okay, Kunkka. Yeah.
He's hunting the Kunkka again.
He's got that hook shot, but it's back up. The Nimbus goes down as well, so they're going to have that full vision. H2O, the Lincoln Sphere does get popped now as well, so the hook shot comes in. Swarm's going to be dropped as well as the cogs, and I think Squadix is going to get dropped now too.
Cybercats just didn't feel confident enough going for the enemy triangle, going for the plays on the bottom part of the map until the mid lane tower fell. I don't think that they necessarily needed to be afraid, but it was the safer play. So with this now, they're gonna be starting to run around. If the side of Empire are on the top lane, you can see how big that area is. So there you can run around circles around them. So Cybercats, now they can smoke, now they can catch Empire off guard, but the thing is they don't have to. So Empire are just gonna be sitting there shaking, guessing if the enemies are coming over, and if they are, you are gonna die.
And I like the Thunder God's Wrath being used to scout as well. You know, it means that you can put pressure onto this tier 2 tower, but more importantly, you know, if there was an opening there, that Focus could have dropped the Fiend's Gate and just maybe gone for a kill into the Shigetsu once again. He's just not shy about diving towards this tier 3. Ooh, the Centaur though. Do they have anything to stop this TP? The Thunderbolt, the Nimbus does get dropped, and Satchel is going to be dropped there too.
He got the Nimbus just a minute ago, and the Centaur there, he was probably like, haha, they missed their spells, I'm gonna be TPing out. No, you're not. 7 Jessu goes into his triangle. The thing is that everyone is already there. You can't even get a single part of the map to farm with 7 Jessu right now. And Empire, they'll be forced to fight. They'll wait for the BKB on the Kunkka, and that is when they will strike, because farming is just no longer an option.
Yeah, they might even be able to get the D1 on this cliff onto the... Yeah, do they want to go for it now? Yeah, they're going to be able to get that Observer down. The vision will go down. EZZ has to back himself up, can't contest onto that. And you saw that Jessu, he tried to get himself away. As soon as he used that, the Manta style, the Pit of Mars got dropped, you know, or maybe if the Pit of Mars gets dropped first, you go for that Rod of Atos. They have that extra lockdown onto Jessu. And Jessu, he just needs to be super careful, because the Swarm came through Shigetsu. He was deadly serious about getting deadly up against Jessu here. And this is going to open up the tier 2 tower on the bottom lane now as well.
Yeah, it is. The tier 2 being pressured. If Empire are not fighting here, all other places on the map are gonna be harder for them to fight. They had the BKB on the Kunkka, so I think this was the time for them to go, and the H2O is not gonna wait for anything.
Yeah, Squadix, so he pops that Fiend's he pops the BKB as the Fiend's Gate does get popped now. Slash looking to get himself away from danger. The chase is on Shigetsu. He wants to carry on going, and it looks like, well, everybody from the side of Empire might make their way out of this, but it's not completely awful. You force a BKB charge out of the Kunkka.
I think you have to smoke right now. If you're just on the backline, you're gonna be forced to move further and further towards your base. So they're smoking without the BKB. That might be an issue. But if you get the first eddy, they're not gonna get first anything.
Phasor, yeah, with the blink away here on the Squirrel, so he was able to get himself out of danger. Focus. What's he looking towards? I mean, he's got that BKB up. The Thunder God's Wrath comes out, so they're going to spot this now as well. They're going to be able to go on. The Nimbus does get dropped. The leap away, but she gets one on the back lines. Cleans this one up. The boat will go out, so they're going to be able to take down Hoodwink. But it looks like the buyback comes through. Who's that going to be? It's going to be the Marauder. Does actually get the buyback. Squadix going to get himself away from this one as well. The chase, but there's going to be the Stampede coming through. Anything to get through. The hook shot onto the back line. So they're actually going to be able to get themselves onto Jessu. So the Guardian will be used. Jessu's going to try and get himself away from the danger. And BZZ, he might be the sacrificial lamb. He is going to go down here, but the Pit of Mars goes down now as well. Satchel gets the stomp. He's going to crush that clockwork. And it looks like he might still be able to go onto Jessu. Jessu, he's trying to live through this. He's trying so much, but he's still going to be taken down. And James, he's going to be he bought back into this. Needs to be careful. Trying to hunt onto Ego. He's going to be caught out and killed off. Godlike spree goes the way of Shigetsu with that triple sphere. And it looks like Kunkka, I mean, the only one. He's going to try and run himself away from this. But with 4 heroes being down, this is just going to open up the tier 3. So yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen a manlier Zeus. I don't know if I've ever seen a manlier Zeus. I think he's gonna be needing some new rows, because those ones aren't gonna be covering the covering all of the things they should have covered. To be honest, just big and how big it is. Either way, I mean, this Zeus is just insane. He jumped in. The fight was going on. He is just crushing every single hero, and even on the top lane, the Kunkka gets caught. He has the BKB, but he uses it a bit too late.
Yeah, he gets caught out and killed off once again here. And if we take a look at 1, 5, and 4 for the Kunkka, meanwhile 6, 0, and 12 here for DK Fogus. He's ripping heroes apart at the minute. It's just looking super impressive on the side of Cybercats. 25-7 at 28 minutes in. You know, Dawnbreaker wants to be going back for that Wraith Pact, but it's not really the saving grace for this team. You know, the Cybercats, they just open up so much of this map.
when you're smoking with the Empire lineup, you need to catch a core. There is no doubt about it. The Zeus would be the ideal target. Weaver is okay as well. DK Focus you can't kill. So, you know, one of those two cores, they have to die with the Centaur Stomp. The thing is, it's way too hard to do so because DK Focus is always in a good position to break those. But right now, Empire, they don't have any more plays left on the map. It's only we smoke and we fight because you've lost all of the tier 2s. There's nothing to defend. There is no area to play. It all comes down to fighting. If you just keep yourself back, the lead will continue to increase and ultimately you'll lose the game.
Yeah, and you can see how nervous Jesse was about going forward. The Moonlight Shadow is going to be used, but I mean, what are they going to be able to catch after this? They need to kind of set up for a fight, and you can see the Cybercats. They got a little bit of vision onto Jesse because of this high ground, or the high ground ward here and the triangle. They knew roughly where that Medusa was. And then, once the Moonlight Shadow comes out, they just back themselves away. They're going to play it safe. Roche at least 19 seconds away here. So, this could be a really nice timing for Cybercats.
It is a potential time for Empire to get back into this game. Okay, the hook shot into your teammate because he doesn't want to move. You know, it's one of those situations. Move, move, move. And Shigetsu is like, no, no, you can't go in H2O. Stop crushing the enemy so much. The triangle, if you're only holding the triangle, it means only the Medusa is getting farmed. You get the jump on the Weaver. This is a good initiation. The arrow hits.
Yeah, the arrow's going to come through. The Stampede's going to be used now as well. The cogs do get dropped here. It looks like they're going to be able to get the Nimbus on the backlines, though. What can they do from this? Because it's going to be the Rodabato or something. The Conquer, the Solar Guardian is going to be used. And that's going to be the Sharpshooter coming through. Do they have the damage to take down BTZ? H2O is going to get pretty down low. He might get taken down. Will be taken down. BTZ gets that kill. But he's going to be taken down in return. The buyback comes through from the Clockwork now as well. The chase, the race pack is out. It's going to be taken down. Yes. No, it still survives for a little bit. Jesu turns around. He's going to be popping that Manta Stab, but the Rodovatos comes out, locking him down once again. And the damage coming through onto this Medusa. Medusa, can he get himself away from this? The hookshot comes out. They're going to be able to lock him down with the cogs as well. And Jesu's out of mana. He's out of time. He is out of life. He might even be out of teammates here as the Kunka goes down as well. The chase onto Satchel. Was that they're going to be able to get the stun off here, and Satchel can't get himself away from this one. A 5-man wipe. The buyback comes through from BZZ, but everyone else is dead, and this is just going to be Phasor pushing through. You know, he's got that Acorn shot up. He's got the pushback as well. He's going to be able to get the lockdown, but the Starbreaker, the Dawnbreaker, is going to be able to get himself away as he does take down that tree, but he's going to be caught out. The Sharpshooter, and H2O claims the kill. GG gets called 30 minutes in, 31-8, and a 16k net worth lead. Going the way of Cybercats. They claim game number 3. Empire, they are still, well, now they are going to be 1-5 as Cybercats climb that table there, getting themselves up as 4-2, nearly tying with Hellraisers.
That's a pretty nice performance from Cybercats. As I said, I think they maybe could have been using the bottom lane a bit more before they got the mid lane tower down, but they did it their way. The thing about Dota is that you always have multiple plays to make around the map, and it would be silly to assume that one is better than the other. So overall, really clean game. As I told you, when Cybercats get a mobility lineup, they're gonna run circles around Team Empire, and I didn't believe Team Empire are good enough to respond to it. And in the end, they weren't, which was really bad. I like the way that they went for that fight. They understood they had to go for the Weaver, but even with the hoof stomp, a 5-second arrow, they couldn't touch him. He gets the ulti off, and the fight is at that point, I think, over for Team Empire, and with that, the game, and of course the series. So Rob, Cybercats, they're back. Even if they lose game number 1, they are going to be able to beat Team Empire. So I think still in the run for going to Division 1.
Yeah, if we take a look at the table quickly, from the breakdown, 5-1 for Namiga. Hellraisers are going to be 4-1. Cybercats are going to be 4-2. PUCChamp 3-2. We've got Hydra on 2-4. No, sorry, 2-4. X3 2-4. Team Empire are 1-5. They have one final match to hopefully push through into tiebreakers here, up against No Sorry, coming up on the 14th of July. That is the one lifeline remaining. But for now, that is going to be it, guys. We're going to be taking taking a bow as the day does end. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. Again, apologies about the ping issues in the game. I'm not sure what it was because, well, it wasn't dropping frames, it was just ping issues in the game. So hopefully for the next time, the next stream, they will be sorted. But for now, thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next time we go live for the Eastern European Division 2. We'll see you then.
And then I ate my words.
Yeah.
A little bit of hopium there for some
Hopium. I'm huffing it right now. Let's go.
meeple last pick. Let's go.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you
They're-
can't say it's not going to be until it's either banned or they pick something else.
Y'all, they're trying to bait the anti-mage pick right now with this fucker.
Alright, I'm calling it right now that
Yep.
every agility carry that can't fight early is just trash.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I feel that.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's
Every
fair
single one.
enough. Yeah, I'm respected.
All of them.
Yep.
Ever.
Yeah, the
Oh.
ones that where you can't fight an item build where you can participate with 2 item timing, and one of those items has to be BKB. If you can't conjure a hero up that can do that, the hero's garbage.
All right.
Fair enough. So just anti-mage, get him out.
Yep.
Do so.
Just him. Oh, well, do so, I mean, she should have won last game, let's be real.
Yeah, but
She just chose not to. She could have.
it wasn't all the Deuce's fault, though, to be fair.
And that's true, they shouldn't have fought away from her, but
Yeah.
she also could have fought with them. It was, it goes both ways. Takes 5 to lose.
It's a two-way
I mean,
street.
Deuce was not changed this patch. At the major, it sucked. I believe we saw it yesterday as well. It sucked. Hero just kind of sucks.
Yeah, but you're in Southeast Asia where Medusa
Or
kind
it's
of just
lost
like
2 games
wins.
now.
Yeah, okay, and they should have won. Throwing doesn't count. So
Since when?
Did it
Since-
lose?
since
I
right
thought
now.
Medusa yesterday won.
Did it?
Yeah.
should have.
Oh.
It was on Talon. It was game 3.
Oh, yeah, it did win that game.
All right, pick it. Just pick it right now.
But that's
Slam
23 Savage. He can make it work.
Slam the rat. I'm telling you, this is a great game. They might wait for last pick.
CK. All right.
They might wait for last pick. And I respect that. But like, I feel like this is super abusable by summons in general on Fnatic. Like, if there's, Beastmaster's gone, Visage is gone, Lycan's still around. Although I don't really like Lycan into CK.
That's not good.
Yeah, I don't think that's good. They could God, do you think Lone Druid would be good at all? Like into I know who was saying they really like into Storm and stuff.
Storm. Oh, Lone Druid's really good versus Storm.
Yeah.
Against all the spirit heroes. You have the Root, the Fear, your tanky. It's good.
Yeah.
It's just not that good for CK though.
That's the CK's just a problem here, although he did get a little bit nerfed, but it was mostly like his laning, right? Just the
stun damage. Yeah.
And the lifesteal.
Yeah, sure.
Well, yeah, you got that's pretty big actually. The stun is the same at max level, but the lifesteal continues all the way to max level. So that's just a late game nerf.
Do you think at this point, seeing these heroes, you want your
Underlord
Tiny to be a
Tide.
carry? I know they have Bloodseeker, but you could put it off lane. And
For
Misa's pretty
CK?
flexible. Yeah.
I think they want to pick something that's just good versus CK. Oh.
What do you consider to be good?
I mean, I was gonna say Tide, Underlord, pretty good. They want some AOE. What else could they possibly do? I mean, it's just Bloodseeker doesn't seem like the hero. I mean, they could do Tiny carry versus CK. You're right. It's not bad. I just have not seen a carry Tiny in a long time.
Yeah. She's no longer a believer. So sad.
Yeah. I don't know if I am. It's honestly not a bad game for it, so I wouldn't hate it.
5 seconds remaining.
They play. Oh, they play Naga, right? They can do the Naga offlane. I'd be down for that.
Dude, that'd be so sick.
Yeah, that hero's good for CK.
Yes.
Dire team ban.
Because Miracle's on the team, right? Plays Naga.
You just said Miracle. He's actually not on this team.
It's a
He's on
miracle.
the other one.
Semantics.
Yeah. He
No,
is.
It was the accent.
No,
It was
I
it.
won it on Nigma.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or Fnatic
For fun.
need an offlaner too. Oh, they banned Mag. I really want to see Mag. I think Mag is so cool in
See,
the new patch.
I called it. There it is, the Tide as well.
10 seconds.
New
I
Ag.
noticed as well.
Sick. They're just taking every offlaner out of this game.
Yeah, I mean, Timber was also really good for them, but why would they ban
Look,
Timber?
They banned Timber. They banned Magnus. They're gonna pick Meepo, guys. I'm telling you right now.
I'm not even going to argue with you.
He's laughing. He's like, okay, I don't know. They seem like they know what they want. Damn it!
Uh,
No.
That is the weirdest looking meepo I've ever
He's
seen.
so blue.
That is the weirdest looking meepo I've ever seen, bro. Holy heck.
Yo, okay. I finished my tank of copium.
Yeah, and well, wouldn't you have it?
Damn it.
It's a Night Stalker. Shocker. Some wrap-up thoughts for you guys before I bring in the other two?
I love Legion Commander. I'm very excited to see Jabs play it. I love that hero. So she's been super ignored and neglected. So hype.
Excellent.
I It's hard to formulate my thoughts. All I see is Raven
I was
just
gonna
plays
say-
the same heroes this last patch, it looks like.
Okay.
And hopefully he loses so we see a new era of carries.
Jeez. You know what? I'll let you think about it a little bit more as Lyrical and Gods. I'll get them to join us. So, Lyrical, you can give us some of your thoughts about this and if you're on the same train as Fear over here.
No, literally. Like, I was looking at it, and 3 of the 4 heroes they picked were all top 4 picked at the major. It's just like the same patch for Fnatic. Who cares? And I'm sorry, you know, Sheepo, they misclicked. They accidentally clicked Night Stalker instead of Meepo.
It's
You
so
know,
close
it
in the
happens.
alphabet, yeah.
Exactly.
Gods yourself, are you just as disappointed to not see the Meepo?
You know, I'm definitely sad. Meepo's always a little fun. NGX they're the one team that sometimes bring it out. But we still got, you know, 5 more weeks, so we got time for Meepo.
We got time.
We do have plenty more time. Maybe this is going to be the moment. But game number 2 is starting off, so please, Lyrical and Gods, take it away.
Thank you so much, Nat and panel. Yeah, some interesting things coming out from NGX at least. I felt like the Legion pick is one that's kind of unique and was a little bit trending in the right way. Do you like the hero at all right now? Do you like the draft, first of all?
Yeah, as much as it's one of those things where I look at Fnatic's draft, I'm like, yeah, I like this. It looks good. But then part of that is maybe bias from the last patch. A lot of these heroes have been nerfed. Basically 4 of their 5 heroes are heroes that got nerfed just today in the patch. At the same time, a lot of those nerfs were kind of small. Some of them, like the Storm one, pretty big. So we'll see. I think maybe part of this is, you know, Fnatic, you're down a game. You just want to stick to your comfort zone. And yeah, these heroes got nerfed, but they're still on paper viable, at least until proven otherwise.
All right. Well, and it's going to be interesting to see, because I think that the Storm is the biggest question mark for me. Yeah, I remember like in the lead up to the Null Talisman like fiasco that we had, people were wondering like, all right, what's the build that you go on Storm now? Do you go Orchid because it's kind of like a lot worse on these like int heroes now than it previously was? Do you decide to go in for like just a Kaya first? So I really want to see what Armel's build is. It looks like at least right now he's queued up at least 1 Null Talisman, which isn't too surprising, but time will tell. A little bit of all check going on between the 2 teams, and he's going to be facing off against one of the hardest counters in the game in the Puck.
Yes, that does make his life hard, and I think at least a lot of the Storms I saw in SCA for at least a little while, like the first 3 or 4 weeks last year, they weren't totally abusing Null Talismans until later on when it kind of caught on a bit more. But like pre-minute 25, the SCA players really like the Witchblade as this like extra bit of damage. They, you know, I think Storm first 25 minutes can still be this aggressive playmaking hero. So I like the idea of Storm being more of a playmaker rather than this turtle hero, which is what the Null Talisman's allowed.
Okay. Well, it'll be good to watch. And I think that, you know, there's obviously the Aghanim Scepter and the Overlord Shard and all that stuff that's been shown to be really, really cool nowadays. Is down bottom, you can see they're heading out to the laning stage already at the start. We'll see how they end up doing. And a toss back, not often seen there. Getting taken level 1 for Yokum.
It goes a toss to try get the range creep deny. It looked like let's push Raven away from this creep. This Abaddon top is destroying DJ though. DJ may regret not going boots first. That used to be the build for 4-position Shaman. I guess he really wanted this magic stick, but Abaddon with this 325 base movement speed was just right-clicking him down.
Yeah, constant pressure. Very freaking annoying, and DJ has to just run away.
He may just die. He may have to TP.
Hit there. He needs to run.
1 TP, Fairy Fire.
I mean, he does have Fairy Fire and stick charges, so I don't think that they kill him, but this still feels terrible to be down here as DJ now. Like, what are you going to do? I guess you got salve. All right, that's what you do.
Yep. Bring out the salve. He's like, this one's mine. We don't pull these anymore. It's the corpse.
Get the heck out of here. Well, cool stuff. And yeah, mid lane already bottle brought out for the Storm. Alacrity also picking up the bottle and forcing back DJ again. Level 2 now on the Abba and just not giving him a break at all.
Yeah, now that with this passive coming into play, this is a very, very tough lane for the poor Shaman. He's trying to just block these camps up here, but he's just going to get constantly right-clicked.
Yeah, and forced again back. And of course, the big benefit for this too is that this is all extra, like, you know, thirst stacks for In Your Dream, who's having a pretty good lane so far. 11-2 versus the 4-1 on jabs. Yeah, I mean, and this has so often been that lane that Fnatic has relied upon to have like a ton of success.
Yeah,
Very
in your
annoying.
dreams, effectively getting to play a 1v1 on the Bloodseeker with the kind of thirst bonus. Like, I feel like he's not being right-clicked at all by DJ this entire laning phase, which is usually the thing that makes Shaman 4 position so strong, is just being able to right-click these melee cores. But Boombui has done a great job of just zoning out this lane. Still early days, though, so nothing, you know, this is not completely over. Jabs is very good in this Legion. He played it a lot last season, so definitely expecting him to have a good game, even if the lane doesn't go perfectly for him.
Right. Well, and you know, you can see equally that down bottom, Mizu's not having the best of times on the Night Stalker. 9-3 though, so some of those denies, and they're sort of contesting this stack and pull that was going on from Fnatic as well. Daniel is going to move on in and can maybe get a pull off here, although again, Yoakum's going to be there to contest it. But has the wave in a pretty nice place on Mizu, gets a deny there too. You can see the nerf to the damage coming out from the Chaos Bolt too, just barely tickling the Night Stalker.
Stupendous. Cool play from the Storm. He goes and steals the enemy bounty rune. He's going to miss at least one. It looks like 2 creeps because of it, but one of the nice things you can do when you push out the wave is just go and steal those runes. But yeah, it does get 2 creeps denied, slash just, you know, he doesn't get XP for them at all, so not ideal.
Yeah, a little annoying. But again, very even across these lanes. Obviously going to wait for those level 6s to come online, and then if there's any dives, I guess the only lane that probably would be a really good rotation is you can see Boomboy move on over, and we'll be able to keep back that water rune. So Alacrity gets the 1 water rune, and now a bit of a battle going on. They will take out that Pugna ward, and then Alacrity back to his side of the river.
Yeah, they used the glyph to stop Armel pushing out the wave with his remnant. He was trying to push it out, and then go for a rune, but I think it's pretty even trade in the end because Armel didn't need the rune. He already took the enemy bounty rune, so he had a full bottle. So realistically, it was much more important that Alacrity secured a rune for himself, which he did.
Okay. And see, of course, that also means that Mizu has to farm a little bit more defensively. Also bringing out his own salves. Love to see it. And the triple bracer build out of the Night Stalker.
He's got a 4th one queued up. That's dedication to the bracer. This is like me when I was, you know, 3K noob trying to learn Dota. My friends were just like, just buy bracers. And I would like buy 5 braces boots. It was great, good times.
I mean, you look at him, he's out damaging Raven. That's probably why he's been able to get so many denies. 6 denies against a CK is no joke.
Yeah. He's going to be incredibly strong this like first nighttime or 2. Like, Brace is just super cost-effective stat item. Top lane, though. They've gone on Abaddon.
And some good damage onto him. Don't quite get the kill with that moment of courage proc, and then they back away. Another hero that's keeping that pressure on, and we're seeing some of the value now. So the salve on Abba, and then he spams Miscoil on In Your Dream. There's new levels to the heal of the carry.
And you were suggesting we might see some Warlock, because theoretically healing 5 positions got indirectly buffed because of the salve nerf. It just made any heals better.
Right. Very interesting. Yeah, and I mean, we're kind of seeing it. I mean, Abba was already good beforehand, but now getting that Miscoil, and it looks like Rune, where is it going to be at? It's up top, and it's an Armbell. Can't quite get it. Pop it immediately. Get the coil afterwards. Trying to find a kill here. Bell down low and won't get the stick charge off afterwards, but still coil used. Puck back to Langdon.
Yep. Denied the. It's one of those things where like they did everything to secure the room, but ultimately Fnatic had the higher kill threat there. When it's just a Puck plus Abba versus double support and Storm, there was no real way for the Abaddon to survive his way through that one. So, you know, decent pickup for Fnatic, especially considering it's first blood. So that's definitely a win for them.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, it's been no kills, just sort of constant farming in the laning stage.
No obvious like big breadwinners from the laning stage. I feel like both carries doing decently, as well as both mid laners. So it's going to come down to some of these kind of early rotations to the more the side lanes. I feel like.
All right, you got some stacks going on in the jungle for Radiant. They're stacking up that hard camp, which you anticipate we're going to see Storm come and get eventually. Anything else that we need? Actually, he's going to head over there right now on Armel. But you can see that. Jabs staying in this lane pretty consistently and a level ahead of the Bloodseeker. you have to be a little bit careful probably at this point for NGX, considering Storm's off the map. There's a chance that they could rotate with like a dual kill or something.
Yeah, nice time to come kill that stack because it's after that 7-minute mark. So instantly getting your tier 1 items, or at least a couple, including a Fairy's Trinket. So there's your mana cost reduction for the Storm.
Nice.
We'll see if he's still holding on to that one at 40 minutes. Sometimes the case.
Exactly. Because it's just that good. Oh, Fairy's Trinket 2 for the puck. Interesting.
Okay.
All right. And
Mid
going in
laners
for
will
the
be pretty happy
Witchblade.
with that. Yeah, Witchblade on puck. Storm, for now, just the treads queued up. We'll see where he goes after that. You mentioned the Orca as a possibility. Sometimes Witchblade. Rune grabbed up top. Neither team was actually trying to secure the 8-minute Rune. They were both a bit late there because of some farming going on, but it's just an illusion Rune, so not something that's going to immediately impact the game.
Ooh, Illusion Rune.
Yeah.
In the mid. That toss back with the coil could have been good.
Yeah, if you toss him under the tower there, that may have been enough for a kill. But it's not to be.
So Misa did end up going for that 4th bracer. And now afterwards queuing up the phase boot. So I'm really curious what he's gonna go for, because I would imagine it's just one big item eventually, right? Like as they'll go again up onto Boomboy and able to find him for the kill. Duel, easy.
There we go. Good first move from Amel. But yeah, I think I mean I kind of wondering too, but I also feel like the easy obvious answer is he's just gonna go for BKB first.
Okay.
Like it's the item got nerfed, but there's nothing else in Dota that does what BKB does. So while it's, you know, theoretically like, oh, you don't want to go BKB now because of the nerf, it's still just the best item to buy, at least in my mind.
Right, and it is a little bit strange again, like, because then it's usually you want like a blink or something else with it, but maybe he's just thinking he can get on top of these heroes enough because Puck will find that initial coil or whatever.
Yeah.
But he is going to be a monster to deal with, that's for sure.
Yeah, BKB blink seems a solid kind of mid-game build-up. Has the shard actually queued up for now? Not sure. I mean, he's going to have the gold for the shard well before, actually maybe around the 15-minute mark, so maybe that's just something he's going to really value and prioritize this game.
Could be cool. But so far, again, only the 2 kills, both teams just farming up their items. And well, last time there was this like Medusa combo that was really annoying. They're going to battle out for the runes here, and it is going to spawn bottom. DD, that's a big one. Yep. Tossing Alacrity so they can get to the rune that much quicker. Like it.
Secure the runes at all costs. Yeah, back up to top net worth. At the same time, there's like 4 heroes, 3 of which are on Fnatic's side, all with roughly the same net worth here. So all 3 lanes essentially went well for Fnatic, and then the 2 side lanes for NGX, you know, haven't gone poorly, but didn't quite go as well as, you know, they did on the Fnatic side.
Right.
But,
yeah.
This is definitely a timing where some kind of rotations or pushes could happen. 10-minute siege wagons is often where you see these moves, and it does look like Fnatic are keeping quite a few heroes down bottom. It's daytime, so Night Stalker losing a bit of that vision and mobility outside of using Dark Ascension, so they are trying to maybe put some pressure on down here.
And they've got level 6
TP
wards onto Armel.
Yeah,
they thought about going, but they realized as soon as he backs out that they can't go for the kill.
Yeah.
Interesting. So back to farming some more. Maybe a move up top. Yeah.
And these siege wagons are going to be dead, it looks like, before any move happens. So even though they've got Serpent Wards online, it doesn't seem like Fnatic are interested in making that big play or big move right now. They're not rushing any kind of blink dagger on jab. So similar to the last game, it seems like they feel confident in that slower pace farming game, at least with the way we're seeing some early itemization come out.
Yeah. It's very interesting. Another smoke up comes out now. Okum's going to reveal himself in the mid lane.
Spotted, I think. It got pinged. It definitely got pinged.
Yeah.
I think they weren't under ward vision, but sometimes you see the smoke animation.
Right.
Like, because it's nearby your vision, so, and it's daytime, so I think Tiny just saw that smoke maybe.
Yeah. Well, now the smoke's going to break. Abba's hiding behind the tower. They see all of this. And they ping exactly where he is.
Yeah, they're looking. Armel, Remnant. Okay, they found him.
Okay. And then they drop down. The silence afterwards catches onto DJ here. Are they going to go
Silence.
in? Coil? The heal is there afterwards, but they bring in Mizu, and now with Great Ward chunk of damage isn't going to be enough to get the kill they do. Double kill from Armel, and now Januel will go down. Only 1 second stun on Mizu, who has to back out, but it won't keep him alive. So 3 for 2, but it was 2 cores taken down.
Yeah.
From NGX.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Pugna, we saw it last patch. We're still seeing it here. You get that life train on a hero that's being focused. He kept DJ alive just long enough for the silence to wear off so he could drop those serpent wards. He couldn't get out too many other spells, but those serpent wards kind of surrounded the Bloodseeker, stopped him running in. He had to kill a ward just to retreat back to safety. And also the ward damage on the puck is what helped get that kill. So just really good kind of team fight coordination there from the Fnatic side. And looks like they may fold up with a tower here.
And thinking about going in from mid. Chase him down, gets the pullback, and yeah, it's more than enough. So they find another kill there, and also scanning bottom, so they know that the Abba's here as well. Are you gonna go for another?
I think that was maybe DJ just seeing if it's safe to go farm here. He's like, I kind of want to be greedy and go farm this creeps, but maybe I'll die. Doesn't know where the puck is.
Well,
it's CJ. He's going for this. He's going for some creeps, surely. Yeah,
exactly. Well, an early nice start here for Fnatic. After a very slow laning stage, they make a solid move up top, get that tower. They have stopped some of the pressure onto bottom, although they might go in on DJ here.
Yeah, he's very exposed and knows it. That's why he was, I'm pretty sure that's why he's scanning. He knows his team's pressuring the mid tier 1 though, and that's why he didn't mind. If he dies there, he doesn't mind because it just allows his team to either take the mid tier 1 or pressure it, and right now no one is defending it. So he sees no one defending mid. He's like, yeah, they're bottom. If they're not defending mid, they're coming down here.
Get the arcane rune taken away, but this is going to be a tier 1 tower taken. So Fnatic claim a couple of quick objectives. It's very similar to what happened last game. And see if they decide to go in. Is it enough? Nah, they can't get him.
Yeah. Silence CP, nicely done.
But ping comes out.
35 seconds till nighttime. No, Dark Ascension's up in 10, so they've essentially got nighttime for this fight, but it's just dying too fast. The Serpent Wards, like, they still do a ton of damage to Roshan if they're not dying, and if you have someone to take Roshan, you can still take it just as easily as last match.
All right. Well, a solid move. And Fnatic, they claim Aegis. They took down objectives. NGX are still, you know, in a decent position. They're not falling crazy far behind. They're trying to get into their item timings, but this is some good early momentum from Fnatic.
Yeah, the trade for NGX is they got that bottom tier 1 tower, so now they're able to kind of farm out this Radiant jungle a bit better. And they're also just unable to make these plays or defend stuff right now because it was, one, daytime, and they're waiting on some key items. Like Yokam on Tiny, he needs a Blink Dagger.
Boy. Yeah, he is got the ulti available. They burn it now, gets the pullback, and then afterwards should be able to take him down pretty easily. Although a silence, maybe not. Ugh, barely able to stay alive.
Just a little bit of help from the puck, maybe enough there. And I imagine Fnatic didn't want to overcommit with Armel getting so low on mana. Even with an Aegis, he just doesn't want to waste it here.
Yeah, that's reasonable. Don't know if there's any rotations that are coming in. Already has that BKB done along with the double null talisman. So I guess Pugna is enough to make up for the null tally nerfs.
Yeah, just endless mana stream. And that, I mean, we saw last game. That's where Storm really felt at its strongest, was with that kind of mana bot behind you. Whether I think Io and Pugna looked like the two best. Koddle was okay, but I think felt like it didn't synergize as well as the other two. But yeah, this Pugna plus Storm combo was brutal.
Well, a DD now bottled on top of the Aegis. You got to imagine Fnatic want to make something happen around this time, and particularly before these BKBs come out, which we know are on the way relatively soon. Puck did decide to go for a Blink Dagger, so you've got some extra mobility there, but the BKB from Storm is just the be-all, end-all.
Yeah, this Storm's going to feel a bit unanswered. You can't really rely on Rupture too much. Night Stalker's just not going to be all too effective. So it does feel like Storm during BKB is going to have a very free time in these upcoming fights. I mean, you've got Nate, double Storm, the best Aegis carry in Dota in many ways. So realistically, at this point, for the next 2.5 minutes while Aegis is in play, it's going to be keep away for NGX. They don't want anything to do with fighting into Fnatic.
Did you see some TPs move on in now? Want to keep Mizu alive. Ava, toss, but the BKB now has to run. Coil available when he come out of this one. Boombell has, Boombell has the ulti there and will get brought down eventually. So they force out the BKB from Storm. I mean, that's not too bad.
No,
I'm sure.
Jab sticks around for too long.
This is huge. This is a really big kill.
Yeah. I guess he just thought like, okay, we pushed them away from top. Now they're going to go back to farming, but they were running towards mid because that was the safest direction to run, and they just happened to be a Legion commander there. So, you know, pretty big mistake, I think, in many ways from Jab, because he should have known which way they were retreating, and they just ran right at him.
Letting us know how much damage everybody did to him right there. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. They almost got the bottom tier 2 tower at the same time with those serpent wards dropped down. So something gained at the same moment for Fnatic.
Yeah. Definitely, I like the idea from Fnatic where it's like, okay, we're going to leave these wards behind, almost take a tier 2 tower and then defend top and look for a kill. Like they got close to killing more than just the Abaddon, but the problem is the Abaddon keeps everyone alive and allows them to kind of retreat safely, and he's more than happy to throw away his life because he buys so much time with his borrowed time.
Yeah. I'll say NGX have been impressed with their sort of willingness to give up objectives on the map because they don't feel like they can fight yet, and
they're smoking
maybe
for this
another
one,
opportunity here. Silence
nighttime.
Out, jumps. Oh, they don't quite catch the storm, but they will get the shaman. Take him down right at the start, but they do have the Netherward down. Armel's completely out of mana. They can just ignore him as they'll focus down the rest of them one by one. This is a super solid fight from NGX. There's nothing on the deck at all. Armel, he can't burn through the Aegis, he can't burn through anything. They're just leaving him alone, taking down the rest of his team one by one by one. A toss back, keeping control of Armel, now taking down Jabs. This was absolutely brilliant by NGX. And Armel, he's going to get found eventually.
Can they kill him twice, maybe even?
He has
He's
BKB,
got the BKB
afterwards.
Okay.
So
Yeah, he held on to that.
Get out of there, I think. Okum doesn't have a toss, but they will force out the BKB and has to zip away.
Not going to bother chasing. He doesn't have a TP, but with all those mana, he'll get out. But yeah, that's another BKB force down to 7 seconds now. Like, you kind of highlighted it. Like, Storm used all his mana, and then they just completely ignored him. Killing him there and breaking his Aegis, Fnatic win that fight. But they ignore him while just killing everyone else one by one, particularly these supports. Like, heroes like Shaman and Pugna just do so much in a team fight if left ignored. And they just able to hunt these heroes down so easily when they've got heroes like Tiny, Puck, and Nightstalker.
It's, again, one of those nerfs Gawain felt probably. The Null Talisman, you know, you might have enough mana to win that fight with Armel beforehand. Does get a regen rune now, and that is obviously horrifying for any of these teams. Wants to jump in, find one target. Who are they going to get? They find the Bloodseeker, but afterwards, big jump in. The silence is out, keeping him alive for a little bit longer, but they will bring down In Your Dream. Can they take down Jabs afterwards? Armel trying to find one kill. BKB out from Raven, still looking to chase, but they won't go any further.
Yeah. Storm's back to full mana now, and his BKB in 20 seconds. One of those scenarios where they could have and wanted to maybe dive for more, but Storm without BKB this time, he's going to have it soon, so he's diving in. He may have just dived into his death, though.
Armel, what are you doing?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this BKB was 10 seconds away, so like, yeah, okay, that's the new patch, but he knew he didn't have BKB. He zipped into them.
Maybe he only plays by feel and he just forgot.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's like, what? Where's my BKB? He's just like a mental Dota magician, but didn't read the patch notes.
Yeah. Well, that is another one of those moments that, I mean, it's giving life to NGX. Fear was talking about some throws coming out. You know, a lot of this has been NGX making really like good decisions about when to fight and when not to fight, but a couple of flubs like that from Fnatic, and suddenly, you know, it's pretty on a knife's edge as far as which way this game goes.
Yeah, and it's good to see NGX. They seem to be playing really well and not getting phased by some of these slower starts. I mean, they're a team that has really stuck together and been together. I mean, they made the roster change this tour, but before that, they had been the same 5 for a long time, and they still have 4 of those same 5 players. So I think some of that consistency with their roster always goes a long way for playing games where you start off a little slow.
Totally. Yeah, it's got to feel good to find some type of success. They're already up one game, and like in a way that first game is sort of a proof of concept where you're saying we just need to hold out, we need to wait for our timing, and it's a similar thing here. And for Fnatic, I mean, you've got a nice timing with all these BKBs, but the duration on them's getting lower. Every time they have to use one to get out of a fight, it feels pretty bad. Legion has like 20 dual damage right now. We'll have to see where they go from here, but they have to be really judicious on these BKB usages.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it feels like Storm needs that +1 item. He's almost got the Kaya Sanj just so that, he's popping BKB and can't really be touched, but he was quickly running out of mana. Like, he can't rely on this Pugna keeping him kind of juiced up with mana, because Pugna's going to get focused. Every single fight, we're seeing Pugna often be the first to die alongside the Shadow Shaman.
Which has got an interesting talent that had been buffed recently. The Legion Commander +100 overwhelming odds hero damage.
Oh.
So with 4 melee heroes, that's going to be a lot of damage very rapidly.
Definitely packs a punch.
If you catch 4 heroes, that's like an 800 damage or like almost 1,000 damage nuke or something.
Yeah.
That's kind of wild.
It feels like this Legion's been given a lot of kind of space and room to farm and get these items, even though like 6 on net worth, but it just doesn't feel like Jabs is being sacrificed, as is sometimes the case.
Yeah, definitely.
His BKB needs to come out for these upcoming fights. Such an important item to have against the Puck, the Night Stalker Silence. And this Night Stalker now has a BKB of his own. So Mizu winning that race to BKB against the enemy offlaner, and does feel like this next Roshan in 1:20 is going to be one that NGX may have a bit of an edge over because of that BKB.
Yeah, that could make the difference. Although also a DD, not too bad. If they can find a pick off first, and we'll cover Lily right there with the avalanche. But yeah, things to watch for. Also, Aeon Disc ready to be assembled for the Puck if things get a little bit too dicey.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. Just don't assemble it now. There's a lot of, chain disables. You've got a Shadow Shaman with days worth of disable, so just being able to assemble it mid-fight can make a big difference.
It's one of those things I remember a while ago, the fact that you couldn't take items out of Winter's Curse, the taunt that comes out from that. I don't remember if that's the case at all for Duel or not. You can mess around with your items.
Like put them in your backpack so you don't kill your teammates or whatever.
Yeah. I don't remember if it's a similar thing with Duel, but I don't think it is. I think you can still assemble then. But nighttime comes around now. Still have Dark Ascension as well, and 10 seconds until Roche respawns. So this is the window. We'll see if Fnatic... I mean, you've still got this CK that has like a lot of room to grow. Do you think that there's pressure on Fnatic to try and make this move towards Roche, or do you think that it's something that can sort of just happen more naturally?
I think more naturally. I don't think there's like overwhelming pressure on either team right now. I think both drafts have ways to scale, and both teams are getting good farm. We'll see a jump on mid. The Abaddon has his ultimate pop. They don't initially follow it up, but it looks like they want to.
Ava, toss, back, catches, BKB out. Umbe still living, eventually killed, but Armel has to be careful now. The rupture is there.
TP out.
He's out of mana. Do they go for any more? The heal coming from Januel. That's going to keep him alive. So BKB popped yet again from Fnatic. So 70 seconds now. I mean, I really feel like these BKBs that people were popping so freely previously, it hurts a lot.
It's the BKB for support, which on this new patch may not, like what we just saw, may not be as worth it as it was last patch. Last patch you could do it, chill, farm for a bit, and then be ready for another fight. This time around, you got to chill for an extra 15 seconds, which in games when you're playing around respawn timers for those supports, or just playing around a Roshan, like sometimes that long extra 15 seconds can make a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have a timing here where Coil is up and the BKB for Storm is not. They're going to have Abba ulti as well. Like there's windows here. Like they might not even necessarily exploit it right now, but I think that this is something that we're going to see more often as time goes on, is people trying to hit like the timings of when that BKB is like worn off. It's still not off cooldown yet.
I mean, for so many heroes, the BKB is like your second ultimate. Like, it's really just what allows like a hero like Storm to even be able to team fight in a game like this against Puck and Night Stalker. So, see how things fare. Puck is, you know, going to be thinking about that level 25 talent. You can't just buy the Ags anymore. It's now a talent, so it's still a long ways away. But if this game does go late, they have that extra option to answer BKBs.
Couple interesting items picked up. We've got the Blastrig for Night Stalker, Elven Tunic for the Bloodseeker, Cloak of Flames for the Legion, and then nothing else really picked up yet. So still some timings here as Fnatic, they're going to head into the pit. Now there is vision over here. I think that they saw them walk in. They might not quite have caught sight of them, but this is going to go down so quickly.
Yep. I think they saw Night Stalker bottom too, which is why they felt a little bit safe to do this. They just killed it too fast.
Ooh, bashed by Roche. They popped the BKB from Raven, but they'll get that Aegis.
Yeah. I don't mind that from Raven. It's one of those, you see this Tiny come and scout you, and you know they may just jump as Roche is dying, so he plays it safe. And they've still got 5 minutes of Aegis timing, so they don't mind having to wait 1 minute of that for this BKB cooldown.
And again, NGX, they've got BKB, now Blink done on Mizu as well. He's trading out the bracers, but obviously getting more value now that we hit the 25-minute mark.
Oh, yeah.
And the ABBA getting towards the Wraith Pact as well. Do we have one on Fnatic's side? Doesn't look like it. No real great hero to buy it, but Pugna has sort of the value one with the ward. Jump. Finds the ABBA. Should be fine here. Tries to get out. Spider legs won't quite keep him alive, but Lacrity? Leisha, jump away.
I tried to. I mean, I don't think he was going for any kills with that Doom Call. I think he was just trying to save the ABBA, but Fnatic is smoked. They're instantly looking for another kill here. They've got Blink Shaman and Blink Legion Commander, so any hero they find should be instantly caught by these disables.
They did smoke right on top of that ward that the ABBA dropped.
Okay.
So they know that this is going on. And yeah, you can see that Enigma, they back out, going to head up towards the top side. And we'll see if they, I doubt they're going to try and fight. It seems pretty unlikely.
Yeah, and you know, they put the ward on the cliff in the kind of obvious place, so NGX may be expecting that. They were kind of everyone was just heading towards the safety of their base and sticking together.
Backs away there. They still see one on the bottom. They saw Raven, and they know that there's no carry with them.
Yeah, that's maybe why they're poking at Jabs. Jabs doesn't have all the follow-up that he'd maybe hoped to, so he doesn't want to go for any kind of a duel right away. And Fnatic just playing the map for now, trying to chase opponents where they can without overcommitting, and also trying to out-farm their opponents, taking over the enemy Ancients, and now trying to take this bottom tier 2 tower, which they already got very low.
Raven is very large right now. The AC done, has the BKB. This is a scary time for Enigma, for sure. We'll see if they can go for some type of a toss-back play or something like that, but for now, just send out the illusions. They're baiting this one, hoping that they'll see a quick jump on him, but not going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think he's microing it the way he would a hero, so yeah, he wasn't fully committed to the deception there, as they're going to swing mid, go for the tier 2 tower, even dropping the Serpent Ward. So your call, NGX. Do they want to try and defend this? They've smoked up as if they do. Can they find that jump on the backlines? They've got to get this Pugna and Shaman.
Looking for him. Armel TP's out. Ooh, this could be bad. He TP'd top. He can't be here. ABBA toss, caught one. Getting well in trouble. Umbi tries to chase down. They will find this Pugna most likely, but don't know if they'll be able to quite catch Jabs. Jump turn? Excuse me? Tries to take down the Bloodseeker and actually just kills them. Oh, a huge play. And Jabs, BKB, TP's out of there. He's gone.
He made it out, yeah.
Raven? So they did 2 supports, and they will get out with Raven too, it looks like.
Yeah, it looked like Shaman was out. I guess he tried to re-engage because he saw, you know, the Legion and Pugna made a really cool play there. NGX, they want to ignore Pugna. They found this Pugna, and they're just like, this is not worth it. We need to get these other heroes. They're the high-value targets. They were just ignoring the Pugna as long as possible, and finally they're like, oh, man, we can't catch anyone. Guess we kill this Pugna. And that's where Jabs made his great individual play to get a nice dual kill and get out as well safely. That was a huge find when you kill enemy Bloodseeker.
Oh, definitely. It's super annoying to have to play against that instant turn that you get with the duel, and it's what you talked about, right? He's had a really good game on jabs so far, and the dual damage starting to build up. Could be a problem. Ooh, Raven playing like a crazy person. Age just gonna expire in 40. They glyph the wave to keep it alive. Toss back, finds one. It's the Shaman. That's a good one to get. But then the Aghanim, they managed to pop the ulti afterwards to keep a couple alive. And now in your dream with the rupture onto Raven, can they kill him off in time? Just beating into him one by one. Turns on Darmel. The BKB wears off. They kill off the Abba. Now another pull on Yokum, and that will be enough. But you can see they were willing to dive in like that. A good decision not to go for the full kill onto CK, though.
Yeah, and this Bloodseeker has a lot of movement speed and thirst stacks to kind of fight around while they're still low, but that's why Fnatic want to back off and heal themselves back up. Aegis is now expired, so definitely scary hours now for Fnatic if they want to try and force a fight again, particularly around that enemy base where there's, you know, they're going to have to expect that they're going to be playing around buybacks and whatnot, so they're going to be hoping to find some kind of good, clean initiation where they're not overcommitting.
BKBs are only there for the offlaners at the moment. Still 30 seconds on Chaos Knights, but it looks like they're just going to split up now. So will be the end of the high ground siege. Enigma need to get out on the map because they're starting to fall into a little bit of a deficit in terms of this net worth lead. 7K now into Fnatic's favor. Fnatic looking really strong. And I mean, if they find a pick off here, this would be huge for them. Smoke up again.
Yeah, it's always that scary pick-up potential. Legion and Shaman insta-disables for days, and that's where it's a game where Boombui on this Abba has to be positioned and playing so well. Either frontlining to tank these smoke gangs, or sitting right behind the Korzai gang jump to protect them with the Aphotic Shield.
He's had a very good game for himself so far. We saw in that time too the answer that they kind of have for this electric vortex, right? You pop the ulti on the Abba himself, and then you can just Aphotic Shield one of your other cores.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, he's 1-7, but I feel like it's a good thing that his 7 deaths. Like, he's more than half the deaths of this game. The fact Fnatic haven't been able to kill other heroes in this game is really testament to how well the Abaddon has done.
Another potential siege down bottom. E-Blade now done for the puck, and they're going to drop down wards along with the CK illusion. So not needing to commit that much, but still get a ton of damage onto this tower. Sort of echoes what we saw previously from the Visage.
They don't have a good way to clear these serpent wards. Like, once they kill all the creeps, it's fine, and then they just send in the Abba. But, like, Bloodseeker doesn't want to expose himself on the front lines because he's going to get blink jeweled, I feel like. He's the one where with a blade mail, he just kills himself on the blade mail if he gets jeweled. So he can't frontline, and we're seeing it kind of affect the way NGX have to play this game. Like, I think In Your Dream's response to letting his teammates, Mizu, even the Abaddon, frontline on his behalf is the correct one. It's just, it's tricky to find that initiation.
Yeah. Almost need to get to a Satanic or something in a little bit. Armel. They jump, find the Pugna right at the start, trying to kill him off. The silence is there, not letting him get down that ward, but the jump, the duel, it's there, but the lifesteal keeping alive this Bloodseeker for as long as possible, but the jump, eventually they get the finish. Boomboy tries to pop the ulti, get himself out of there. Raven left alone with 3 already dead. Can he do it all on his own? He might be able to, actually. But afterwards, they're going to pop that blaster, keep him alive, and 4 go down. And GX, they win another fight.
Yeah, just honestly disaster for Fnatic, that fight. They tried to take the same approach what we saw before, which is this blink duel on Bloodseeker, but he had just enough sustain and lifesteal. I think the Abaddon, with the Vlads as well as some miscoils, just keeping him alive there. And as a result, Fnatic had to overcommit. Storm had to use most of his entire mana pool just to get that kill on Bloodseeker, and then all he could do was BKB TP out. He had like 200 mana after that zip, so fight was just over for Fnatic at that point, and they have to ditch this Chaos Knight, and it puts them in such a bad spot.
Yeah, the game is looking very weird for Fnatic. Like, you have elements of it that look good. Again, you're getting dual damage. That feels like eventually it could turn into something. And if there is one plus side to this, it's that Nigma don't really have a tower hitter at all to punish things afterwards, right? Like, Who's punching
Yeah.
buildings for them?
Hey, you got that tiny.
I guess. I don't know, man.
No, you're very right. They really don't. Like these melee heroes that don't really want to expose themselves to support tiny. So, yeah, they don't get anything immediately. Like they can't even go take an enemy tier 2 tower. There's a tier 1 standing top. So NGX is just waiting and hoping for that next good team fight, as well as potentially that next Roshan. Although Roche is another thing their draft doesn't take particularly well. They're going to have to basically win a fight first in order to get Roshan.
Well, it'll be something to watch for. Take the Shackles duration as well as the Hex cooldown for Shaman. So opting for more of this single target control style that we're seeing from them. Other things to watch for is Roche capable of responding right now. Fnatic did use their scan, turned green on the Roche pit. And in the meantime, Ilkum just comfortable sitting here in that little hideaway spot where you can see if they decide to run in. Because this has been the downfall for NGX the last couple of fights, right? That they haven't been able to even come and contest for Roche. They don't want to give it up again on this third one.
Yep, absolutely. Both teams just posturing around that pit. Fnatic looking to make sure they stay stuck together. And now we do have that Wraith packed up on Abaddon. So that's another tool that they can use to, I would generally keep this Bloodseeker alive. He seems to be on getting jeweled every time. But whoever's getting, blink jeweled, the key thing in these fights is keeping them alive.
You can see Dream Coil pierces magic immunity.
Oh, they've got it.
Puck has it done. This is such a big window for them now.
Yeah. I mean, this Puck is honestly just having a huge game. Like, not getting the kills, 1, 1, and 9, but just doing so much damage, constant spam. Octarine Core plus E-Blade, Aeon Disc, like, I think Alacrity has just itemized perfectly this game to be such a nuisance and to scale really well.
Yeah, it's going to go for that Revenant's Brooch next as well. So we'll have a way to just pop E-Blade and then start punching people.
Yep.
Sounds very scary. Roche is up. Aghanim Scepter in the pit. Yoakum has not left his little sentry place here. Does need to be careful when the eventual Shiva's guard comes out.
Yeah. Is this one of those spots where you can't actually scout him when you're in the pit? I think there's, I don't know if they fixed all those. Okay, so even if they go in the pit, they may not see him unless they walk like right over him.
Right. They'll Shivas though, most likely with Storm, and that's where he's going to get punished. We'll see here in a second though. They're moving on in. Does he pop the Shivas? Armel not popping the Shivas. They know this is going on. Pop your Shivas, Armel, please. He's right there. He's ready to go. At a moment's notice. Oh my God, they don't know. They don't know. They got to be so careful here. They're ready to jump in a moment. The Avatar caught, killed. They snatched the Aegis. Yoakum, you beautiful man. Do they have enough afterwards, though? The duel is there, but they got more than enough to keep him alive. Can they keep him alive all the way? No. Actually, they don't. Raven turned, went for the fight, and blew him up. And now with Puck dead, even though they had a great way to spot all of that going into the pit, they still get punished. Fnatic.
Yeah. Like every other fight up until now, it seemed like NGX were dominating. And the first fight, they have perfect vision, perfect timing of initiation. It doesn't go their way. And I think a big part of it goes back to what set them up for success previously, jumping the supports and just playing around like that enemy squishy backline. And this time around, they're trying to go on this Aegis and snatch it away and kill the cores of the ones hitting Aegis. As a result, Shaman's able to get off all his spells. Pugnus just sitting back, not really dying with an Aeon Disc. So Fnatic just able to keep these key heroes alive because of the fact the initiation was focused on Roshan.
Now, there is one thing that's going to change about this, which is they got the Aghanim Scepter, and they have it on Abba now. So a way to keep everybody survivable. They're hanging on for the moment, not popping that borrowed time. You get the leash, backs away afterwards, also have the cheese on Mizu. So even though they got the Roche kill, there's still a lot gained for Enigma Galaxy C here.
Yeah. Yeah, so they got everything, right? Cheese, Aghanims, and Aegis. Although they did lose the Aegis right away. I mean, Fnatic, they're down on overall gold here. Not that at 41 minutes you're really thinking about that or even aware of it. But they're going to be forced to at least back off now with all these heroes respawning. And it's smoke time for NGX. They want to catch Fnatic by surprise, see what kind of a jump they can get. They need to go back to what worked before. Try and jump the back lines.
Can they get him? Can they get him? Looks, jumps, Ava, toss, caught, and Raven Do they decide to go? Boomba, he's got the ulti. He's going to pop it now. All the heal coming out to try and keep these heroes alive. Will it be enough, though? Mizu tries to back out. They have the duel, but it's not nearly enough to take down Nina Dream. Tries to back out, gets away. Mizu turns, silence there, needs to heal back up. They want to go back in for round 2, and they'll do it. The Tiny solo eventually will fall, but with Raven dead, maybe they can go for some more here. Puck blinks in, finds one. DJ gonna get the Hex off, keeping him alive and in your dream in for round 2. But they got the E-Blade out, and now they turn and kill off the ABBA. Now trying to kill off DJ. Do they have enough to bring him down? They will. So they do. Oh, Bash! The Bash, what? Armel, no, not like this. Oh, that is so frustrating and barely able to keep in your dream alive. Everything for the Bloodseeker.
Big fight. Very swingy fight. That fight really could have gone either way. I think, again, we see NGX. They see the target, the CK first, but initially the fight looked, to me, kind of bad for them because these, like, Shaman got it for full duration shackles. Pugna was just sitting back, life-draining his cores, keeping them alive. So the reason it goes their way is because of Puck doing so much constant damage. The Octarine core with the, you know, reduced cooldown, like double Ethereal Blade over a 16-second period. It was just constant damage from this Puck. And as a result, they were able to outlast Fnatic, and Bloodseeker surviving on like a couple hundred health at various points in the fight. They just weren't able to quite bring him down.
Yeah, it's really clutch. And I mean, even with this Linken's, he's been getting caught by this duel. But I think one of the big changes now is having this Wraith Pack on ABBA, like we talked about, and having that at Aghanim Scepter. So when he starts taking the damage, the miscoils come out. And, you know, there's other dangerous things that are potentially on the docket as well for him. This Holy Locket that he's going to have, very scary stuff. Now, Jabs is still doing a ton of damage in these fights, but I don't know. How do you see these working out? The later this goes, I'm feeling better and better about Nigma.
I honestly don't fully know. Like, the Abaddon just seems like it's been such a game changer this game. Like now with an Axe Scepter doing so much, but I do feel like, you know, Legion late game with level 25 plus the crazy scaling we're seeing. He has a Penta-Edge sword, has a Basher now himself.
Yeah.
Like there is some crazy scaling coming out of this Legion. But you know, this is not any Null Talisman Storm gaming. He's already dropped all the nulls. But level 25 Storm with these items is still pretty scary in late game as well.
I guess that's fair. I'm looking now at Legion's damage, and it's at 400 a right click. And then also has Blade Mail on top of that. That's very scary. Oh, interesting. Puck decided to go back instead of finishing the Revenant's Brooch, got the overwhelming blink. That's the way to deal with those illusions.
Yeah, more AoE damage, so why not? Both teams are running into each other soon. Boombell shows himself here.
Aeon Disc immediately popped. Still living for the moment. Haven't been able to force out the ulti from ABBA. And so with the vision advantage, now Fnatic have to be careful. They catch sight of him, jumps in. As soon as they drop the coil, they will connect onto 2. Has to be careful. Ooh, nice play there.
Yeah. Breaking with the Stormcrafter.
Can they get out any further? In some trouble, trying to keep him alive. Yoka brought down low. Mizu trying to find the backlines. He hasn't popped the ulti yet. He does finally now, and a ton of heal coming out, but it's not enough. This is not looking like a great fight for Nigma. They have to get the heck out of here. They're going to lose the ABBA. And will they find anybody else afterwards? It doesn't look like it.
Full retreat as Fnatic look for more with their blink jumps, but they're not going to find it initially. Really good fight though for them there. Great, some, you know, Armel using his Stormcrafter to break the Dream Coil on the edge there. Very high skill stuff from him, just enabling him to get out of Dream Coil and instantly jump back in. And Fnatic are hunting for more, but they're not going to find a whole lot here, so not something that leads to any kind of key objective. Roshan's still down for at least another couple of minutes. They may try and force a buyback. I'm not sure. Doesn't look like they can.
That's one of those things that if he can do that consistently on Armel, like, because again, for anybody that doesn't know, you get to the very edge of where the Dream Coil is going to break, you pop Stormcrafter and it will snap without stunning you. I mean, obviously you've got other answers, like you can walk out and then Legion purges you or whatever, but this is a huge component of like the ability to control the storm. They need to make sure that they take full advantage when Coil is down of like actually punching him. But we'll see. Press the attack, AoE, and giving BKB to all of these illusions. What can they do now for Nigma?
tower.
Yeah, AoE spell immunity, pretty damn good. But just the tier 3 tower claim, again, similar to what we saw with the bottom lane push. You just send in some illusions, maybe some serpent wards, and just play it safe with the push. I think the key thing we're seeing here in the late game is as Fnatic supports get more farm, they can just they don't just instantly die. Like Pugna having an Aeon just means, you know, by default he's going to be able to survive, and you kind of have to find a new target. DJ's just got enough farm that he can kind of Ghost Scepter, force stuff away, get out of that Night Stalker silence, then throw out some hexes. So he's not able to just get instantly killed as well. So it does feel like the recipe for success that NGX has of kill the supports to start the fight is not as easily done here in the late game.
No, it's much more difficult. They're starting to get some answers for it too. Nullifier done for Night Stalker, but likewise, the power that you get from a Storm Spirit with Aghanim Scepter and going towards this Refresher, it can completely turn the state of the fight around. And like with, you know, overwhelming odds being thrown into it, there's so much damage that can be thrown out there. Any other big level 25s that are coming out? The Dark Ascension cooldown. Let's see. We've also got the ABBA borrowed time cooldown reduction. And Bloodseeker not quite 25. He's definitely been hurting in terms of those levels, not surviving through the battles.
So one of the big ones maybe is this Shaman Hex break. That could potentially stop like a borrowed time.
They find Raven looking for the jump. Now finding the ABBA, it's not enough. BKB's already out from In Your Dream, trying to turn and beat him down to death. Jabs, he's silenced, gets in there, but it comes too late. He wasn't able to get it in time. Now the duel, the taunt is there, but all the heal coming out, keeping him alive. This is exactly what Nigma Galaxy C want. ABBA, toss, pullback. Nobody has died yet on Nigma as they turn their sights onto these supports. Pugna goes down, has to buy back, but they do find the kill onto the Buck. Now Jab trying to bring down Mizu, but so many misses. They can't quite get him. Armel in for round 2. The buybacks were all they needed. 3 buybacks, huge plays.
And having that enemy outpost, they could all TP right back into the fight. They have to wait, you know, that 5-6 seconds, but they were able to get right back in. Here's like Storm and, well, now Shaman coming back into this fight, just making such a massive difference. And Roche is going to drop before anyone can contest it. They buy back on the Puck, but I think that's just because he knows they're going to be running down these lanes and going for tier 4s and Throne potentially, if not Mega Creep. So you're going to have to buy back regardless here as Fnatic win the big team fight.
Yeah, that is exactly what they needed. And the buybacks are really where the battle is going to get played out right now. You saw even there the Bloodseeker like going to farm up more camps because he knows he's going to need it in this next battle. 300 gold away. Mizu doesn't have it yet. He is 800 gold away. Double bounty runes. How close does that get him? 600 gold. It's still not going to be here in time. So 40 seconds without the Night Stalker. Tiny is about to have his buyback back off cooldown, but Fnatic, they can get a lot here.
Yeah, it should be 1, maybe 2 lanes of Raxus, depending. Oh, they're going to go for the tier 4s. They want to end it, maybe.
They need just a little bit more time. They do have the Tiny backup now, though. He's going to need to buy back. We'll see if they go for the whole thing. But they got to be careful. Tier 4's being hit.
Armel's going for the Raxus, so they're not fully committed to this.
Yeah, this is a little bit weird. Press the attack, use. Now the stun. Double wards, drop down everything, and Armel gets the pullback, trying to keep alive In Your Dream. Will it be enough, though? The heals, it's not quite there. Will they bring him down? They can't quite get him, but they do. And no buyback on that Bloodseeker. He didn't quite have enough. They completely bring him down one by one, and with the throne falling, Fnatic say, screw the battle. We're going for the throne. GG.
Oh, 2 crazy games. You know, neck and neck battles where both teams go into the mid game with a pretty, you know, even farm. And it really, again, it comes down to execution. Like these team fight execution, where you find these pickoffs is what ultimately seems to be the difference maker in these games.
Yeah, and that the like you talked about, like having that outpost there. I saw some people when they walked back in, he just looked like he couldn't believe what was going on. The whole team, DJ obviously just, you know, cool as a cucumber, but Armel was losing his mind a little bit as well. What a freaking turnaround! We're gonna have to take a look at some of those graphs afterwards because they absolutely stole that one away on Fnatic. Very well played.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is, you know, this is week 1, like match 1 for a lot of these teams, but the pressure is there every single week because of how few series you play. This series could be the difference between going to the major or not. I mean, I feel like we said that every time teams are playing with the format, right. But Game 3 between Fnatic and NGX, I'm excited. I'm hyped. Like, Fnatic came in as obvious favorites, but definitely NGX have really brought some great Dota as well.
It's what we want to see. More of this, please, across all of it. But for now, at least, we're going to head to a quick break, and when we get back, the panel will break down all the action. Wild Game 1, Wild Game 2. Hopefully we get the same in Game number 3. See you then.
Where would you like to see some of these then?
I mean, I would just want to see the Marcy offlane because sounds really
That's
cool.
cool, yeah. Mid support, that's solid. I want to see that.
We want the most interesting thing to happen.
Do you know what
Not
they built
comfort.
after Helm? Because back in there I saw a lot of Basher.
BKB Basher.
Yeah, lit.
Oh, that's like core items. on Marcy.
Snapfire, yes, yes.
Well, Snap Marcy lane, that's a really good lane.
I'm having such a good time right now.
Just throw the DP mid and last pick a 5 again, whatever.
I don't even care what heroes come out now.
Didn't work for you last game, but maybe it'll work this game.
I'm all on Nigma.
Really?
Yeah.
Already.
I'm excited to see Marcy. I love Snapfire. I don't care about anything on Fnatic's side. Marana Bane, wow, that's so cool and new. Ha.
Oh my god.
Wow, amazing.
You're so harsh on Fnatic today.
Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah, she started today, like, Fnatic.
They're gonna
number 1
2-0.
fan.
I love them. They're gonna carry us through FCA Dota.
It would be nice to see a mid that can set up again for the arrows, because then it gives her leeway to go between the safe lane and the mid.
The Conquer's still in there. Is that a preference you like for this, or is there a more standout setup mid for you?
Maybe.
No.
But I wouldn't like it into the
DP.
Yeah, exactly. But something.
It's still a good OD game, guys.
True. True.
Don't know if the hero's trash at all, but
one way to find out.
They don't know about the null talisman change, clearly. They haven't read the patch notes yet.
They don't know Pepper. That's why they were picking Storm Spirit.
Nah, he knew he didn't sell his treads at 25 minutes.
Luna, they're coming out there.
So I saw Nigma, I think, playing Luna in one of their games. So I thought if a team was going to pick it, it was going to be them. I actually can't remember what I saw in Fnatic's match history anymore.
Luna is a buffed hero.
What do they do? Do you know?
Yes,
I
do.
didn't look.
They beam does more damage on all levels, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the level 25 talent stuns 0.05 seconds longer.
No way. Alright, well, this is a free Fnatic win then. Jesus Christ.
That 0.05, holy heck.
I guess that's nice.
It's gonna be a game changer.
If she's got like more damage out, she can lane better, and then I don't know what if they are running Marcy as an offlaner, then that just lets her fight back. Because that's the scariest thing. If you put, I mean, it's actually kind of scary because Luna's got such low attack range that it does give her like a way to die in the lane if she goes up for a creep, range creep, whatever, and just gets like disposed back.
Oh, I think Luna will feed if it's Marcy Snap.
Yeah.
Absolutely feed.
No hesitation in the voice there, though.
I mean, I see it too.
Like, they would have to harass Marcy really hard, like, by just both right-clicking him, so Marcy's never healthy enough to make an initiation. But if they're ever all full HP and level 3, Luna will just die.
Okay. A little bit worried for the Luna then.